This handsome guy. Wait, my bad. Here we go, this actual handsome dude is Kim Jio. He possesses an ability known as the Resurrection Heart. It grants him an absurdly overpowered regenerative healing factor. Scientists caught wind of this and locked him up as a lab rat for 10 agonizing years. For a whole decade, Jio's life was literally hell on earth. At night, he'd catch some sleep. Come morning, he'd get a little electroshock therapy to wake him up. And the result? His body ended up looking like this. That was the breaking point. Jio decided to bust out of this hellhole and chose the most reckless way possible. Ripping open a high-voltage electrical cabinet, he starts doing the unthinkable, pulling out the live wires. If I get caught now, I can't let them drag me back there. Suddenly, a squad of guards rushes in, trying desperately to pin him down. If they catch me here, no, screw these guys. Jio grabs the two ends of the live wires. It all ends here. A massive surge of electricity shoots into the sky. Instead of getting captured, I'd rather die. The electric shock treats all three of them to a very fun, full-body massage. But it's all good, because the resurrection heart beats within him. Amidst the acrid smoke, Joe's skeletal body starts regenerating flesh and blood like it's nothing. I will never die. Resurrection Boy. Episode 1, The Resurrection Heart. In this world, there are some truly extraordinary hearts. Some look so bizarre they resemble defective toys pulled from a dumpster. This is a mutation that occurs in a fraction of the population. Depending on the nature of their mutated heart, these individuals can unlock and unleash superhuman abilities. An epic superpower battle breaks out. These people are known as heart mutants. Wearing a polka dot hoodie, Jio eagerly digs through a stinking trash can. People crave this power. They call it a blessing from God. A blessing from God? Don't make me laugh. Jio lifts his half-skeletal face in total despair. Just look at what this heart has turned me into. Right now, I just need to find something to eat. I'm so hungry, I'm losing my damn mind. His eyes light up as he spots his true love peeking out from the garbage. It's bread. And it was just thrown away. He pulls it out and inhales it like a starving beast. It doesn't even smell rotten yet. A stray dog appears, wagging its tail and staring at him expectantly. HM? What's up? You hungry too? Want a bite? The dog obediently eats the rest of the bread from his bony hand. Good boy. As Jio chills with the stray pack, he gets startled and looks back. Wait, over there. Where do you think you're going? A noise? He carefully peeks his half-skull through the crack in the door. Could it be the lab's hit squad? 3 thugs are cornering a schoolgirl against the wall. Come on, hang out with us for a bit. Don't be such a buzzkill. Jio sighs in relief. Oh, it's not them. Just some low-life thugs. The schoolgirl trembles, clutching a bag to her chest. I'm a high school student. The blonde thug leans in with a sleazy smirk. If you're a student, you should know how the real world works by now. The fat guy next to him groans. She loves playing hard to get. Getting tired of this. Wait, is that dog food? Did she come here to feed the strays? Jio suddenly looms right behind the punks. Hey, why don't you guys knock it off? The thugs turn around, completely dumbfounded. Who the hell is this guy? What kind of hobo are you? Jio shoves his skeletal face right up to the blonde punk. I'm not a hobo. Ha! The thug loses his absolute mind, pale as a ghost, screaming his lungs out before falling backward. Nonchalantly, Jio yanks a literal bone straight out of his own body and grips it tight. He points the bone right at them. Stop making a racket and get out of here. Scared out of their wits, the punks bolt for their lives like there's no tomorrow. It's a ghost. The schoolgirl sits on the ground, still in shock. Thank you. Jio suddenly lunges forward, his skull jaw wide open as he reaches toward her. Panicking, she hugs herself and shuts her eyes tight. Don't come near me. Stay away, stay away, stay away. Ignoring the damsel in distress, Jio faceplants right into the bag of dog food and starts munching away. She cracks an eye open, utterly baffled by the bizarre sight. Huh? Confused, she watches her savior stealing a dog's meal. That's dog food. Jio turns around, mouth still stuffed with kibble. Sorry, did I startle you? Do you mind if I eat a little bit of this? The girl goes completely pale, sweating bullets. thinking she just ran into a literal demon in broad daylight. She screams at the top of her lungs and sprints away like her life depends on it. It even talks. Gio freezes for 5 seconds, helplessly rubbing his bony chin. Just as I thought. She's making a run for it. It's fine. At least now I can eat this dog food in peace. The schoolgirl clings to a doorframe, sneaking a peek. What on earth is that? Is that a living person? No way. How could anyone survive looking like that? Could it be? Seeing Gio peacefully sitting among the stray dogs, she puts 2 and 2 together. Is he a heart mutant? I heard heart mutants have all sorts of weird abilities, and he's the one who saved me. I was so rude. Overcoming her fear, she tiptoes back to where Gio is crunching loudly on dog kibble. Trembling, she holds out a paper bag like a sacred offering. If you're hungry, do you want to eat this instead? It's a sandwich. From Subway. Gio looks up with his skull face, bewildered by the sandwich. For me? His skeletal hands tremble as he takes it. Yes, I'm sorry for running away just because of how you look. Oh no! I know I look like a freak. It's fine. Thank you. Tearing up, Gio cherishes the sandwich under the clear blue sky. This is the first time anyone's ever given me food while looking like this. Opening his lipless jaw, he takes a massive bite. Subway? I've seen their wrappers in the trash a few times. Tears of pure joy stream down his face, his bony cheeks flushing pink. This is the taste of heaven. I didn't know food like this existed. The flavor is electrifying my tongue. The veggies, the bread, the meat, everything is so incredibly fresh. This is so good I could die happy right now. In his eyes, the schoolgirl petting the dogs is literally glowing with an angelic feather aura. This girl is an absolute angel. She turns to him curiously. Mr. Skeleton? Sir? What should I call you? Gio rubs his chin, replying awkwardly. Gio. It's Kim Gio. Song Haiji flashes a smile as bright as the sun. Nice to meet you, Gio. I'm Song Haiji. Scratching the dog's chin, she asks out of curiosity. But still, how did you end up like this? Gio scratches his head, replying somberly. I'm on the run. The lab is hunting me down. He gasps. What? A lab? You're being hunted? Gio slumps gloomily among the pack of strays. Yeah, there's a lab that captures heart mutants like me. They're trying to drag me back. He sweats nervously. I heard rumors that places like that existed, but it's actually true? What did the lab do to you? Gio covers his face with his bony hand, ominously. Well, I've been experimented on and tortured for the last 10 years. I was forced to drink poison to test new drugs, and they harvested my organs to check transplant compatibility. Haiji turns pale with horror. For 10 years? You were tortured? Gio recalls the gruesome sight of his mangled, blood-soaked body. Yeah, because I possess the resurrection heart. It's an ability that lets my body regenerate no matter how badly it's damaged. That's why I ended up looking like this hideous mess. Haiji looks up at him, her eyes suddenly turning dead serious. Gio palms his forehead in shame, unable to face his harsh reality. Haiji stands up straight, barking an order with fiery determination. First things first. Come with me somewhere. She grabs his hand out of nowhere and drags him along. Where to? She replies firmly. Just for a bit. Caught off guard by her boldness, he panics. Emma, my hand. My hand. His maiden heart skips a beat. Even though I look like this, a girl, she's actually holding my hand. Blushing furiously, he stammers. If you grab me out of nowhere like this, I'll... Snap. His skeletal forearm detaches from its socket and is left dangling in her grip. Haiji freezes in her tracks, her face draining of color as she realizes she's holding a literal human arm bone. She wildly waves the severed arm around in pure panic. Oh no, what do we do? Why your arm? He calmly reassures her. It's fine. It pops off sometimes. Gio casually takes it back and snaps it right into the joint. If I line it up right, it'll stick back on. She clutches her chest, sighing in relief. Thank God. He rubs his chin curiously. But where were you planning to go? Haiji blinks, hesitating. About that. Gio gets a total makeover with a brand new outfit, staring at himself in disbelief. Haiji smiles, holding up 2 shopping bags. Your clothes were totally ripped up. I thought you draw way too much attention. If you wear a wig and dress normally, people won't stare as much. She hands him the bags. It's all cheap stuff, so it's not the highest quality, but it should last you a while. He leans in, looking dead serious. No, not at all. I freaking love them. Gio strikes a sassy pose in his messy wig, literally sparkling with an aura of pure happiness. This fit feels like I just grew a new layer of skin. This warmth feels like every strand of hair on this wig is my own. These are the greatest clothes ever. She whips out a compact and aggressively powders his face. Hold on, we're not done yet. Gio flinches back. Huh? Haiji rubs her chin, examining his face. Your skull is still too obvious. And since you don't have ears, you can't wear a mask. I'm going to cover it up with makeup. The final result? An absolutely ridiculous face featuring round glasses, clown red cheeks, and puckered little heart-shaped lips. Haiji facepalms in embarrassment, unable to look directly at her masterpiece. I'm sorry. This is my first time doing makeup on actual bone. Didn't go very well. Gio stays blissfully upbeat. Looks fine to me. I love the outfit and the makeup, she mutters softly. You haven't even looked in a mirror yet, Gio confidently declares. Even so, now those dangerous guys won't recognize me anymore. A phone suddenly starts ringing. Haiji peeks through her fingers. She stares at her phone screen in total panic. Crap, I'm late, she screams anxiously. I'm in huge trouble. I gotta get to the academy right now. Haiji dashes off, looking back to wave at Gio. It was super nice meeting you. I gotta run, she yells out as she sprints away. Make sure you take good care of the doggos for me. Her name is Song Haiji. Gio watches her silhouette fade away, quietly muttering to himself. Song Haiji. She actually trusted me to watch over the dogs. The pups affectionately swarm around him. Does this mean she's coming back tomorrow? His heart aches as grim memories flash by. Back at the lab, he was nothing more than a test subject for their sadistic torture. He bitterly recalls the terrified glares of passers-by. Whenever he showed his face, people would run for the hills like they just saw a literal monster. Gio smiles in relief, picturing Haiji kneeling down to play with the strays. She's the absolute first person to treat me like an actual human being. Gently petting a pup, Gio feels his soul healing. This is all thanks to you. If I hadn't stepped out of my hideout, I never would have met Haiji. Thank you, haha. The little dog curiously licks his ridiculous skull face. What should I name you, little guy? Potato? Let's go with Potato. You like it too, don't you? Haha. Gio tilts his goofy face up to the sky, basking in the afterglow of pure happiness. Potato, that subway was seriously out of this world. And Haiji bought me clothes and even talked to me. I swear she's an actual angel. Leaning against the wall, Gio happily loses himself in a rosy daydream. I can't wait for tomorrow. If I just stay put, I'll get to see Haiji again, right? His naive train of thought suddenly snaps. Gio's face twists as he metaphorically slaps himself back to reality. What the hell kind of stupid nonsense am I spouting? Stepping into a puddle, the harsh, brutal reality pulls him crashing back down to earth. I'm a wanted man. If I stay, won't I just drag Haiji, the one who helped me, into danger? With a heavy heart, Gio turns away, keeping his head down and leaving the confused strays behind the chain-link fence. It's for the best. I need to leave. Under the cold moonlight, his lonely, skeletal figure slowly fades into the dark shadows of the slums. I should go, back to where I belong. A dead silent scene at a moss-covered sewer outflow on the outskirts of the city. Gio lies spread eagle, knocked out cold among trash bags and empty beer bottles. He jolts awake, scared out of his mind to find his fingers dangling the tail of a literal sewer rat. What the actual F? A rat? Gio sits up, staring blankly as the rat scurries away. Did I just pass out from walking aimlessly? I really shouldn't be sleeping in random dumps like this. His bony hand digs into his pocket. I'm starving. He happily scoops out a handful of colorful kibble. Knew this was gonna happen. Good thing I packed some dog food. He lets out a dry chuckle. I'll just munch on this while thinking about that Subway sandwich. If I use my imagination, maybe it'll taste the same. Turning around, Gio mutters, trying to hypnotize himself before slowly chewing. The green kibble is lettuce. The yellow one is bread. The brown one is meat. Wait, does this actually taste like Subway? His eyes widen as he points his non-existent nose up, sniffing the strange air. Out of nowhere, Potato pops up and licks the entire handful of food clean off his hand. My Subway! Gio drops to his knees, frantically trying to snatch back the kibble. Potato! You can't eat that! He freezes up entirely, his skeletal jaw dropping all the way to the floor in pure shock. Huh? Wait a minute, Potato. Why are you here? Joe's skull leans in close, his eyeballs vibrating with disbelief. No way. If Potato is here. A familiar, sharp voice suddenly cuts through his thoughts. Mister. The corner of Joe's skeletal mouth twitches up into a smile. For the first time in my life, I'm glad my face is just a skull. Haiji bends over panting, glaring at him reproachfully. How could you just dip without saying a single word? She stands with her hands on her hips, scolding him among the pack of dogs. I almost couldn't find you. Gio quietly gazes at his angel, suppressing a mix of bitterness and secret joy, because I'm sure my happiness would be written all over my face. I've been looking for you all day. The dogs tracked your scent, so I finally found your hideout. Haiji pets the dogs, pouting at the guy huddled in the corner. I spent so much time wandering around looking for you.
I'm sorry.
Plus, you literally told me it's super dangerous to just be out in the open like this. Gio lowers his head, his eye sockets filled with an inferiority complex. I was just scared that I'd only be a burden if I stayed near you. She flashes a gentle smile that chases all the darkness away. But I'm really glad I found you. Potato jumps up and licks his bony cheek, startling him. Look, even this little guy was worried sick about you. Potato. A massive feast of snacks is laid out on the trashy ground. Let's eat first. Haiji quickly digs through her stuffed backpack. Yesterday you only had that one Subway sandwich and haven't had a proper meal since. I bought a ton of snacks from the convenience store. She carefully pours a whole carton of fresh milk over a tray of chocolate cookies. Here, try this. He tremblingly takes the tray, his jaw literally dropping in amazement. What is this? Cookies and milk? Hearing the crystal-clear laugh of the angel in front of him, he zones out, silently swallowing the bitter sadness of his own freakish appearance. Eating them together like this is top tier. Hee. The milk-soaked cookies sparkle like a radiant wonder of the world. What is this feeling? The food I had yesterday was amazing, but this? Gio scoops a spoonful of soggy cookies into his lipless mouth, entering a state of absolute bliss. What kind of god-tier flavor is this? Tears stream like a waterfall from Joe's empty eye sockets. It's so good I could literally cry. It's too delicious. It feels like my brain is melting. You should have some too. Haiji. She covers her mouth and giggles. Haha. The way you talk is so funny. Gio immediately waves his hand, offering his share. I'm fine, you go ahead and try the cola. Haha. Suddenly, raw red sinews slither out, weaving together right over his wrist bone. My bones. They've regenerated. Haiji's eyes widen in awe. Really? He holds out his wrist to show off. Look. She holds her breath, eyes glued to his fingertips where tiny, grotesque streaks of blood are sprouting. Her forehead creases with worry. But does it always heal this slowly? Won't it take days for you to fully recover? Oh no. He lowers his gaze, staring intently at his hand. To fully regenerate like this will take literal years. She jumps, screaming. What? Years? Gio scratches his bony chin, trying to cover it up. I mean, if I only use food as fuel. She raises an eyebrow, puzzled. Use food as fuel? Then what's the other way? An image of the blood-red, vein-covered resurrection heart flashes through his mind. I just need to consume a massive amount of blood. But there's no need to tell her that and freak her out. He looks up, responding with the most nonchalant smile he can muster. That's a method that can only be done at the lab. For now, just eating properly is enough. Gio lowers his eyes, recalling his dark past. So, The lab helped you regenerate back then? Yeah. They needed me healthy, so they could use me as their personal guinea pig. That's why they're hunting me down so aggressively, no matter where I try to hide. Haiji stares at him in shock. Wait a second, is that why you just left without saying a word? Yeah. If you get involved with me, you'll be in danger too, Haiji. So you don't need to be so nice to me anymore. She springs up, fired up with determination. We're going to the police station right now. Gio forces a bitter smile, his eyes full of resignation. Even if I go to the cops, I'll just be treated like a freak. I almost got shot once. Haiji fiercely leans in close, banishing his worries. Don't sweat it. My older sister is actually a police officer. And she's a heart mutant too, just like you. His eyeballs pop in shock, his jaw threatening to drop another inch. Your sister is a heart mutant too? Yup. The little dog innocently licks his petrified face. Even so. Haiji smiles brightly, lowering herself to his eye level. Just trust me this one time, she happily assures him. My sister is a genuinely amazing person. Gio spaces out, his empty eye sockets glued to the radiant smile of the girl in front of him. Haiji squats down, gently petting the dogs. I gotta head out early today. You guys behave and have fun. The animal shelter will probably call us soon. She turns to rub the head of the good boy under her hand. You gotta be good, you hear me? Potato sits on his haunches, mouth wide open and drooling, wagging his tail like crazy. Gio sits down, resting his bony hand on the pup's head. You saved my skin again. Thanks, Potato. His eyes suddenly shine with an unusual resolve. This time, I'm not going to be a coward and run away. Potato jumps up, licking his face, making him chuckle. And I'll be back to see you, Potato. Haha. Haiji's figure walks through the fence gate. This is the very first time. Gio pulls his hood up, hiding his deformed face. In 3 whole years of running and being hunted down, someone finally reached out a hand to help me. The girl turns around, smiling radiantly in the afternoon sun. This feeling is so surreal. Having someone actually take my side. Blinding car headlights suddenly flash right onto Gio. Could I finally live a life without constantly being on the run? He squints into the glaring light, his skull peeking out from under the hood in confusion. Haiji's pupils shrink in pure terror. A black van barrels toward him at breakneck speed, smashing into Gio and sending him flying through the air. His skeletal body crashes hard onto the cold, unforgiving asphalt. Haiji screams her lungs out at the horrifying sight. Meanwhile, a massive, bald thug lunges at her from behind, putting her in a chokehold and covering her mouth. Hurry up and grab that bastard, before someone spots us. The van doors burst open, and a mob of goons in black suits swarm out, gripping baseball bats. 2 hulking thugs rush over, grab Gio by the armpits, and drag his limp body away. A Zippo lighter sparks to life, igniting the tip of a cigarette. The boss, with a sharp, square jawline, takes a long drag and blows out the smoke with a smug grin. Finally found you, you pathetic piece of trash. The henchman tightens his grip on Gio. Grab him. We're gonna make him pay for everything he put us through. The 2 black vans tear through the wind, speeding off down the highway. Through the rearview mirror, Gio is seen being dragged behind the van by a thick rope noosed around his neck, screaming in sheer agony. His bony frame bounces wildly, smashing repeatedly against the brutal asphalt, making him cough and hack violently. His face scrapes against the road, sparking wildly under the horrific dragging force. Damn it! Damn it! His bloody hands dig furiously into the pavement, trying desperately to hit the brakes. I have to stop them. His eyes roll back in pure panic and overwhelming remorse. This is my fault. This is all my fault. Inside the van, Haiji has a sack thrown over her head, struggling helplessly in the grip of 2 muscle-bound thugs. Even Haiji got dragged into this mess. His 10 fingertips bleed profusely, shredding the asphalt in a desperate struggle to break free. The sudden pull yanks Gio straight into the air, the rope cutting deep into his throat, leaving him choking and gasping. His bloody skull grinds against the unforgiving pavement. With this garbage ability, I'm completely useless. His eyes are wide with absolute despair. Please, somebody help me. Suddenly, the pack of stray dogs bursts from the bushes, charging onto the main road and chasing the van like absolute maniacs. The brave pups lunge forward, clamping their jaws down on the ropes, strangling him to hit the brakes. Guys! The whole pack pulls back with all their might, their paws skidding and scraping across the harsh asphalt. The thick rope stretches to its absolute limit before snapping clean in half. Losing its dead weight, the black van slams on the brakes, tires screeching and leaving scorched marks on the road. The van swerves to a halt. In an instant, the stray dogs form a protective ring around Joe's battered body. Baring their fangs, they bark ferociously, ready to throw down with anyone who threatens their savior. The van door violently kicks open, and a hulking goon steps out. Son of a bitch! Heavy leather shoes stomp toward the pack, radiating pure murderous intent. Are these flea bags out of their damn minds? It's not even dog meat season yet. Gio lies helpless on the road, his eyes wide with panic as he watches his furry saviors take the hit. No! The thugs mercilessly swing their baseball bats, smashing them down on the tiny dogs. Die, you stupid mutts! He screams internally. Get up! The dogs are fighting my battle for me. I have to do something. The heartless goon delivers a brutal kick, sending the little pup biting his ankle flying in a spray of blood. If I don't, they're going to get hurt. His mangled skull slowly lifts, a faint glimmer of hope igniting in his empty sockets. That's right, blood. I'll absorb the blood those bastards spilled on the ground. It's not much, but it's enough to regenerate my body just a little bit. His broken body drags itself across the asphalt, desperately reaching for the crimson puddle. Move! Please, I just need to touch that blood. The goon smirks sadistically, brutally swinging his bat down. If I can just heal even a fraction. Gio crawls forward but freezes, utterly paralyzed by the sight of the little dog's lifeless, blood-soaked body. His empty eye sockets widen, his pupils vibrating in silent, absolute horror. Potato? The tiny, affectionate souls that just snuggled up to him are now lying lifeless in pools of their own blood. The henchmen keep bashing their bats mercilessly, even though the dogs are already down. He watches, mentally calling out their names. Gong? Diak-gu? Spot? Wong Wong? His eyes go hollow as the pitch-black memories of hell flood back, crushing his sanity. 10 years. His bloody, skeletal body bound by dozens of cold, heavy chains. For 10 whole years in that lab. 2 men in hazmat suits violently shove a tube down his throat. Every morning I opened my eyes. It was the exact same loop of daily torture. The researchers casually take notes outside the glass cell while he burns alive inside. Every single day, they pumped blood into me, ripped my organs out, and subjected me to unimaginable agony. Eerie black smoke engulfs his skeletal frame as he writhes on the operating chair. The cycle never ended. I couldn't even die no matter how much I wanted to. His scrawny back, dragging snapped wires, fleeing desperately into the deep woods. I plotted my escape, and by some absolute miracle I broke out. I actually thought I'd be happy once I was free. But reality hit hard. Everyone out here was disgusted by me. Looks of utter revulsion, clubs, and pepper spray were ruthlessly thrown in his face. Gio huddles in a trash-filled dump, pathetically all alone. Everyone looked at me like a monster. But then, deep within his bare, bony chest, the resurrection heart suddenly flares up with a blinding light, beating with a surging, feral life force. The pitch-black canvas of his mind is illuminated by Haiji's radiant smile and the good boys resting at his feet. Gio tilts his head back and roars in absolute rage, as streaks of blood on the pavement defy gravity and slither up into the air. They treated me like an actual human being. Dozens of blood pools from the fallen dogs suddenly transform into a violent hurricane, tearing through the air and wildly swirling around his broken body to kickstart his regeneration. His skeletal jaw screams silently as burning red veins pierce through the air and strike directly into his core. The violently churning blood forms a colossal tornado that literally crushes the asphalt beneath it. A pale, flawless human foot suddenly rips through the thick, viscous wall of blood. Muscle fibers and skin weave together at a blistering pace, layering over the dry bones with terrifying regenerative power. A powerful, muscular arm reaches through the air, swiping away the last remnants of the bloody storm. The blood tornado dissipates, leaving a fully intact, imposing figure standing tall and proud amidst his shredded clothes. In a blink, the half-skull is replaced by jet-black hair and striking features, though his eyes still burn with a crazed, bloodshot fury. Gio stares blankly down at his own toned, muscular physique, flawlessly resurrected from the brink of death. He absent-mindedly flexes his long fingers. My body! Everything is back to normal. Childhood memories flood back along with this primal strength. My blood is boiling like crazy, exactly like when I was a kid. There's no way. Gio looks in disbelief at the blood trails connecting his body to the fallen stray dogs. From the dog's blood? The thugs break into a cold sweat, staring wide-eyed at the impossible miracle. What the hell is up with this freak? What do we do, boss? Did his entire body just fully regenerate? The bald thug snaps, swinging his bat and rushing in for a sneak attack. What do you think, huh? We just gotta beat him down and bag him again. Gio coldly pivots and delivers a razor-sharp punch straight into the fool's face. The bastard's face completely caves in under the utterly overwhelming, terrifying force. His massive body is launched through the air like a ragdoll, smashing brutally into the back of the van. The glass shatters into a million pieces as the goon is knocked out cold, his head neatly wedged into the side of the vehicle. Ignoring the rest of the trash, Gio drops to his knees and gently cradles Potato's bloody body. Gio hugs Potato's ice-cold body tight, burying his face into the matted, blood-soaked fur. His messy black hair shadows his darkened face. I know, the most agonizing way for a person to die. The goons freeze up, sweating bullets under the suffocating pressure. Only the one who answers first gets to live. His eyes blaze with an insane, murderous aura, locking a death glare onto the human scum. Hey, where the hell did you take her? Cut to a rusty, corrugated iron warehouse, sitting in dead silence and completely cut off from the outside world. The fleet of glossy black vans parks neatly on the barren, rocky yard. A rough hand grabs the coarse sack covering her head and violently yanks it off. Haiji collapses onto the freezing concrete, clutching her chest in a panic. Who the hell are you people? Her pupils instantly shrink in sheer terror, as she's surrounded by dozens of rugged thugs smirking and gripping their weapons tight. The pungent stench of death hits her nose, making her break into a cold sweat as she frantically looks around. What is this? Where am I? A literal hell on earth unfolds before her. Butchers casually sawing into bleeding corpses on operating tables. Are these human bodies? Suddenly, a brutal hand yanks her black hair backward. This little bitch is way too noisy. The boss puffs on his cigarette, staring down mockingly at his helpless prey. You think you've got extra lives or something? He shoves a photo of Gio's skeletal form holding a test subject placard into her face. If you want to point fingers, blame that bony bastard, not us. You only got dragged into this mess because you tried to play hero for him. His grip tightens, making her wince in pain. Keep your mouth shut if you don't want to die. In a place like this, a few extra bodies dropping dead. His cold eyes lock onto the trembling girl's pupils. Absolutely nobody is gonna give a damn. The suffocating threat is suddenly cut short as the boss's phone starts buzzing like crazy in his pocket. He holds the phone to his ear, snapping at the guy on the other end. What? Why the hell are you calling instead of dragging your ass over here? Where's that skeleton freak? An image of the stray dog biting the rope flashes through the goon's panicked report. What? What freaking puppy? The skeleton turned into a human? What kind of bullshit are you spouting? Speak plain English, you moron. What the hell does a puppy have to do with anything? The boss growls, veins popping on his forehead. Haiji blinks in confusion, slowly piecing things together. A puppy? What does that mean? A puppy came to help? So, you let the skeleton slip away? You useless piece of garbage. Do you have any idea how much he's worth? How the hell did you let him get away? The boss screams into the phone, absolutely livid. Exploding with rage, he violently smashes his phone to pieces on the concrete floor. You incompetent bastards. If you don't drag him back here, you're the ones who are going to end up in body bags. He charges forward, grabbing Haiji by the collar and aggressively interrogating her. Hey, you know where that skeleton freak went, don't you? Spill everything you know. Right now. His furious, bloodshot face shoves right up against the schoolgirl. Open your damn mouth. You little bitch. Do you know how much money he is? My freaking money. She stammers, terrified. I don't know. Oh, you don't know, huh? The boss whips out a dagger, aiming it dead at his prey. Let's see if you still don't know after I carve a few extra holes into you. The cold blade pressed against her cheek makes her tremble uncontrollably. He told me that he was being hunted. I'm such an idiot. I actually felt sorry for him. Tears stream down her face in utter regret. Haiji bites her lip, sobbing. What do I do now? Before the blade can even drop, one of his goons receives a free one-way flight, ragdolling through the air and crashing hard onto the floor. The whole gang of thugs jumps out of their skin, whipping their heads around to stare at the warehouse entrance. Backlit by the massive doorway, a towering male figure with messy black hair ominously steps into view. The boss, cigarette dangling from his lips, scowls in annoyance at the gutsy intruder. Who the hell is this punk? Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Looking at you, you're just some homeless bum. Gao's hand whips up, grabbing the tattooed thug by the throat so fast the guy doesn't even have time to react. You, little punk, what the hell? Is this strength? Because of you bastards. All the puppies are dead. With an ice-cold tone, Gio effortlessly lifts the massive guy off the ground like a feather. What the hell are you guys doing? Kill him. Two other goons charge in blindly, one of them throwing a brutal punch square into Joe's face. Gio takes the hit head-on, but doesn't even flinch or bat an eye. The thug's eyes bug out in absolute horror as he realizes his full power strike felt like punching a literal steel wall. Gio coldly backhands him with the force of a speeding truck, sending the goon flying into the air. Another henchman lunges and puts Gio in a chokehold from behind. Gotcha, you little punk! Two hulking dudes team up to pin him down, one roughly yanking his messy black hair back to keep him under control. Despite their pathetic display of power, Gio just glares up. His pupils flash an eerie, glowing red as fresh blood trickles from the corner of his mouth. With one clean spin, Gio flips the thug through the air and slams him straight into the concrete, instantly handing him a one-way ticket off this planet. The boss and his crony stand there jaw-dropped, completely frozen for a good 5 seconds by the absurd power they just witnessed. You guys! The Hermes Labs sent you, didn't they? Haiji's eyes widen in disbelief as she pieces it all together. No way! The image of the hooded skeletal mutant flashes through her mind. Is it really him? The boss bursts into maniacal laughter, aggressively yanking Haiji's hair back. Damn it, I get it now. This punk is the skeleton. Those damn brokers told me he'd be totally unrecognizable if he used his regeneration. I almost didn't spot you. Thanks, bang. A bullet pierces straight into Joe's left chest, sending blood splattering everywhere. The boss coldly draws his pistol and aims it right at his prey. Thanks for crawling right back to me. He screams at his goons. Bring out all the guns we got from that deal. Yes, boss. The thugs obey instantly, cocking their weapons and unleashing a merciless hail of bullets. Once we take this bastard down, we're gonna be filthy rich when he's dead. Don't hold back. Fire! Joe's body violently jerks as he stands there, tanking the brutal shower of gunfire. Shred him to pieces so he can't even regenerate. Gio tilts his head back, his chin drenched in crimson blood. It hurts so much. My flesh is being ripped apart. Fatal bullet holes completely shred the back of his shirt. A ruthless round blows clean through his arm, shattering the marrow. My bones are crumbling. My lungs are definitely punctured. I can't even breathe. Tears streaming down her face, Haiji screams in absolute, helpless agony. Stop it! Gao's bullet-riddled body collapses heavily onto the freezing concrete. Piece of trash. He finally went down. He lies motionless in a massive pool of blood, his eyes cloudy and lifeless, but his chest still rises with faint, weak heartbeats. His pale, limp hand drags across the floor, barely brushing against the thick, metallic-smelling blood. Thick streaks of red blood, moving as if they have a life of their own, start crawling up his fingers. An eerie, supernatural sight takes over the warehouse as the massive amounts of blood from the surrounding corpses are violently vacuumed right into Gio. Deep within his mangled chest, the resurrection heart flares with blinding light, pumping out a feral, primordial power with every single beat. A goon breaks into a cold sweat, whipping his head around and shrieking. "Boss!" Gio suddenly arches his back as jet-black blood erupts violently from his chest, making the thugs scream in terror. This freak is coming back to life. The boss's eyes bulge, trembling so hard his cigarette almost drops from his lips at the grotesque sight. He's crawling back up like a freaking zombie. Boss' body contorts as he stands upright, fresh blood spewing from his neck like a terrifying, dark geyser. The boss frantically screams at his paralyzed men. "Are you just gonna stand there staring? Do something. Shoot him." Gio tilts his head back, tanking the literal rain of bullets. Blood splatters everywhere, but his mind is razor sharp. I can feel every single bullet, piercing my flesh. Bullets repeatedly drill into his head and neck, violently blowing out sprays of blood behind him. The sheer kinetic force pushes his body back. They're not just going through me. They're ripping me apart and blowing me to pieces. His eyes roll back as the fresh wounds on his face and neck instantly stitch themselves closed and heal in a split second. But my body just keeps regenerating. The pain is going numb. It almost feels satisfying. Gio stands his ground against the barrage, sparks flying as lead meets his flesh. Wait a minute. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought. Traumatic flashbacks of his childhood merge with his shredded clothes exposing his muscular frame, tanking dozens of shots at once. Compared to memories of roaring flames burning him alive in the lab flash by. Everything I had to endure. A massive hydraulic press crushing his body, his agonized screams echoing through the freezing room. His scarred, deformed face from the past haunts his mind. All those experiments and torture. I've tasted pain way worse than this. Gio dashes forward, delivering a punch that completely caves in the baseball jacket goon's face. I can do this all day. The devastating blow launches the poor bastard into the sky, spinning like a top while his crew watches in shock. He glares at the henchman, his bloodshot eyes dripping with absolute contempt. A stupid gun like this. His razor-sharp fist sinks deep into his target's face, throwing in a complimentary spray of fresh blood and shattered teeth. A nearby goon stares in pure panic. He's floating in midair, right? Gio blurs into an afterimage, moving at terrifying speed and closing the gap in the blink of an eye. But before the guy can even process it, Gio follows up with a lightning-fast uppercut that snaps the enemy's arm in two. The sheer kinetic force blasts a guy into a pile of steel drums, leaving the last two goons jaw-dropped in horror. What really pisses me off? The guy in the red shirt hasn't even recovered before his buddy gets a free frequent flyer pass right past his face. A god-tier punch drills straight into the red shirt guy's face, completely scrambling his teeth and lips. The goofy image of Potato shines brightly in his mind. Is what they did to the kids who protected me. Gio goes on an absolute rampage, swatting goons into the air left and right. There'll never be a next time. The boss screams in desperation from afar as his entire squad gets wiped out. Freeze right there. Trembling like a leaf, he aims his gun while clutching Haiji's hair as a human shield. Stay the hell away from me. I'll blow her brains out. Fast as lightning, Gio closes the distance and clocks the boss right in the face before he can even pull the trigger. That means I'm never gonna. The heavy, blood-soaked punch sinks deep into his face, shattering the scumbag's nose with a sickening crunch. His eyes darken, radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent at the enemy's pathetic cowardice. Get to see her again! The massive body goes flying backward, completely denting a metal storage tank. The boss slumps over lifelessly, his body neatly wedged into the massive crater. The cowardly boss struggles to lift his head, nosebleed gushing as his eyes roll back in agony. He shakes violently, looking up at the dark silhouette slowly approaching like the Grim Reaper coming to collect. All his arrogance completely wiped out, the coward throws his hands up to beg. Please spare me. I'll do whatever you want. Too late. The veiny fist raises high, delivering a cold-blooded sentence. A thunderous strike smashes dead straight into the boss's face, pinning him flat to the floor. He coughs up his last mouthful of fresh blood, completely knocked out cold in a crimson puddle. The brutal impact sinks deep, utterly crushing any thought of resistance from the villain. He crazily rains down 1,000-pound punches, unleashing a bottomless pit of rage. Shockwaves rip through the air, vibrating with every single enraged blow sent straight to hell. The concrete floor shatters and craters, forming the perfect grave for the boss's bloodied corpse. Gio stands there in a daze, his broad, tattered shoulders heaving with every ragged breath. Metallic-smelling blood drips constantly from his crimson-stained fists onto the cement. Standing tall like a majestic demon god, he drops an ice-cold glare at the wheezing piece of trash at his feet. The battlefield is reduced to scattered bodies and the pathetic, whining pleas of the few survivors. His messy black hair shadows his eyes, but his terrifying aura continues to surge endlessly. Tear-filled, stunned eyes look up. Yi-oh! His battered bare feet slowly lift, silently tearing through the dead silence. Every heavy, sluggish step heads straight toward the small girl. The hulking, exhausted silhouette collapses right in front of a dazed Haiji. Are you okay? You were shot so many times. He slumps forward, pulling Haiji into a tight embrace. I'm so glad you're okay. His arms tighten as hot tears stream down his blood-soaked face, washing away the tragedy. So glad you're still alive. The dogs died to save me. And I was terrified you were going to die too. Haiji. Gio buries his head, sobbing in absolute relief. Because you're still alive. Thank you. Don't thank me. Amidst the ruins, two broken souls cling to each other to soothe the pain. I'm the one who should be thanking you. The police chief aggressively barks at his sluggish subordinates, rushing them to drag the battered boss into the cruiser. Look at you slowpokes. Hurry it up. Escort the suspects. An officer taking notes at the crime scene stares in absolute disbelief at the scattered bodies. They're calling this a gang war over internal conflicts, but all this massive damage is just from them fighting each other. Hiding behind a massive tree, Haiji and Gio quietly watch the convoy roll out. Looks like the cops are hauling all the gangsters away. Thank God. Are you sure we don't need to stay and get questioned? She sighs in relief and explains. My sister told us to lay low for now. She said things will get way too complicated if heart mutants are involved. Under the bright full moon, the two prepare to leave the woods. She's gonna handle everything herself. Let's get out of here. Haiji covers her face and bursts into tears, completely unable to hold back her grief over the tragedy that just struck the stray dogs. Gio drops his head, choking back sobs in absolute, crushing helplessness. He falls to his knees before the lifeless bodies of his loyal four-legged friends. I'm so freaking sorry. Guys. Baduk, Siru, Tengu, Choco, Bayalai, Maru. Haiji hugs Potato's little body tight, tears streaming down her face in pure regret. This is all my fault. They only came here to save me. Even though I couldn't take full responsibility for them, I just gave them a little warmth and some food, but those tiny moments meant the absolute world to them. They literally risked their lives to save me. Gio firmly shuts that down, instantly bringing a finger to his mouth and biting down hard. That's not true. It's not your fault at all, Haiji. They died to give me their blood. Wait a sec. What are you doing? Gio desperately tries to squeeze drops of his special blood into the little dog's mouth, clinging to a tiny sliver of hope. I can regenerate by absorbing blood. If my blood is special, maybe I can revive them, just like I did? But the bite wound on his finger instantly knits closed, healing flawlessly in the blink of an eye. Thick streaks of red blood swirl and float around his hand like they have a mind of their own. Gio crazily bites deep into his hand, but his body stubbornly heals itself. Damn it! Why is it healing so freaking fast? He bites down until fresh blood spills, trying desperately to squeeze out one last drop of hope. Haiji lunges forward and grabs his hand to stop him. Please stop it. This is only going to break their hearts even more. Gio looks up in a daze, his face stained with blood and tears. Break their hearts? They died because of me. Don't they hate me? Haiji gently holds his hand to comfort him. Hate you? No way. They genuinely loved you. I could totally tell. Memories of the pack baring their fangs at strangers flood back. Normally, they are super wary of strangers, but they really adored you. They were wary of humans. The small girl lowers her head in sorrow. Yeah, these poor babies were covered in scars from being abused. They definitely had a ton of awful memories involving humans. Gio reaches out to stroke the freezing fur, his heart aching endlessly. I had no idea. I just thought they were naturally gentle like that. Haiji takes a knee, looking dead into his eyes with total seriousness. So, if you keep hurting yourself and drowning in guilt, that's going to completely shatter their hearts too. He falls silent, staring at the chaotic scars crisscrossing his own body, suddenly realizing their invisible bond. Haiji smiles softly, her eyes brimming with warmth. The fact that they approached you without a second of hesitation means they felt like you were just like them. Amidst the quiet woods, the two lean on each other, sharing their heavy loss. Thank you. A tiny, fragile whimper suddenly squeaks out from the bushes behind them, shattering the dead silence. They both jump out of their skin, whipping around with wide-eyed surprise. A little furball waddles out. It's Potato's baby. I was worried sick when I couldn't find him. Thank goodness he's still alive. The puppy trots straight over to Gio, totally ignoring the fact that the guy is still sitting there dumbfounded, trying to process things. He plops his little butt down on Gio's leg, looking up with big, sparkling puppy eyes and wagging his tiny stubby tail. He's looking right at you. Gio leans in, his voice choking with self-blame. You don't hate me, little guy? Because of me, your friends and your mom are all dead. The little dude isn't shy at all, sticking out his tongue and licking Gio's calloused hand like a sweet, comforting hug. The pup nuzzles his little head right into Gio's lap, acting all spoiled. This little guy too. I think he's totally attached to you. In no time, the pup is curled up, sleeping like a log right in Gio's arms. Ah, he passed out. He must be totally exhausted. Haiji rests her chin in her hand, deep in thought, worrying about the little soul. What should we do? We can't just ditch a tiny baby like this. Should I take him home with me? But what about him? Those lab people seem insanely dangerous. Hold on a sec. Let me call my sister. She quickly ducks into a corner to make the call, leaving Gio sitting there completely clueless, holding a dog. Huh? Sis. I got everything sorted out just like you said. But now I have no idea where to go. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Got it, see you later. All sorted out, she happily leads Gio down the night streets, not forgetting to poke the sound-asleep puppy. A fancy apartment complex stands tall in the night, their brand new safe house. Make yourself at home. Are you absolutely sure I can come in? A dangerous guy like me. You literally risked your life to save me. How could you possibly be a dangerous person? Oh, and my sister said she wants to meet you too. She's currently investigating a case. She thinks it's connected to the lab hunting you down. Said she might be able to help. Anyway, it's totally fine. Come on in. Walking in, Gio suddenly freezes when he catches his own reflection in the glass door. He screams his lungs out in pure terror, clinging to the glass and making Haiji jump out of her skin. What's wrong? What happened? I have cheeks. And a nose. I even have freaking lips now. Wait. What? My face is back. You didn't even realize it was back until now? I had no idea. My face hasn't fully regenerated since I was a kid. At the lab, my healing factor was always super slow, and the second I started healing, they'd throw me right back into another experiment. He touches his fully restored face. So, this is what I actually look like. The more I hear about it, the more messed up it sounds, but there's something that's been bugging me this whole time. Now that you've fully regenerated, you don't look like an old Ajusi at all. Exactly how old are you? Just throw out a guess. My age? It's been forever since I even thought about that. I was 7 when I entered the lab. I went through 7 year-end evaluations, and the seasons have changed 3 times since I broke out. So that makes you 17? Hearing that, Haiji is so mind-blown she spits her mouthful of water right into his face. She grabs his shoulders and shakes him like crazy. Then we're exactly the same age. Why the hell did you let me call you Mister this whole time? The teenage boy blushes furiously, scratching his head in embarrassment. Well, I just really liked the feeling of you talking to me like a normal human being. Haiji completely blue screens for 5 seconds at that innocent, brutally honest confession. Looking at his pathetic, puppy dog expression, her heart totally softens. What the heck? He looks so pitiful, but also weirdly adorable. From now on, we're on a first-name basis. No more formalities. All right? Now hurry up and go wash up. Dinner's almost ready. Yes, ma'am. I mean, yeah. In the kitchen, The little furball is munching happily on his delicious dinner. In the bathroom, Gio carefully washes away the bloody, metallic grime of a violently exhausting day. At the dining table, our boy stuffs his face and inhales the food. So good. This is so freaking good. Warm, flavorful food is absolute top tier. Haiji scratches her cheek with an awkward smile. It's literally just rice mixed with egg and soy sauce. Sorry, I'm not exactly a master chef. But anyway, thanks for enjoying it so much. O's eyes literally sparkle with pure happiness. No way. This is the greatest meal I've had in years. Cleaning up the sink, Haiji casually mentions. Also, my sister said something came up, so she can't make it home tonight. She must be swamped. The plate on the table has been absolutely demolished. Not a single grain of rice left behind. Anyway, you can crash here for the night. Here? Why? Can't you sleep in places like this? Oh no, I'd be incredibly honored. But sleeping on the floor is totally fine with me. Haiji laughs, handing him a thin blanket. It's really fine. Just use this blanket. Thank you. I gotta go to my room and do some homework. So just make yourself comfortable and go to sleep first. Yeah. Thanks a ton. The bedroom door clicks shut, leaving the living room in peaceful silence. Gio stands awkwardly in the middle of the dark living room, clutching the blanket for dear life. He cluelessly scans the unfamiliar, modern apartment. Glued to the ultra-thin TV screen, he mutters, "How on earth can a TV be that massive and that thin at the same time? They even grow flowers indoors. This place is worlds apart from the lab." Leaning back on the couch, he's instantly in heaven. So freaking comfortable. Are normal couches supposed to be this soft? It's way softer than the beds at the lab. The puppy, meanwhile, has its face buried in the stainless steel bowl, still gobbling away. Suddenly, the little guy freezes and stretches his neck, coughing and choking. Gio jolts up, his eyes going wide as he stares at the kitchen corner. The pup squeezes his eyes shut, sticking his tongue out and trying to hack up a piece of food. He panics and yells, "Hey, little guy!" Tossing the blanket aside, Gio bolts straight toward the furball to the rescue. He stops dead in his tracks, feeling like an idiot as he sees the puppy back to happily munching away like absolutely nothing happened. The little munchkin looks up at his savior with eyes full of innocent confusion. Gio lets out a massive sigh of relief, chuckling helplessly. Turns out it was nothing serious at all. Back on the plush sofa, he lies on his side, watching the puppy sleep soundly next to him. So warm and cozy, and so incredibly soft. I really love this feeling. The puppy gently nuzzles its head into his cheek in agreement. You really like it here too, don't you? What should I name you now? Since you're Potato's kid, how about French fries? The pup wags its tail like crazy, licking his face nonstop. How about Twidgem? You totally love that name, don't you? From now on, your name is Twidgem. Twidgem obediently closes his eyes, curling up and drifting off to sleep. Gio smiles, the most gentle and relieved smile he's ever had. So warm. So this is what people call happiness. I actually got to eat a super delicious meal. The memory of a steaming hot bath washing over him makes him tingle with comfort. It's so freaking warm. Gio soaks in the hot tub, his eyes crinkling into a blissful smile, while little Twidgem rests his two front paws on the edge, curiously checking things out. I actually got to take a warm bath. Gio bundles himself up in a bear-patterned blanket, eyes closed in pure comfort, as Twidgem snuggles into his chin, sleeping soundly. And now I get to sleep in a super soft bed like this. The smile on Joe's face vanishes, replaced by a somber expression in the dark room. But his eyes snap open, sharp and on high alert. I could lose all of this in the blink of an eye. A low-angle shot follows a pair of bare feet sprinting for their lives down a pitch-black tunnel. Everyone, run! A frantic crowd in hospital gowns trample over each other to escape. The exit is this way. A heavily armed tactical squad, fully geared from head to toe, ruthlessly hunts them down with assault rifles. They're all A-rank heart mutants or higher. Don't let a single one get away. The floor suddenly violently erupts, sending a massive cloud of dust and several unlucky mutants flying into the air. Huge concrete slabs crash down, crushing two mutants desperately crawling across the cracked tiles. A gas-masked commando drops to one knee, jolting as he levels his massive, heavy-duty weapon. A spark flares from the barrel of the gun. Two commandos unleash a raging inferno, blasting a deadly storm of fire straight at the fleeing mutants. The gas-masked soldier freezes, breaking into a cold sweat. A female mutant throws her hands forward, creating a jagged, massive wall of ice that completely blocks the blazing attack. Lying flat on the floor in his skeletal form, Gio faintly hears someone screaming, "Kimi o! Wake up!" His scarred, calloused hand weakly twitches. A muscular male mutant strains his biceps and shoulders, holding up a massive boulder to save Gio from getting flattened into a pancake. The guy grits his teeth, sweating bullets, his eyes wide as he desperately holds back the collapsing rubble. His pupils widen in shock behind his stark white skull face. "Hurry up!" The female mutant urgently reaches her hand out to him. "Get out of there. The exit is right ahead." In his skeletal form, Gio grips her outstretched hand tight. "Got it." The desperate mutants sprint blindly toward the blinding light at the end of the tunnel. "We put our lives on the line to escape." His gaze darkens, lost in the grim flashback. "But in the end, we all got separated." Gio lies deep in thought on the soft bed, gently patting little Twidgem. Right at this very moment, somewhere out there, they might be going through pure hell all over again. His long fingers gently stroke the pup's soft fur. "That's why I won't let anyone take this away from me." The veins on the back of his hand suddenly bulge and glow with a fierce red light. Even this tiny moment of peace, even this little sliver of happiness. The veiny resurrection heart beats aggressively, radiating an eerie, murderous aura. If anyone tries to rip it away from me, half of his face is swallowed by shadows, his eyes glinting with a deadly, razor-sharp glare. Then, his eyes widen with absolute fury. "No matter who the hell they are, I'll make them pay." "Yo, I'm off to school." Haiji cheerfully ties her shoes by the door, leaving the teenage boy standing there utterly confused. "School?" Haiji turns back to give him a heads up. "My sister said she's coming home tonight. Keep an eye on the house for me." "Tonight?" Gio breaks into a cold sweat, his face instantly draining of color. "Yeah, she's got a ton on her plate right now." "Yeah, got it. Have fun at school." Haiji waves goodbye from the door. "School. Sounds pretty fun." "All right, I'm head." Twidgem jumps up, frantically scratching at the door and begging her not to go. "Twidgem? What's wrong?" The little puppy wags its tail, clinging to the door to stall her. "What's up with him? He doesn't look sick." They both crouch down to look at the puppy stretching up, demanding attention. "Is he just bored? You want to go outside with me?" "Oh no, but I really gotta get to school." Gio smiles gently, offering a solution. "Should I take him for a walk instead? Are you totally sure you'll be okay?" Haiji looks back, her face full of worry. "What if those dangerous guys come after you again?" "It's fine." Gio holds his hands out, shrugging confidently. "My face is fully regenerated now, so they won't even recognize me." Haiji rests her face in her hands, sighing in relief. "That's a huge relief. If you take him out, make sure you put him on a leash." Haiji points to the cabinet as she puts on her backpack. "The leash is in that second drawer right there." "I'm super late, I gotta run," Gio obediently replies. "Yeah, have a good day at school." The teenage boy awkwardly rummages through the drawer. "She said the leash was in here." The puppy barks excitedly, rolling around and wiggling to fight against Gio trying to tie the long leash around him. Gio sweats nervously, awkwardly pulling the leash taut to stop him. "Wait, hey, don't take it off." The puppy whines and squirms, its little face squished by the tight leash. Is it really that uncomfortable?" The pup opens its mouth wide, eyes rolling back like it's about to suffocate. "Did I tie it way too tight?" Gio covers his face gloomily, his voice dropping with deep empathy. "Does it hurt? I used to be tied up with something exactly like this." Dark memories surface, his skeletal form strapped tightly to a blazing electric chair. "If I moved even an inch, the electricity would shock me." The scene cracks with sheer agony. "It felt like it was going to burn my whole body to a crisp. But I don't really have a choice." Gio painfully recalls the moment the puppy was randomly kicked by that thug. "People might not like seeing you running around free." The boy lowers his eyes, whispering softly, "Please forgive me." He looks down and sees the collar lying absolutely empty on the floor. Ao's jaw drops, his eyes bulging as he roars in total shock. You can just slip out of it like that? Gio bolts down the street like a madman, his mouth wide open as he screams. Twidgem! Twidgem! Snot and tears streaming down his face. The teenager yells in absolute desperation. Twidgem! Where are you? Completely oblivious to his owner who's losing his mind looking for him, the culprit Twidgem happily leaps through the air, loving his newfound freedom. He zooms right past two bewildered pedestrians. Where are you? Twidgem, please, say something. In a total panic, Gio rips open a trash can lid, peering tearfully into the stinking garbage bags. Are you hiding in here? He drops flat on the ground to peek underneath a bench, nearly giving a heart attack to a rat clutching a piece of cheese. Maybe he's under here? Utterly defeated, Gio hangs his head, drowning in sorrow next to a massive green dumpster. He slumps onto the ground, tearing at his hair in total distress. What the hell do I do? How am I supposed to find Twidgem now? What if something bad happened to him? His brain starts conjuring up a horrific scene of the innocent pup wandering right in front of a speeding truck. What if he got hit by a car? Or what if some bad guys hurt him? He imagines a bunch of rugged thugs flashing sleazy grins as they chase the terrified little dog. Gio frantically rubs his head, tears streaming down his face in deep regret and helplessness. I literally promised to protect him last night, and it hasn't even been a whole day. Sitting blankly by the trash pile, he suddenly looks up toward the bustling soccer field in the distance. Huh? A bunch of schoolboys are sweating it out, aggressively fighting for the ball on the green turf. Is this a school? Right there in a nearby bush, a familiar little furball is casually grooming itself, completely ignoring its owner who's crying his eyes out searching for it. Twidgem! Overjoyed, Gio sprints like a cheetah straight toward the school. Did he seriously track High G's sent all the way here? A burly, baton-wielding teacher on patrol suddenly furrows his brows, totally baffled by the intruder. Before he can even open his mouth to yell at him, Gio blurs past him like a tornado. Hold on a sec. He freezes for 5 seconds, his eyes bulging at the fast-fading silhouette. Hey, I'm talking to you. How the hell is he running that fast? Ignoring the shouts behind him, Gio charges straight into the middle of the students' soccer game. Hold on. Hold on. Zooming in on the boys sweating profusely and aggressively chasing the ball on the lush green field. The match seems to be insanely intense. Nearby, 2 high school girls happily chat and stroll across the campus. On the bleachers, a group of students huddles around a phone, gossiping away, while another group of girls relaxes and chats in the distance. Sweating buckets, Gio clings tightly to a tree trunk, his eyes full of awe at the incredibly peaceful scene. Everyone is just hanging out and having fun. So this is what school is like. A nearby whisper suddenly catches his attention, and he peeks over to eavesdrop. Huh? The boys on the bleachers are still glued to their phone, gossiping animatedly. I heard heart mutants actually originated from some crazy lab. Nah, that's just a rumor. The truth is, the phone screen displays a dark, creepy warehouse. If you report an unregistered mutant, the bounty is literally $1 billion. There's even a whole underground black market. Organizations that specifically traffic them. The boys laugh mockingly, dreaming of a huge payday. Man, we'd hit the jackpot if we caught one of those freaks. You really think you're tough enough to take down a literal gangster? Hey, let's just catch one first and figure the rest out later. Gio shrinks back against the tree, his expression turning bitter. So this is how normal people actually view heart mutants. Breaking into a cold sweat, the teenager grits his teeth and looks around on high alert. I have to be careful. I need to find Twidgem and get the hell out of here ASAP. Before he can even finish his thought, the familiar little furball happily trots right past him. I found you. Twidgem. 3 bubbly girls are filming a trendy TikTok dance, using rabbit and cat ear filters on their phone. How does it look? Is the framing good? The group huddles around the screen, showering compliments. Wow, that's amazing, Minyoung. You look absolutely gorgeous. Seriously, you look stunning. For real, your visuals are making me feel super insecure. You're too pretty. Minyoung holds the phone, smiling smugly. Oh, stop it, you guys are pretty too. Their fun is interrupted when a familiar little furball waddles right up to their feet. Oh my gosh, what is this? A little puppy? Cooing over it, Minyoung drops to a crouch and scoops the little dog into a hug. Ah, you're so adorable. Where did you come from? Where's your mommy? Phones instantly go up to capture the cute moment. Record this baby and post it on your story. Get closer so we can get a good look at him. Right in the middle of their selfie session, Joe's dark, exhausted face suddenly pops out from behind them, totally photobombing the shot. Puppy! The girls jump out of their skin and scream in terror. Clutching the puppy tight, they stumble backward, turning pale and glaring at the creepy intruder. Who the hell is this guy? Some kind of stalker? Is he one of those creeps who secretly films people? Gio awkwardly steps out from behind the tree, looking sketchy as hell. Damn it, he's definitely a creep. I'm so sorry. Sweating buckets, his face twisted in totally misunderstood misery. The teen nervously explains himself, with a dead leaf still stuck to the top of his head. I didn't mean to scare you guys. It's just that you're holding Twidgem. The girls' attitudes do a complete 180, their eyes lighting up as they inspect the stranger. He is actually super cute, right? How is he this handsome? Gio stands there completely frozen like a log, totally out of his element. Look at his gym clothes. Looks like a freshman. Who is he? I've never seen him around. Is he a transfer student? Sweating nervously, the teenager stares awkwardly into the camera lens. But, am I being recorded on your phone right now? Oh yeah, I'm filming a TikTok. Wanna join in? The group huddles closer, giggling and aggressively teasing the innocent boy. Hey, what are you saying? He's a total stranger. So what? He's super cute. Anyway, he's probably a freshman, right? We can just start being friends right now. Gio panics, waving his hands and backing away. No. I really shouldn't be caught on camera. The most popular girl in the group coldly shoves her phone screen right in his face. Give me your Insta handle. Minyoung, holding the dog in one hand and her phone in the other, flashes a confident, proactive smile. I'll tag you. Her two friends cover their mouths, whispering to each other in total shock. Wow, I've literally never seen Minyoung ask for someone's Insta before. Well, with a face like that, I completely get it. Gio awkwardly scratches his head, completely clueless about social media slang. Hurry up and tell her. Minyoung has over 100K followers. In STA? If she tags you, your follower count is gonna skyrocket in an instant. The girls keep gossiping excitedly, treating him like some fascinating new toy. I gotta admit, he's serious eye candy. It's so cute when he gets all shy. He'd make a totally great accessory. Gio stammers, completely flustered. But, oh my gosh, stop playing hard to get. We all know you're going to give it to her anyway. The teenage boy scratches the back of his neck and drops a total bombshell. I don't have any of those things. Leaving the three girls frozen with their jaws on the floor, Minyoung freezes, her smile stiffening as she holds out her completely empty phone screen. Huh? Thanks, but I'll pass. Gio bows perfectly at a 90-degree angle, dropping a ruthless rejection that leaves the school's beauty queen doubting her own ears. Huh? I'm being serious. Her two best friends cover their mouths, completely shell-shocked by the brutal reality unfolding. Wow, no freaking way. Did Minyoung just get rejected? Normally, guys would at least give their Insta, right? He's like a literal brick wall. Veins popping on her forehead. Minyoung forces a tight smile, her massive ego taking a critical hit. Damn it, he's totally playing hard to get. This is ridiculous. I just wanted to tag him. Is handing over an Insta handle really that hard? Boiling with rage, she aggressively shoves the puppy back into the clueless boy's arms. This is my dog, so I'm taking him now. Twidgem, I'm so sorry. I'll never let you out of my sight again. Completely ignoring the furious beauty queen, Gio happily rubs his face against the puppy, totally moved. Meanwhile, a bulky, red-haired student watching from afar darkens with rage, shooting absolute daggers at Gio. Mother, F.A. Who the hell does he think he is? Hey, Taegeu. Isn't that the girl you're crushing on? His soccer buddies huddle up, gossiping and lighting the fuse on the insanely tense situation. Yeah. That little punk is using a puppy to hit on Minyoung. While Gio is still smiling gently and rubbing the puppy's belly, a massive storm of pure jealousy is about to crash down on him. I've been keeping an eye on him. Who the hell is that guy? Noklu, a transfer student? Looks like he's in our grade. The red-haired guy grinds his teeth, veins popping on his forehead, boiling with intense jealousy. That piece of trash. How dare he hit on Minyoung right in front of my face? Taegu roughly snatches the soccer ball from his clueless blonde friend. Hey, give me the ball. Huh? What do you need the ball for? Ignoring the panicked warnings, he bites his lip, winds up, and unleashes a violently powerful kick. Wait a sec. Last time you kicked a ball, you literally broke someone's nose. His cleats smash into the ball, denting it with sheer force. I don't give a damn. The ball tears through the air like a literal cannonball, radiating pure, murderous intent. The insanely dangerous trajectory aims straight for Gio, making him look up in total confusion. Huh? The teenager's sluggish eyes instantly sharpen, turning ice-cold and dark. His pupils shrink, locking dead onto the unidentified object flying at him at breakneck speed. In complete contrast to the heavy tension, little Twidgem rests comfortably in his arms, wagging his tail and panting, completely oblivious. The ball smashes down with terrifying force. Gio turns his back to tank the brutal impact and shield the puppy, making the girls scream in horror. The short-haired girl frantically runs over, checking on the boy doubled over in pain. Hey, are you okay? Drops of dark crimson blood hit the pavement. You're bleeding. Are you okay? The red-haired guy throws his hands up in mock surrender, playing the innocent card perfectly. Oh, am I bad? The ball totally slipped. He runs a hand through his hair, showing off for the ladies, then turns to the victim with a super fake apology. Ah, damn. That almost hit me. Sorry about that. My fault. Hey, are you alright? Does it hurt? His cocky smirk vanishes, and he glares down with a menacing scowl. Watch your back. Huh? O's face darkens, blood pouring from his nose as he holds tight to the puppy, who's now baring its tiny fangs. You almost hurt the puppy. Apologize. The red-haired guy points right at the victim, bursting into arrogant, obnoxious laughter. A double nosebleed. Suddenly remembering his image, he covers his mouth, mentally slapping himself. Minyoung is watching, you idiot. He scratches his head, putting on a fake, condescending tone of concern. Hey, are you okay? You took that ball right to the face. A guy actually got his nose broken by a ball like that before. Aren't you gonna go to the nurse's office? Gio replies coldly, completely ignoring his blood-smeared face. I'm fine, but Twidgem almost got hurt. Be careful from now on. Effed. Look at him trying to act tough with blood gushing from his nose. Alright. I'm sorry. The puppy is precious, right? Gio smiles gently, not caring about the blood smeared all over his mouth. You apologized, so it's fine. I'm really okay. He turns and walks away, his back radiating a lonely vibe. I'm heading out. Twidgem, let's go home. Taegu's buddy stands by, dropping a mocking comment. He looks way better than I thought. Taegu must have gone easy on him. The red-haired guy snaps angrily. Shut up. He lifts his chin, his eyes glaring with bitter resentment like daggers. Find out exactly who that punk is and what class he's in. The lackey sweats nervously. Huh? His face just really pisses me off. Gio strolls down the quiet sidewalk, hugging the puppy tight and whispering in his thoughts. I was so scared I was going to lose Twidgem. A relieved smile slowly spreads across the teenager's scarred lips. But thanks to Twidgem, I actually got to see a real school. And I saw so many kids my own age. His usually gloomy face suddenly brightens with the hopeful light of a real 17-year-old. It looked so fun. If I went to school there, do you think I'd make a lot of friends? Lost in his daydream, an overly enthusiastic voice from behind suddenly shatters his thoughts. Hey, buddy. Gio turns around, completely stunned, his eyes wide with confusion. Before he can even react, Taegu rushes up and throws an arm over his shoulder, acting super buddy-buddy. Hey, I'm really sorry about earlier. Gio freezes up, totally bewildered. Buddy? The red-haired guy tightens his grip around his neck, flashing a sinister grin accompanied by a loud, incredibly fake laugh. We're in the same grade, so we're basically friends. Taegu practically drags the clueless teenager along. Since you took a hit from my ball, a simple apology isn't enough. I'll buy you some bread. Gio blinks blankly. What? Gio spaces out, literally drooling at the thought of warm, sweet pastries. Bread? The two walk arm in arm, looking like best pals. You're buying me bread? For real? The red-haired guy laughs smugly. Yeah, buddy, there's an amazing bakery right over there. Gio pats the puppy excitedly. Do they have anything Twidgem can eat? Of course. It's all on me. He flashes an absolutely sleazy, villainous grin. You must be starving after trying to act so tough in front of those girls. Huh. The camera angle drops low, focusing on a massive, filthy shoe swinging up high. Taegu violently launches a brutal kick straight into Joe's back, totally catching him off guard. Gio drops to his knees, hugging the puppy tight, as a totally unfamiliar, mocking voice rings out. You seriously brought this punk here? His face darkens instantly, his cold, dead eyes looking up. Did he actually follow you just because you promised him bread? Three rugged thugs smirk down at him, looking at him like absolute trash. Is this kid mentally challenged or something? Well, either way, I'll make sure you eat plenty of bread. A top-down shot shows Gio surrounded by the thugs, who are puffing smoke down at him. A knuckle sandwich. The punks crowd around, laughing and blowing smoke arrogantly. Ew. Look at this pathetic loser. Taegu steps up aggressively, hands on his hips, glaring down with a threat. Wanna get beat down? Hey, who the hell do you think you are trying to act tough? Gao's face remains totally deadpan, his empty eyes staring back. Act tough? What do you mean? The red-haired guy roars, his eyes practically popping with jealousy. Why were you hitting on Minyoung? He shoves his fist right into Joe's face, screaming insults while the tiny puppy trembles in Joe's arms. One punch and you'll be crawling on the floor crying. Drop the tough guy act. You want me to absolutely crush you? The lackeys crack up, throwing out insults dripping with contempt. Look at him, he's scared out of his mind. More mocking comments follow. Take it easy, Taegu. Yeah, don't hit him. He's so skinny. One kick and his leg will snap. Bringing a dog to school just for attention. Absolutely disgusting. Taegu grinds his teeth, struggling to hold back his rage. So freaking annoying. Seriously. I should. Damn it. Gio rubs his face in exhaustion, sighing heavily internally. I seriously thought he called me out to be friends. He just wanted to pick a fight. Not bothering to argue, the teenager turns his back and starts walking away. Sorry. If I bothered you, I'll just leave. Taegu's eyes widen in shock. Wait, what? Two thugs instantly block his path, smirking and blowing smoke. Where the hell do you think you're going? Wow, are you kidding me? You acted so casual, I almost let you walk away. A sarcastic, annoying laugh echoes out. The puppy fluffs up and bares its tiny fangs to protect its owner. Gio glares, hugging his precious boy tight and spitting out every word. Move. You're scaring Twidgem. A thug in a green tracksuit charges forward aggressively, swinging a massive hand to grab his collar. This mutt is exactly like its owner. How dare you bark at me?
Fast as lightning. Gio lhe achas a devastatinho percut.
The punch is so brutal it literally unhinges the thug's jaw, sending blood flying everywhere. The green shirt guy is knocked out cold on the floor, his face swollen and deformed, leaving the rest of the gang staring in pure terror. What the hell? Why is Ji-yoon crumpled on the ground? Taegu's jaw practically hits the floor, sweating bullets as he can't believe his own eyes. What the hell just happened? Am I seeing things? He just swung his arm, and Ji-yoon went flying that far. The three remaining lackeys turn red with rage, rushing in with their fists raised. You bastard! What the hell did you just do? Facing the aggressive mob, Gio stands perfectly still like a statue, shielding his puppy. Did you seriously just knock out Ji-yoon? His dull eyes completely vanish, his pupils shrinking as they radiate a cold-blooded, murderous aura. The veiny resurrection heart inside his chest flares up, pumping wildly and flooding his body with terrifying, monstrous power. Before he can even touch a hair on his head, the lead thug takes a brutal high kick straight to the face, his jaw twisting as he's launched backward into the air. Gio swings a fatal blow right at Taegu's face, moving so fast the thugs don't even have time to blink. The iron-hard fist smashes dead into the opponent's face, the brutal force completely crushing his nose. The sheer kinetic energy creates a massive shockwave. The guy's eyes roll back in sheer terror, his mind completely blanking out as his bones, and the brick wall behind him shatter simultaneously. I told you to stop. Gio calmly pets his precious boy, while the puppy barks along proudly. You're scaring Twidgem. What? That brick wall. The lackeys turn ghost white, their legs turning to jelly as they witness this completely absurd power. This is insane. He's a freaking monster. Completely terrified, the gang ditches their brotherhood and sprints for their lives. This is impossible. Taegu's back is pinned to the shattered wall, sweating profusely. Damn it, he literally cracked the wall? We are completely screwed. He collapses to the ground, his legs shaking violently as he stares up at his worst nightmare. One hit from him and our bones will literally turn to dust. Did we just mess with the wrong freaking guy? The school bully's face twists in agony, snot and tears streaming down his face as he screams in total despair. Taegu drops to his knees, sweating buckets as he begs for his life. I'm so sorry. I'll never do it again. The shaking bully shoves his phone forward as proof, babbling to desperately defend himself. And they were the ones who wanted to hit the puppy. I never wanted to hit it. I never even thought about it. Seriously. I even have a dog at home. Look. Her name is Poppy. See? She's super cute, right? Oh, he really does have a dog. Is he actually a good guy? Gio blinks innocently at the screen, completely ignoring the red-haired guy begging on his hands and knees. Please, just let me off this one time. The dead silence is suddenly broken by a loud, demanding growl from the teenager's empty stomach. Used up all my energy, now I'm starving. Gio looks down, petting the puppy absent-mindedly. Now that I think about it, I haven't eaten a single thing today. He's suddenly hungry? Right in the middle of this? Taegu sweats nervously, completely unable to process his enemy's train of thought. Oh, I get it now. This little punk. He's pretending to forgive me just to extort food out of me? In Taegu's terrified mind, Joe's deadpan stare suddenly looks incredibly sinister. You scheming, evil bastard. Cut back to the classroom, where Haiji sits cross-legged, chewing on her pen, deep in thought. The school cafeteria sign shines brightly in the afternoon sun, signaling an incoming massive hit to the bully's wallet. The table is absolutely loaded with greasy, delicious snacks. Us eyes sparkle like stars as he clasps his hands, ready to dive in. Thanks a ton. I'm gonna eat so well. The red-haired guy stands next to him, forcing a painfully awkward smile while mourning his empty wallet. Yeah, eat up. He inhales the food like a starving beast, completely ignoring the school bully who watches in absolute horror. Cheeks stuffed and chewing aggressively, Gio turns to the puppy, whose face is also buried in a bowl. Isn't this incredible? The puppy barks back, totally hyped. There's actual strawberry filling inside this bread. Another happy bark agrees with the praise. The school bully grinds his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat as his delinquent brain desperately tries to analyze the situation. Who the hell is this guy? His strength is absolutely insane, but he acts like a complete, pathetic loser. I honestly cannot figure him out at all. The image of his buddy getting uppercut into the sky like a ragdoll is burned into his memory. That punch earlier literally sent a guy flying. Was he an athlete? Or like a professional boxer? His eyes darken with traumatized shock. But seriously, even if he's an athlete, is it actually possible to crack a solid wall just by throwing a guy into it? I've never seen anything like that in my entire life. Realizing that fighting back is pure suicide, Taegu sneaks a call for backup. I'm gonna have to bring out the big guns. In the background, the clueless teen is still happily feeding his dog. Twidgem, try this. It's so freaking good. It literally melts in your mouth. The red-haired guy covers his mouth, brown nosing over the phone. Boss Young Chul. Hey man. It's me, Taegu. How have you been? On the other end of the line, a heavily tattooed, hardcore gangster puffs on a cigarette at a gambling table. Oh Taegu, been a while. What's up? Taegu wipes his cold sweat, his voice turning incredibly pathetic and desperate. Boss, can you please help me out just this once?
I'm seriously screwed.
The gangster's face scrunches up in total disgust. What? You got beat up by some random nobody? He verbally trashes his underling without mercy. Are you messing with me? Hey, you pathetic loser. Why the hell are you calling me just because you got your ass kicked? Do I look like I have all the free time in the world? Taegu whines into his phone, begging for backup like a complete coward. It's because that guy fights like a literal monster. This is the first and last time I'll ever ask for a favor. Please, just help me get my pride back this once. At a boxing gym not too far away, two guys spar in the ring. What's up? Who is it? Oh, it's that lackey Taegu. This idiot just got his ass handed to him and is begging for help. The gangster rubs his face, sighing in pure contempt. What a total moron. How good at fighting could this guy possibly be? Whatever, I'm bored anyway. Tell him I'll drop by. TSK. What a pathetic loser. Alright, I gotta head over near the school today anyway. Bring him out. The red-haired guy lights up like he just won the lottery, thanking his boss profusely. For real. Thank you so much, boss. Hanging up, the school bully smirks triumphantly, his eyes flashing with toxic, vengeful malice. Transfer student, you are dead meat. While lost in his sadistic revenge fantasy, half a piece of bread is suddenly shoved right in his face. Do you want some? Gio innocently offers the pastry, making the red-haired guy completely freeze up. I feel bad eating it all by myself. Huh? Taegu panics, hastily grabbing all the sausages and sodas and shoving them straight into his enemy's hands. No, no. You go ahead. You can have it all. Take all these snacks and drinks too. Doa's eyes widen with pure emotion. Are really? Thank you. Gio happily crouches down to hand-feed his puppy, creating a scene so ridiculously peaceful it leaves the thug totally speechless. How can a guy like this possibly be that freaking strong? Watching the puppy happily munching on a sausage with its eyes squeezed shut, the red-haired guy suddenly freezes. Huh? The bully's eyes lock onto his enemy's hand casually holding the sausage skewer. Wait a minute. When he punched that wall earlier, his hand definitely got messed up. How is it completely healed already? Taegu's delinquent brain goes into overdrive trying to piece together the completely absurd facts. Hold on. Superhuman strength that sends people flying. And injuries that regenerate in the blink of an eye? News clips from the internet strike his mind like lightning. Depending on the shape of their heart, they can wield various abilities. If that's the case, no way, but they make up less than a fraction of a percent of the population, so they're rarely seen in real life. Are you a heart mutant? The question slips out, startling Gio so badly, he spits a literal fountain of soda right onto the poor puppy's head. Gio doubles over coughing violently, waving his hands defensively while sweating buckets. And no, I'm not. The red-haired guy screams internally as he realizes he just hit the jackpot. This punk. He's totally busted. Taegu takes a step back, covering his mouth in absolute shock. A heart mutant. This is the first time I've ever seen one in real life. He looks exactly like a normal human being. His pupils shrink as sheer terror begins to choke him. Wait, but if he's a heart mutant, doesn't that make him insanely dangerous? If you guys drag me out here for nothing, I'm beating the crap out of all of you. On the other end of the line, the boss slams his fist on the gambling table, scattering chips everywhere and roaring a threat. A heart mutant? The entire sweaty, testosterone-filled boxing gym falls dead silent as the boss barks into the phone. That punk standing next to you is a heart mutant. Taegu shrinks down, hiding behind a convenience store aisle, whispering his pathetic, trembling plea. Yes, a heart mutant. I had no idea he was this terrifying. It's too dangerous. Let's just forget about teaching him a lesson. The boss's voice roars with pure excitement through the receiver. No, this is even better. Huh? We're gonna absolutely wreck that bastard. So make sure he doesn't go anywhere. Keep him right there.
Sweeting buckets. Taegu kawarli agres.
Yes, boss. I got it. Gio dusts off his hands, turning his back to leave. I'm done eating. I'm heading out. The red-haired guy jumps, breaking into a cold sweat terrified his prey is escaping. You're leaving already? Lunch break isn't even over yet. Gio smiles brightly and innocently, a crumb still stuck to his face. Yeah, I gotta head home now. Taegu's brain runs a marathon, exhausting his delinquent mind to set a trap. I have to stall him until they get here. In that case, he hastily shifts to a shady, persuasive tone. Ashi. Instead of that, why don't we ditch class and go hang out? The clueless teen echoes back. Ditch class? The location the bully chose to stall his opponent is a bustling entertainment center called Gameland. Gio walks in, his eyes wide in absolute awe like he just discovered a whole new world. Wow! It's so bright and flashy in here. What is this place? The red-haired guy stares in utter disbelief. Is this really your first time at an arcade? The teenager's face lights up, his cheeks flushing pink with sheer excitement. Yeah. I didn't even know places like this existed. Wow! A high-angle shot shows the teenage boy and his puppy completely mesmerized amidst a sea of colorful arcade cabinets. Everything is so brand new to me. It's amazing. Gio presses his face right against the claw machine glass, his eyes shining like he struck gold. Oh! This is the exact same teddy bear Hai-Ji has on her backpack. The red-haired guy is completely speechless at his country bumpkin enemy, sweating bullets once again. What? You've seriously never seen a claw machine before? What the hell has this guy been doing his entire life? He throws money around to buy some time. Hey, I'll put in some coins. Give it a try. Gio awkwardly grabs the joystick. Huh? And me? Like this. No, move over. The school bully steps up to demonstrate, operating the joystick like an absolute pro. Just use the joystick to grab the plushie. The clueless teen gasps in amazement. The claw. It's actually moving. The teddy bear drops perfectly into the prize chute. Wow. Gio hugs his hard-earned prize tight, his face glowing with pure happiness. Now I have the same plushie as Hai-Ji. This is way too fun. So this is an arcade. The red-haired guy flashes a sly grin, rubbing his nose smugly. Right? Perfect, he's totally hooked. Stalling until the big bros get here is gonna be a piece of cake. The plan continues as Taegu points to some flashing glass booths. Wait, you've never been to a coin karaoke booth either? Gio blankly repeats the completely alien term. Coin. Karaoke? The two sit stiffly inside the tiny booth, the thug holding the remote with fake, excessive politeness. It's a place to sing. Just tell me what song you want. I'll pick it for you. Gio scratches his head in confusion. A song? But I don't really know any. The red-haired guy snaps, pressuring him. Hey, just sing whatever. Don't be a buzzkill when it's just us guys. Oh, well, in that case. The karaoke screen displays cartoon bears and monkeys dancing to a nursery rhyme. Holding mom's hand on a picnic day. The cotton candy I tasted then. Gio squeezes his eyes shut, pouring his absolute soul into the microphone, completely ignoring the school bully behind him who's fuming in sheer disbelief. Holding mom's hand on a picnic day cot. Don't. Can. Die. What kind of psychopath sings nursery rhymes at karaoke? How long are you going to keep up this weird act? The teen lowers the mic, looking incredibly gloomy and pitiful. Am I not allowed to sing this? It's literally the only song I know. Gio lowers his head, his lonely, pathetic silhouette bathed in the flashing strobe lights. My mom taught me this song right before I was separated from my family at 7. I couldn't live a normal life after that, so I genuinely don't know any other songs. The thug's eyes widen in sheer shock, all his shady schemes completely vanishing from his mind. Separated from his family at 7? Couldn't live a normal life? Watching the innocent teen gently pet his puppy, Taegu's delinquent heart suddenly turns to absolute mush. Who the hell is this guy? Is every heart mutant like this? He bites his lip tight, tears and snot threatening to spill over because he's so incredibly moved. Damn it, that hit right in the feels. He wipes his face and boldly flashes a stack of cash, determined to give his enemy the childhood he never had. You couldn't live a normal life? Then you should live an extraordinary one. Follow me. I'll show you a whole new world. Huh? The two dive into the electronic drum arcade, smashing the pads at breakneck speed in absolute peak hype. Beat it faster! The red-haired guy roars, completely losing himself in the fun. Moving on to a fighting game, Taegu grinds his teeth in rage as he gets endlessly combo-locked into a corner. Hey! Stop spamming cheap moves. Isn't that how you're supposed to play? You can't do that, you punk! On the dance pad, the red-haired guy smugly shows off his flawless footwork, while Gio completely wipes out, slipping and crashing flat onto the arrows. The school bully holds his stomach, cracking up at his enemy's disastrous dancing. Are you really that bad? The clueless teen sits on the floor with an awkward laugh. This is way too hard. The two drag themselves out of the arcade, completely drained and exhausted. I totally lost track of time. Gio beams as he grabs a bottle of water, his eyes sparkling with joy. The arcade was so incredibly fun. I've literally never been anywhere this fun in my entire life. The red-haired guy crosses his arms, looking completely smug and proud of himself. Right? I told you it'd be fun, didn't I? The phone in the thug's pocket suddenly buzzes violently, completely shattering their newfound bromance. Ha! He pulls his phone out, smirking at his enemy's innocence. Look at this guy. But seriously, who's calling at this hour? The second he sees the caller ID, Taegu's face turns ghost white as a roar explodes from the receiver. You little punk! You should have picked up faster. His brain finally reboots, and he breaks out in a massive cold sweat. Oh crap! Boss Young Chul. I was supposed to stall this guy so the boss could teach him a lesson, wasn't I? I was having so much fun I completely forgot. He shakily looks down at the prize in his hand, an adorable photo booth sticker packed with their happy, totally wholesome memories together. I got way too hyped, and even took cute four-cut photos with him? I am such a freaking idiot. Staring deep into the cheesy photo they just took, Taegu sinks into deep thought. A top-down shot shows Taegu standing completely paralyzed amidst the crowd, sweating buckets as he dreads his boss's wrath. The scene shifts to a deserted, sketchy alleyway where a crew of hardcore gangsters is waiting with nasty scowls. What? Taegu bows completely in half at a 90-degree angle, trembling as he apologizes to the big brothers. I'm so sorry, boss. Turns out that guy isn't a heart mutant like I thought. One guy puffing a cigarette scowls in pure rage, while the goons holding baseball bats behind him start popping a vein. Is this punk playing games with me? The red-haired guy frantically begs for his life.
I'm sorry.
I'm really, really sorry. Flashing back to the moment in the karaoke booth, Taegu's eyes harden as he genuinely empathizes with the guy's pain. I get it now. It's not his fault. The image of Gio sitting quietly, hugging the puppy tight, flashes in his mind like a tragic movie scene. Is that puppy literally his only family? The school bully covers his face and breaks down sobbing, his delinquent heart completely shattered by pure emotion. Oh my god, this is just too freaking heartbreaking. Sniffling through tears, Taegu shows his phone screen displaying a picture of his own pet to show some real solidarity. Honestly, I totally get how you feel. My dog Poppy is 17 years old this year. I have no idea when she'll cross the rainbow bridge. He cries endlessly while Gio sits next to him, warmly patting his shoulder to comfort him. Just thinking about her passing away makes me want to cry. Honestly, I almost killed my friends when they tried to lay a hand on my dog. The clueless teen replies softly. Oh man, it's gonna be okay. I made a crazy, reckless choice. Yeah, I didn't do this for him. I did it for the puppy. If something happens to him, what's going to happen to the dog? The tattooed boss suddenly unleashes a brutal, ruthless punch, smashing straight into his underling's face without an ounce of hesitation. Taegu crashes hard onto the freezing concrete, his massive frame shaking as he clutches his agonizing injury. The boss violently grabs the underling's red hair, yanking his head back, and growls his name. Taegeu. The big bro glares with pure malice, getting right in his bleeding subordinate's face to interrogate him. You think I'm joking around? Where is the mutant? This little piece of trash. The gangsters standing behind him cross their arms, gripping their clubs and radiating a deadly aura. A goon wearing a black mask shoots a challenging, lethal glare. Are you deaf? Or just stupid? The entire ruthless gang forms an intimidating circle, looking down at the kneeling underling like absolute garbage. Do you not see this whole crew gathered here just to bag that guy? Taegu frantically begs for mercy, desperately spitting out lies to protect his new friend. Wait, boss, please stop. This is a massive misunderstanding. I spent the entire day with him. If he was a heart mutant, I definitely would have noticed something off. But there was absolutely nothing. A flashback of Gio collapsed on the dance machine, practically steaming from exhaustion, pops up to back up his lie. He's just a total, pathetic loser. For real. He played 2 rounds on the dance machine at the arcade and literally passed out from exhaustion. At first, I thought he was super strong, but it turns out it only looked that way because the other guys were already dead tired from playing soccer. Taegu looks up with a blood-smeared face at his boss, desperately continuing his fabricated story. He's literally a nobody. I'm so incredibly sorry for making you come all the way out here for nothing. Young Chul glares down, baring his teeth in pure skepticism at his underling's excuse. The young boss sighs heavily, scratching his head in sheer annoyance. This is so freaking annoying. So you're telling me he's not here? Taegu nods shakily.
Yes.
That's exactly right. Young Chul suddenly throws his arm around his underling's shoulder, pulling him into a chokehold, his tone turning dark and full of hidden meaning. Taegu, you're upset that I yelled at you and hit you, aren't you? He lights a cigarette, leaning in close to whisper in his ear with a sinister grin. Listen here, kid. When you were lying just now, it was written all over your freaking face. The big bro pulls him even closer, that completely fake smile never fading. Tell me why. Why did you suddenly change your mind so fast? Taegu breaks into a cold sweat, his eyes darting in panic as young Chul relentlessly grills him. Was he different from what you expected? Did he look too terrifying? I told you that thing isn't a human being. The world is a dangerous place because of mutants like him. We have to go this far just to keep ourselves safe. The boss bursts into maniacal laughter, patting his underling mockingly. Wait a second. Are you seriously worried about me? You actually think we'd lose? Man, you crack me up. That's adorable. Taegu lowers his head, a line of blood trickling from his nose, his eyes filled with unwavering resolve. And no, I'm dead serious. Young Chul doesn't bother arguing anymore. He ruthlessly shoves 5 thick fingers right in his underling's face to name his price. What a pain in the ass. 5 million won. Young Chul tightly grips Taegu's head, leaning in close to drop an incredibly shady, tempting offer. I'm being super generous here. Hand that mutant over to me, and I'll give you 5 million won. Sound good? I'm pretty cool, right? I already have a broker lined up to deal with this heart mutant. It's gonna be a perfectly clean transaction with 0 evidence left behind. Taegu's eyes widen, cold sweat streaming down his cheeks as the horrifying truth finally hits him. Wait a minute, isn't this literal human trafficking? Haunting news headlines flash through his mind. Kidnappings targeting heart mutants are on the rise recently. Word is that the government and research labs pay insane amounts of cash to buy heart mutants. Taegu pushes back against the ground, his palms shaking violently in the face of this brutal reality. I totally thought those were just baseless rumors. I never thought he'd actually do the stuff I only see on social media. Swallowing his sheer terror, Taegu keeps begging his boss to leave Gio alone. No, boss, that guy really isn't anything special. Please believe me. Young Chul snaps, cutting him off with a brutal, savage kick straight to the gut. You little punk. The devastating force launches Taegu's bulky body flying straight into the pile of trash in the dark alley. Taegu lies crushed on the garbage pile, his face twisted in absolute agony as blood gushes relentlessly from his nose. It hurts so much. I can't breathe. Young Chul grinds his teeth, raising his fist and screaming his lungs out in pure frustration. I have had enough of your bullshit. The boss ruthlessly stomps his foot down on his underling's head, completely crushing whatever shred of dignity Taegu had left into the pavement. You are seriously starting to piss me off. Young Chul turns to his crew, barking out a ruthless command. What the hell are you waiting for? Beat him until he spills everything. The thugs swarm in, brutally stomping on their victim, while Taegu can only curl up and cover his head, groaning in agony. Ugh! Merciless kicks land repeatedly on his ribs, making him writhe in excruciating pain. Ah! Ugh! A flashback triggers. A younger Taegu in his old middle school uniform getting violently jumped by a different gang. Stop it! Please stop. In the memory, Taegu covers his face, sobbing and begging as a hail of kicks and punches rains down on him. I told you to stop. Please stop. A loud shout suddenly cuts through the beating, freezing the dark alleyway for a split second. Hey! A group of older, intimidating high schoolers appears at the end of the alley, glaring down the bullies. You little freshman punks. Who gave you permission to bully your classmate on our turf?
You vanadi.
Seeing the aggressive older guys, The bullies panic and instantly bolt for their lives. We're so sorry. Wait for me. Taegu sits on the ground, trembling as he looks up at his savior's back.
Hey, Yotaegeu. Yes.
A younger Young Chul squats down, smoking a cigarette. It's me, kid. Listen, you little punk. If you belong to our gym, don't go out there getting your ass handed to you like this. The flashback fades with the brutal impact of real-life kicks dragging Taegu back to reality. He was so loyal, such a great fighter, and he looked incredibly cool. Young Chul roars furiously along with his thugs. You piece of trash. I used to want to be exactly like them, just because they looked so freaking cool. Taegu lies completely still on the cold pavement, his blood pooling around his battered body. This kid's got a tight lip. Maybe he actually doesn't know. No way. I've known this little punk for a long time. I can spot his lies instantly. The young boss squats in front of Taegu, coldly blowing a puff of smoke in his face.
Taegeu.
You're super loyal. It's actually pretty impressive. Young Chul's face twists with pure, unadulterated greed as he brings up the money. But listen here, kid. We can make an absolute fortune just by selling him to a broker. Taegu barely opens his swollen eyes, helplessly listening to his former idol's incredibly inhumane plan. If you try to sell him off yourself, you'll only get 2 or 3 million won at most. Young Chul stands up, brushing off his hands, and coldly barks an order to his lackeys. Loyalty doesn't mean jack shit once your body is permanently crippled. Bring out the chain. A goon quickly hands over a thick, heavy steel chain, the sound of metal clanking sending chills down the spine. You said you wanted to live a cool life, didn't you? Rough hands tightly wrap the metal chain around a massive fist, preparing for a brutal torture session. Making a ton of cash is the coolest way to live, kid. There's absolutely no shame in it. Young Chul raises his chain-wrapped fist, flashing a cold-blooded, sinister smirk. Let's both live a good life. Suppressing his pain, Taegu cracks an eye open, staring at the deadly fist hovering right over his face. Boss, I'm sorry, but you look incredibly pathetic right now. The entire gang surrounds him, glaring down at the traitor with absolute, icy contempt. Taegu's face is smeared with dirt and blood, his heart filled with overwhelming shock and instant regret. Ah! What the hell did I just say? Did I really just say that? Veins bulge on Young Chul's forehead, his smile twisting into pure, murderous rage. So that's how it is, Taegu, you little piece of trash. Terrified out of his mind, Taegu instinctively throws his arms up to block and screams for mercy. B-boss, I'm sorry. It just slipped out. Young Chul swings his massive, chain-wrapped arm high, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Go to hell, you bastard. The brutal execution is suddenly interrupted as a scrawny, teenage hand reaches out and catches the chain-wrapped wrist midair. Gio is standing right there out of nowhere, calmly gripping Young Chul's arm tight, making the boss's face pale with shock. This chain is almost as thick as a pinky finger. Plus, the welds and edges are super rough. A wide shot from above shows Gio effortlessly blocking the hulking gangster with one hand, while holding the puppy in the other, leaving the whole gang completely stunned. If you get hit by this, the scar is going to last a really long time. The goons in the back drop their jaws, sweating bullets as they try to process the absurd scene. What the hell is up with this kid? Taegu stares up at the teenage boy shielding him, his eyes completely wide with disbelief. Why is he? Gio crouches down, gently petting the puppy and chatting as if Young Chul's deadly attack was just a light breeze. I came looking for you, since you were taking way too long. Taegu panics and screams, completely ignoring his shredded face to warn him. Run. These guys are my old gang. Us dull eyes suddenly sharpen, his voice dropping into a cold, eerie calmness. Actually, I'm the one who called them here. I called them here because of you, Gio. Taegu's face scrunches up in agony, sobbing uncontrollably as he spills his guilty confession. I even told them absolutely everything. About you being a heart mutant. Why? Tears of deep regret stream down his bruised, scratched face. Because I was so freaking pissed that you beat the crap out of me. The red-haired student lowers his head, choking back sobs as his heart drowns in delayed shame. I'm so sorry.
No.
Gio tilts his head, his eyes showing a mix of genuine confusion and naive concern. I mean, why did you willingly let yourself get beaten to a pulp just for that? Young Chul glares down viciously while Taegu is still completely shell-shocked by the boy's overwhelming forgiveness. A masked goon sneaks up from behind, raising a wooden baseball bat high and delivering a brutal, cowardly strike straight at Joe's head. Gio grits his teeth, his face contorting in pain as he takes the fatal sneak attack head-on. Seeing their target drop, Young Chul's entire crew swarms in, mercilessly bashing the teenager with their clubs and bats. The heavy, violent blows crash repeatedly onto his back, the terrifying force seemingly threatening to crack the ground beneath them. Watching its savior get completely jumped, little Twidgem puffs up and barks furiously, trying to protect its owner. Witnessing the sheer brutality, Taegu's heart wrenches with absolute helplessness and crushing guilt. Oh, no! The masked goon raises his bat again, smirking victoriously thinking he's already won. So you really are a heart mutant, and you literally delivered yourself right to... Amidst the dark red blood pooling on the ground, Thaw's 5 fingers suddenly twitch and dig aggressively into the concrete. Streams of thick blood immediately start vacuuming straight into his fingertips. The masked thug's eyes bug out in sheer panic. Huh? Fast as lightning, Gio springs up and unleashes a devastating uppercut, completely knocking the coward's front teeth right out of his mouth into the air. The explosive punch violently rips the cloth mask right off the guy's face, sending a streak of blood flying through the air while Young Chul watches in utter shock. The thug is knocked out completely cold, his brain rattled to mush after tanking the teenager's monstrous kinetic force. The other 2 goons turn ghost white, sweating like crazy as they watch their buddy get one-shot into oblivion. Gio slowly rises from the rubble, his silhouette radiating a pitch-black, suffocating aura that completely chokes the alleyway. Young Chul completely loses it, veins popping on his neck as he screams an order to the whole gang. Kill him! A wide shot shows the entire aggressive mob simultaneously swinging their bats and steel pipes, rushing the lone teenager. Get him! The thugs swarm him with ruthless attacks, creating an absolutely chaotic, violently bloody brawl. Gio counters instantly with a devastating high axe kick, completely swatting a guy with a steel pipe out of the air. The goons groan in agony as they take hit after hit, blood spewing everywhere as the absurdly powerful strikes literally unhinge their jaws. Thaw's eyes turn ice cold as he dashes forward, delivering a straight punch right into the brown jacket thug's face without giving him a single second to react. He follows up with a brutal kick, slamming dead onto the guy's head and sending him crashing to the ground. His dull, deadpan eyes stare straight ahead, radiating a dark, suffocating murderous intent. The last masked thug grinds his teeth, swinging his bat desperately trying to land a critical hit to redeem himself. The heavy swing smashes directly into the back of Joe's neck, instantly sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. Ignoring the damage entirely, Gio coldly pivots and launches a catastrophic counterattack straight into the guy's back. The horrifying impact launches the thug like a bullet, violently smashing him into the brick wall behind him until it shatters. The remaining 2 lackeys shake violently, sweating buckets as they watch their entire crew get absolutely demolished one by one. Damn it! Why the hell is he so strong? Is he even human? Gio casually walks over, his scrawny hand gripping a masked thug by the throat and effortlessly lifting him off the ground. Completely unhinged, Young Chul whips out a gleaming dagger, his face twisting as he screams an order. You useless pieces of trash! Stab him to death! From behind, the boss charges in and plunges the knife deep into Joe's back, blood spraying wildly as he roars like a maniac. This bastard is just a human too. One good stab and he'll drop dead just like anyone else. Young Chul twists the knife buried in his back, laughing like an absolute psycho as he taunts him. How does that feel, you piece of trash? Hurts like hell, doesn't it? Gio slightly lowers his head, a mouthful of fresh blood spilling from his lips. The boss frantically stabs him over and over, shrieking in pure panic. D, you freaking monster! Before he can land another crazy hit, Gio suddenly reaches behind him and grabs the razor-sharp blade barehanded, his palm gushing blood. Young Chul freezes, his pupils shrinking in absolute, utter horror at the teen's totally absurd reaction. He turns his head, his dull, icy eyes locking dead onto the guy who just stabbed him. Stop stabbing me, it feels too good, you know? Gio effortlessly yanks the dagger right out of the boss's grip with his bare hand. Young Chul stumbles backward, shaking uncontrollably as he stammers in sheer terror. You You bastard. What the hell are you? What kind of heart do you have? How are you perfectly fine after getting stabbed like that? Me? Gio stares blankly at the blood-stained blade. Fast as a ghost, he closes the gap instantly and plunges the dagger straight into Young Chul's chest, his voice dropping ice-cold. You don't need to know. Watching their boss get stabbed, the last 3 goons lose their absolute minds and bolt for their lives. I freaking knew it. We never should have messed with a heart mutant. I'm out. Me too. A deadly blur tears through the alleyway, hunting down the panicked, retreating thugs. Moving like a shadow, Gio catches up to 2 of them, grabs them by the hair, and brutally slams their faces into the concrete, leaving the last guy totally stunned. His pupils shrink into a bloodshot, deadly glare, striking absolute terror into his enemies. Since you already know my identity, the resurrection monster's pitch black, emotionless eyes lock onto his prey. I can't exactly let you leave here alive. The puppy sits alone on the brick floor, tilting its head up and barking loudly for its owner. The overweight thug's face is completely crushed and deformed, wheezing painfully on the verge of passing out. His buddy is in the exact same pathetic state, his swollen, bloody face groaning helplessly. Gio stands tall in the middle of the dark alley, effortlessly carrying the 2 massive thugs like literal toys, surrounded by the unconscious crew littered around the puppy. Yo! A familiar, panicked voice echoes from the entrance, making the teenager stop and glance over. Taegu struggles to crawl forward, his swollen face screaming in panic after seeing Gio take that brutal hit. Are you okay? You just got stabbed. Ambulance. I'll call an ambulance. Just hang in there. Gio rests his scrawny hand over his chest wound, calmly looking back without a single ounce of emotion on his face. Taegu's eyes bug out in absolute disbelief, his brain completely blue-screening at the impossible reality. Huh? That wound. A close-up shot shows the red-haired student's completely stunned, mind-blown expression. Drops of cold sweat roll down his severely scratched and bruised face. I'm sorry. Gio stands casually in the alley, still holding the 2 gangsters like lifeless dolls. Suddenly, a heavy punch smacks dead into Taegu's head, followed by furious, frustrated yelling. Damn ite, yo taegeu. You absolute, pathetic loser. You should just die. I literally told you to watch who you're messing with. How could you sell out your own friend? Gio turns his head in total confusion, watching his new friend get ruthlessly scolded. I'm sorry. Taegu lies completely flat on the brick ground, choking back sobs as delayed shame and regret wash over him. It was me. I was the one who sold you out. I used to be so close with those guys. Tears of pure remorse stream down his bruised and badly scratched face. When I was with them, everything felt like it was totally fine. I genuinely thought they were cool. I'm such an absolute piece of trash. No different from them. Taegu suddenly looks up in total confusion as a strange object is held out right in front of his face. Gio calmly holds out a thick, square-shaped absorbent pad with a checkered pattern. The teenager, holding the puppy in one arm, hands the pad to his new friend with a completely deadpan expression. Your nose is bleeding. Use this to wipe it up. Taegu blankly takes the item from his savior, stammering in absolute disbelief. Are you seriously giving me this to wipe my blood?
Yo gives a slight nod.
Yeah. A close-up shot of the pad in Taegu's hand reveals his bewildered, highly sarcastic thoughts. This is literally a puppy pee pad. This absolute psychopath. The red-haired boy kneels defensively, dabbing the pee pad on his wounds while secretly panicking. Whatever. I'll just clean myself up before I get my ass beat again. Gio stands beside him, speaking casually. You said it yourself just now, that you don't deserve to be my friend. A gentle, endlessly forgiving smile spreads across Joe's face, instantly shattering the deadly, suffocating tension in the alley. I guess I'm not the only one who thinks we're actually friends. That's more than enough for me. Taegu presses the pee pad against his swollen cheek, staring silently at his savior's back, his heart completely overflowing with emotion. Tears of utter frustration and overwhelming gratitude start pouring down his face like a waterfall. Unable to hold it back any longer, he lunges forward, hugging Gio tight and bawling his absolute eyes out.
I'm so sorry.
A wide overhead shot shows Taegu clinging to his savior, wailing dramatically in the middle of an alley littered with unconscious gangsters. Ugh, you are a literal living legend. Young Chul drops to his knees, his brutal, intimidating demeanor entirely replaced by pure, trembling fear as he begs for his life. Please, just let me go. I've completely learned my lesson. The entire hardcore gang drops to their knees, surrendering pathetically to the absolutely absurd strength of one teenager. I swear I won't breathe a single word to anyone about you being a heart mutant. I put my life and honor on it. Hearing the vow, the crying Taegu suddenly freezes, his face instantly twisting with blinding rage. Ha! Taegu immediately lets go of Gio and violently kicks the kneeling boss right in the face to exact his revenge. You son of a bitch! You should be the one apologizing first, you fat pig! Ugh! Stop trying to act tough, you piece of garbage! He goes totally berserk, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks, taking all his pent-up rage out on his former idol. This old man is absolute human trash. He just pumps himself up to look big, but he's nothing more than a fat pig. Young Chul can only cover his head and take the beating, begging endlessly as his former underling turns the tables on him. Ack! Cough! Taegu! Wait! Do you seriously think that's all muscle? You fat, pathetic bastard. I knew you were all talk the absolute second I laid eyes on you. Watching the chaotic brawl unfold, Gio holds the puppy with one arm and scratches his head, looking completely and utterly speechless. You fat pig! Didn't you literally just say you guys were friends? Taegu turns and asks Gio how to handle the thugs. Gio, what the hell should we do with this trash? Hand them over to the cops? Or should I just beat them to a pulp right now so they keep their mouths shut about you? Taegu pauses in confusion, and Gio also turns around as a panicked shout echoes from behind them. Wait. Hold on a second. Young Chul drops completely flat on the ground, clasping his hands and crying pathetically as he begs for mercy. I won't say a single word. I swear. Please, just don't call the cops. The deafening wail of police sirens fills the air. Taegu looks back in total shock, while Gio calmly holds his puppy. Excuse me, boys. Could you step over here for a moment? Two police officers approach, one holding a notepad. We're from the Seodam police station. We received a report from the locals. We expect your full cooperation. The thug's eyes bug out, breaking into a massive cold sweat in absolute terror. The cops? Taegu instantly switches gears, eagerly running up to enthusiastically report to the police. Officers! Perfect timing. I was literally just about to call you guys. He points aggressively at the gangsters, boldly accusing them. These guys are absolute human scum. They're doing, what's it called? Human trafficking? Something like that. These bastards are literally here to sell people. The thugs turn ghost white, sweating bullets as they get completely exposed. If you guys raid their hideout, you'll find a massive amount of evidence. Young Chul is too terrified to even speak, while Taegu drops the final nail in the coffin. They're all over 20. They're actual criminals. Lock them all up. Wait. A sudden, agonizing scream erupts from behind, making Gio, Taegu, and both officers whip around in shock. Young Chul thrashes wildly on the ground, clutching his injured leg and wailing pathetically. Help! Somebody help me! The boss shamelessly fakes a severe injury, groaning to flip the script, leaving Gio totally baffled and Taegu fuming with rage. Oh god, I think my bone is completely shattered. It's literally poking into my leg. An officer asks in confusion what the hell he thinks he's doing. A close-up shot captures young Chul's swollen face as he loudly plays the victim to the authorities. Officers, thank God you're here. That little punk beat us half to death. Just look at what he did to us. Taegu completely loses his mind over his old boss's shameless lies, veins popping as he screams. Huh! What kind of utter bullshit is that? Who beat who? A shot of Gio looking incredibly clueless, standing perfectly fine with his arms crossed and holding his puppy, set against a cute, cartoonish crab background. You're the ones who literally tried to kidnap Gio. Young Chul cries and roars, pointing aggressively at Gio to prove his point. Just look at him. That little bastard doesn't have a single scratch on him. We're the ones who are severely injured. That brat attacked us completely out of nowhere and left us like this. A wide overhead shot shows the thugs groaning and crying on the ground, creating a scene of absolute chaos. No. I'm living proof. Look at my face. We definitely took way more hits. Boss, I seriously can't breathe anymore. Ack. Officer. These bastards are lying through their teeth. The two officers helplessly scratch their heads, trying to calm the extremely loud crowd. Everyone calm down. We'll sort out all the details down at the station. Refusing to go down alone, Young Chul glares and loudly drops a massive bombshell to drag the kid down with him. What's more important is that punk. He's a freaking heart mutant. Ah's face instantly drops, sweating buckets as he hears the fatal accusation. Are heart mutants just allowed to beat people up like this? Don't we have the Mutant Special Act for exactly this kind of situation? The two officers' faces harden as they turn to glare suspiciously at Gio. A heart mutant? One officer steps forward, demanding Gio's ID. Are you absolutely sure you're a heart mutant? Hand over your ID card or your registration number. Gio hugs his puppy tight, nervously avoiding the officer's intense gaze. I don't have anything like that. Both officers furrow their brows, totally on edge by this incredibly suspicious answer. You're a heart mutant and you aren't registered with the government. Do you have any idea that's a direct violation of the Mutant Special Act? The officer with the notepad prepares to write, his tone turning strict and authoritative. We're going to process your registration first. State your full name and your exact abilities. Gio completely freezes, his heart instantly overflowing with total panic and absolute dread. Identity, registration? Horrific memories of the lab flashback, the skeletal figure hooked up to countless 4 tubes. If those bastards at the lab find my information, what then? I literally just escaped my skeletal form. It's a little harder for them to track me down now. But the second I register, they'll track me down instantly. While Gio is lost in his panic thoughts, the officer rests a hand on his holster to apply pressure. Kid, I need you to cooperate. Out of nowhere, a long-haired schoolgirl with a pink backpack rushes in, physically stepping between Gio and the cops, shouting to bail him out. Hold on. Wait a second. Haiji arrives panting heavily, forcing a bright smile to chat up the officers and buy some crucial time. Hello there. The two cops turn to the completely unfamiliar girl, highly suspicious and totally confused. Who are you? Haiji desperately shoves her ringing phone, showing an incoming call from older sister, right into the cop's face, pleading urgently. Could you please answer this call? What? A phone call? Please, just answer it for me. The suspicious officer takes the phone and brings it to his ear, his expression instantly turning dead serious. Hello? On the other end is Haiji's powerful older sister, standing with her back turned in a luxurious office. This is Police Inspector Song Hai-in, captain of the Mutant Task Force. My badge number is AO3-1111S. You can verify the information yourself. Hearing the high-ranking boss's identity, the officer instantly snaps to attention, turns ghost white, and throws a perfectly stiff salute.
Hush, hello, ma'am.
This is Officer Han Suk-jin from the Seodam police station. Ma'am. The fierce, commanding voice continues dropping absolute orders through the phone. This case is an attempted kidnapping of a heart mutant. Process the kidnappers according to standard protocol. The heart mutant is our key witness. Let him go immediately without any further questioning. Officer Han Suk-jin shouts his compliance into the phone, sweating bullets. As captain, I will take full responsibility for this. Just report it directly to your superiors. Yes, ma'am. We will execute your orders immediately. Hanging up, the officer immediately points and barks orders, leaving both Taegu and Gio completely dumbfounded. Officer Kim, Officer Lee, arrest these thugs and let the others go. The gangsters are slammed onto the ground, their hands brutally cuffed behind their backs as they scream in total outrage. What the hell is this? What is going on? Why are you only arresting us? I literally just told you, we're the ones who got the crap beaten out of us. Young Chul roars helplessly as his arms are violently twisted behind him. Who the hell was on that phone that made you cuff us like this? Completely ignoring the screaming thugs, Haiji smiles brightly and waves at Gio, phone still in hand. And who the hell is that girl? Gio walks over holding Twijim, totally unable to hide his confusion at her sudden entrance. Haiji, what is going on? How did you even know to come here? Haiji points upward, recalling when she was looking out the classroom window. Well, I saw you walking to school, and then some super weird guys kept following you and surrounding you, so I trailed behind to see what was up. Gio blinks innocently, pointing straight at Taegu, who's standing frozen in the corner looking absolutely pathetic. Weird guys? You mean Taegu?
Riei nods enthusiastically.
Yeah, exactly. Spot on. Haiji is about to roast Taegu's battered face but suddenly stops. Meanwhile, the guy himself has snot running down his nose and a face swollen like a literal dumpling. But seriously, why does he look so freaking hideous? Actually, never mind. What the hell even happened here?
Gio replies casually.
He just got the absolute crap beaten out of him by some gangsters. Taegu stares at Haiji, his heart screaming in absolute disbelief. Oh my god. She's the literal goddess of our school. Isn't this guy a total weirdo too? No, Taegu is actually a good guy. But the way he's looking at me is a little. Is that Song Haiji? Haiji waves her hands to cut through the incredibly awkward tension and get back to business. Anyway, my sister totally handled those bastards perfectly. More importantly, Gio, are you hurt anywhere? I'm perfectly fine. Seeing Gio completely unscathed and getting all the attention from the school goddess, Taegu squeezes his eyes shut, crying tears of pure, unadulterated jealousy. You literally said you didn't have any friends, you incredibly lucky bastard. I am so freaking jealous I could die. Leaving the agonizing Taegu behind, Gio walks up to the police cruiser window, glaring coldly at young Chul, who is now cuffed inside. But more importantly, you. Who exactly were you planning to hand me over to? O's face suddenly darkens, his eyes widening with intense, terrifying pressure as he thinks about his worst nightmare. Was it the Hermes lab? Young Chul breaks into a cold sweat, shrinking back defensively as he's locked down by the teen's suffocating, dark aura. What? A lab? I've literally never heard of that place. We were just gonna hand you over to a broker who operates in this area. Ignoring the terrified boss cowering inside. A broker? Young Chul stammers, explaining the incredibly dangerous underground world before the cruiser drives off. There are brokers who strictly buy and sell heart mutants. Usually, all we do is sell the mutants to them and we're done. Gio leans in dangerously close to the cruiser window, interrogating him with an ice-cold glare. Those brokers, I want to meet them. Cut to a nearby eatery, where Haiji instantly slams her hands on the table and jumps up, her face full of sheer panic and absolute disagreement. Absolutely not. Gio sits calmly, munching on bread amidst a pile of snacks, while Taegu, his battered face covered in bandages, leans against the wall listening in. That is way too dangerous. Do you have any idea how psychotic and completely twisted those brokers are? The atmosphere instantly turns heavy as the female lead explains the cold-blooded predators hiding in the shadows. My sister told me they exclusively hunt heart mutants. Those guys are absolute monsters. I even heard that a ton of those brokers are actually mutants themselves. Hearing this, O's expression shifts slightly, breadcrumbs still smeared around his mouth. If that's true, then I want to meet them even more. A wide overhead shot of the convenience store's outdoor seating area. Haiji and Taegu can only stare at him helplessly as they ask the burning question. Why are you so insanely obsessed with finding this broker? Gio gently touches his cheek, lost in deep thought as he gives his answer. Well, I was just thinking that. Maybe I could track down my friends through them. Taegu's eyes bulge, and he rushes over to interrogate him, completely thrown off by the younger boy's answer. Hey, you literally just said you didn't have any friends. Gio replies softly and somberly. Yeah. His face looks incredibly sad as his dark past is hidden behind his bangs. Not out here. In the lab. They were the friends who lived there with me. The pitch-black memories rush back. An image of Gio in his scrawny, skeletal form, his neck and limbs bound by heavy chains, shrinking between two towering, fully armed guards. Life inside that lab was literally nothing but agonizing experiments and brutal torture every single day. The skeletal Gio trembles in an oversized hospital gown, his hollow face radiating pure, unadulterated terror. Then one day, I was dragged to a completely unfamiliar place. I had never traveled that far before. I was so freaking scared. A corner of the freezing lab features a massive, shattered glass window, stained with horrifying streaks of dark red blood. I wondered what kind of agonizing, twisted experiments they were planning for me this time. And the place they threw me into was pitch black. Razor-sharp blades shoot through the sterile white room like deadly, venomous thorns. Swords. A shot from behind the skeletal Jiwa's head, reflected in the shattered glass, shows razor-sharp blades hovering in midair and flying straight at him. Those swords are actually flying? The horrifying memory flashes a vision of the skeletal Geo getting violently impaled by countless blades from every single direction. Fresh blood spraying everywhere and dyeing the background crimson. They're gonna use those things to stab me over and over again. I am so scared. Geo shivers uncontrollably, turning his head to look at the two hulking guards looming behind him and rushing him. Get in there right now. Hurry up. The men behind me. They're absolutely terrifying too. If I don't go in, there's no telling what they'll do to me. The heavy, reinforced lab doors slowly open, revealing a blinding, harsh white light. Inside the room, an absolutely chaotic battle is raging among kids in hospital gowns, all wielding bizarre superpowers, from controlling swords and ice to summoning literal swarms of insects. The skeletal Geo stands there completely dumbfounded, his empty eye sockets wide in horror at the utterly terrifying scene unfolding before him. A hand thrusts forward, fingers spread wide, and a razor-sharp blade instantly shoots out from the palm into the air. A short-haired boy with a nasty, long scar across his eye raises a sword high, ready to deliver a fatal strike from above. A searing, razor-sharp red energy beam completely tears through the room, shooting straight down at Geo. But luckily, a massive wall of ice violently erupts just in time to block the devastating sword strike. It's an absolutely crazy, unexpected encounter between the three of them. The girl instantly winds up and slaps the short-haired boy right in the back of the head to stop his brutal attack. What the hell are you doing, you absolute psycho? He tries to defend himself. Isn't that thing a literal monster? No, you idiot. The girl furiously points right in her friend's face, gesturing toward the completely paralyzed skeleton. Look at the hospital gown, you moron. Can't you see? He's a test subject, exactly like us. Geo, in his skeletal form, was completely stunned when he felt protected by someone in the exact same miserable situation for the very first time. Wait, what? The kids in hospital gowns crowded around, staring at the skeleton with pure curiosity. Is he seriously a skeleton? A walking, living skeleton? He panicked, trembling and covering his face in overwhelming insecurity. Don't look at my hideous face. The kids leaned in closer, their innocent faces showing nothing but pure curiosity instead of fear or disgust. The boy who had just swung the sword scratched his head, offering clumsy but genuine comfort. Hey, come on. You look totally fine. You just look like a skeleton because you're a mutant. It was scary, right? Are you okay? Is this your first time at the study session? The kids all smiled and excitedly raised their hands, confidently introducing themselves to break the heavy tension. I'm Lee Jun, nice to meet you. I'm Lee Chai-won.
I'm Yu Hektarufna.
Sorry for calling you a skeleton earlier, Hyung.
Im Shin Ayun.
The kids asked in unison, sparking a massive turning point in the lonely boy's dark life. What's your name? That was the very first time I met my friends. Back in the present, Geo happily munches on bread at the snack-filled table outside the convenience store. It turns out that place was a gathering for test subjects from all kinds of different labs, and they gave us basic education. Since we were all test subjects, every single one of them was a heart mutant. He lowers his eyes, chewing on his bread with a deeply nostalgic expression. Maybe that's why we got close so incredibly fast. Classes only happened a few times a year, so we didn't see each other often. But, while talking, Geo blankly blinks at his friend, a piece of bread still hanging out of his mouth. Taegu is holding his head and crying his absolute eyes out, deeply moved by his friend's past, while Haiji looks on with deep sympathy. Damn it, Geo. What kind of completely messed up life did you have to live? Haiji looks at Geo with concern and asks, so where are they right now? Your friends. Memories rush back of the test subjects holding hands and frantically running down an underground corridor. On the day, we all escaped the lab together. The panicked kids run toward the bright exit while being chased from behind. The lab sent people after us. We were forced to split up and scatter everywhere. Haiji blinks, completely understanding why her friend is so dead set on this. I get it now. So that's why you're hunting down the broker. Because they might have targeted your friends after you guys got separated. He nods in response. Exactly. Haiji slams her hands on the convenience store table with fierce determination. Gio, I seriously hope you find them. I'll do absolutely everything I can to help. I'm going to pitch in too. Taegu clenches his fists and vows, deeply moving Gio. Thank you, both of you. Taegu proudly whips out a phone to show off, flashing an incredibly sneaky grin. Good thing I was fast enough to swipe old man Youngchul's phone. The broker's number is definitely in here. A close-up of the phone screen reveals the shady transaction messages between his former boss and the underground broker. Found it. Look at this. That old bastard planned to bag you and hand you over at exactly 7 p.m. tonight. Us eyes bug out, breaking into a nervous sweat as he realizes the time. 7 p.m.? That's literally right now. Cut to a scene not far away. Agonizing screams echo from a deserted, isolated warehouse at the foot of the mountain as dusk settles. Damn it! A mob of thugs wielding daggers charges wildly forward to corner a mysterious silhouette. Everyone, weapons out! Stab him to death! The hooded figure dodges the attacks with incredible agility. One thug yells out, "A sword?" A metallic blade slowly emerges directly from the pale palm of the hooded figure. The razor-sharp blade extends to an absurd length, leaving the enemies completely horrified. If you swing it like that, the hooded guy spins and delivers a fatal slash, blood spraying wildly as the thugs collapse like dominoes. You won't be able to cut a damn thing. 3 men in black suits take the brutal hit, lying completely motionless in a pool of blood on the cold warehouse floor. The leader panics and stumbles back, quickly drawing a pistol and aiming it dead at the hooded figure. Swords won't do shit against this bastard. A blinding flash tears through the air, slicing the gun barrel clean in half before the boss can even pull the trigger, turning his face ghost white. Kill him with the goo. The severed gun clatters to the ground. The thug shakes uncontrollably under the suffocating pressure of the swordsman towering before him. The teenager with an X-shaped scar across his eye rests his sword on his shoulder, flashing an arrogant, incredibly cocky smirk. This guy's name is Lee Chai-won. If you use it right, you can even slice clean through solid steel. An image shows a mutated heart completely encased and pierced by countless razor-sharp blades. Heart of Swords. A surviving thug turns in a sheer panic and bolts for the warehouse exit like his life depends on it. Lee Chai-won stands perfectly still, casually flicking a small blade from his hand that buries itself straight into the back of the fleeing thug's neck. The thug takes the fatal hit and faceplants into the warehouse floor in a pathetic heap. Chai-won squats amidst the metallic-smelling blood, staring coldly at the groaning losers at his feet. Try to do a little better next time. Pulling his phone from his jacket pocket, he raises an eyebrow at the screen lighting up with a notification. Who's texting me at a time like this? Chai-won's eyes turn sharp and highly suspicious as he stares intently at the incoming message. The phone screen displays 2 brand new messages just received. 2 new messages. I want to sell him immediately. Can we do today? Just now. Just now. He scrolls through the old transaction history with old man Youngchul, saved as Pig, and smirks with calculating malice. Looks like I've got a brand new client. Gio hides behind a rusted wall, stealthily peeking into a dark corner. They said it was in this alley. He constantly scans the area, super cautious as he watches for any movement in the shadows. This place is creepy as hell. The deep alley is completely surrounded by towering shipping containers under a blood-red sunset sky. This is definitely the spot. Gio looks down at the confiscated phone, his face tight with anxiety. Still 30 minutes left until the meetup with the broker. His eyes are sharp and deep in thought as he analyzes his target. A guy who literally buys and sells heart mutants for a living. Word is he might even be a mutant himself. Flashing back to earlier, Haiji tightly grips O's sleeve, her face full of sheer panic. Yo? Are you seriously planning to go meet that broker? She furrows her brows, desperately trying to warn her friend with everything she knows. Those guys exclusively hunt heart mutants. I even heard that some of them are actual mutants too. Gio laughs, turning to her with eyes full of bright hope. That means he's interacted with a ton of mutants, right? He could be the key to finding my friends. Haiji looks away worriedly as Jo's reassuring words echo in her ears. But hey, don't stress too much. I'm just going to observe from a distance today. With my abilities, escaping is a piece of cake. If anything goes wrong, I'll yell right away. Back in the present, Gio squats behind a pile of rubble next to the containers, scanning the desolate construction site. I told Haiji that just so she wouldn't worry, but Gio clenches his fists tight, his eyes darkening with absolute fury thinking about the cold-blooded predators. Those bastards who literally use our kind as tools to make a quick buck. If I get the chance, I'm absolutely going to crush them with my own 2 hands. He looks around and picks up a massive, heavy-duty wrench from the ground to set the scene. If a fight breaks out, I should probably keep a weapon handy just in case for an ambush. Holding the heavy metal tool, the teenager carefully considers his strategy. Against heart mutants, rushing in blindly is pure suicide. When fighting them, the absolute first thing you have to do is figure out exactly what their ability is. Suddenly, a barrage of razor-sharp blades erupts from the ground, shooting straight at Gio and making him jump out of his skin. The deadly blades embed themselves into the metal pillar right next to Gio, sending him crashing to the ground. He stares up at the 2 swords buried deep into the pillar right above his head, his face turning pale with absolute terror. Swords? Where the hell did swords come from? From the dark corner of the alley, a silhouette slowly approaches, its voice dripping with mocking contempt. What kind of little rat is sneaking around here? You're doing a terrible job hiding in this alley. Since you're all alone, you definitely aren't here for a mutant transaction. Chai-1, wearing a hoodie, casually steps out, gripping his weapon and radiating lethal intent. Or are you a cop? Gio glares at the stranger on high alert. Is he the broker? He shifts his gaze to the gleaming sword in the guy's hand, his mind racing with questions. He's using a physical sword, so this guy is just a normal human, not a mutant using an ability. Assuming his opponent is just a regular guy gives Gio a massive confidence boost. If he's just a human, taking him down will be a piece of cake. He presses his hands against the concrete ledge, his fingers tightening with absolute resolve. Gio pushes off, launching himself forward with terrifying, explosive speed. He closes the gap from above, throwing a brutal punch straight at the stranger. I'll finish this before he even has time to react. The devastating punch stops dead right in front of the hooded guy's nose. Gio freezes completely, his eyes going wide with pure shock. What? He stares blankly at the guy's face, noticing the incredibly familiar scar across his eye. His friend's image flashes in his mind. Nice to meet you. I'm Lee Chai-1. Is it really Chai-1? How does he know my name? Gio stumbles back in absolute shock, his mind totally chaotic at the sudden appearance of his old friend. Chai-1 begins forming a sword from his palm, questioning, how the hell does he know my name? Out of nowhere, Chai-1 swings his sword with brutal force, unleashing a ruthless slash that sprays fresh blood as it cuts straight into Gio. Gio takes the agonizing hit, crashing hard into the dusty clearing, while his old friend calmly retracts his sword and watches coldly. Gio collapses onto the dirt floor, blood soaking through his track jacket. It hurts so much. He desperately tries to get up, but his body completely refuses to listen. I literally can't move. The tendons in my legs. He sliced clean through them. His hand drops limply onto the freezing ground. He severed the tendons in both my arms and legs. In that absolute split second, the deep gash on his shoulder is still pouring blood, completely tearing through the thick fabric. Fresh blood runs all the way down to Jo's heels, dyeing the rocky ground crimson to set the brutal scene. That slash was insanely ruthless and totally lethal. Jo's vision blurs from the sheer pain, sweat and blood mixing on his completely stunned face. His swordsmanship, it's absolutely insane. The memory of their escape day rushes back as panic screams echo down the underground hallway. Everyone this way. Run! The terrified kids sprint forward as the concrete ceiling behind them starts violently cracking and collapsing. Amidst the debris and blinding dust, Gio, in his half-skeletal form, is trapped in the back, staring frantically after his friends. Suddenly, Blinding sword slashes tear through the falling concrete blocks right above him, leaving Gio staring in awe. The massive boulder is sliced clean in half and sent flying by the flawless strike. The skeletal Gio looks back in pure panic at the collapsing rubble, sweating profusely. A young Lee Chai-won turns back with a totally confident, cocky smile, resting his sword casually on his shoulder. I'll clear the path. Back in the present, Gio struggles to look up at his old friend standing tall, blocking the sunset. How do you know my name? Gio confirms internally. It really is him, Lee Chai-won. Chai-won is completely caught off guard, absolutely stunned as he watches Gio suddenly push himself up from the pool of blood. He stares intently at Joe's brutally injured body, his mind filled with questions. I sliced completely through all his tendons. How the hell is he still able to stand? Wait, is he a heart mutant too? Swallowing the agonizing pain, Gio clutches his bleeding chest and hastily explains. Chai-won, it's me.
Kimio.
The walking skeleton. It's Kim Gio. Chai-won freezes, his face showing absolute, sheer disbelief at hearing those familiar words. What? The walking skeleton? He shakily points his finger straight at Gio, desperately searching through his old memories. Wait a minute. Kim Gio? The kid from the lab back then? Gio manages a faint smile, his eyes shining with overwhelming, tearful joy under the evening sky. You're still alive, Lee Chai-won. It's been so freaking long since we last saw each other. Chai-won points directly at him, his eyes completely full of suspicion. Are you seriously Kim Gio? Gio immediately shouts back to confirm. Yes, it's me. Gio forces a smile, holding his bleeding chest wound to set the tense scene. It's your old classmate from the lab. I somehow completely unlocked my regeneration ability. You finally recognize me. Overjoyed, the teenager rushes toward his old friend with absolutely zero guard up. Chai-won, it's been forever. But instead of welcoming him, Chai-won suddenly drops into a fighting stance, incredibly lethal blades extending dangerously from his fingertips. In an instant, razor-sharp slashes tear fiercely into Gio, sending fresh blood spraying wildly into the air. The brutal surprise attack knocks Gio backward, and he groans in pain, clutching his torn shoulder. He stares at his old friend, his eyes full of crushing betrayal and complete confusion. I thought you actually recognized me? Why the hell are you doing this? Chai-won watches the deep cuts on his old friend slowly knit back together, a totally cold-blooded, ruthless smile spreading across his face. Look at those wounds healing themselves. It really is you, Kim Gio. Gio grits his teeth, holding up his bloody hands to prove his miraculous healing. Exactly. Just look closely. Ignoring his friend entirely, Chai-won charges forward coldly, delivering an incredibly powerful horizontal slash dripping with murderous intent. The strike completely tears through the air, forcing Gio to lean way back to dodge the vicious attack by a literal hair's breadth. Gio rolls away to dodge the lethal slash. What the hell is this? He struggles to get up, his hands frantically gripping the dirt in complete desperation. Why are you attacking me? Chai-won coldly lowers his stance, gripping his sword tight and preparing to lunge. I think you know the answer to that better than anyone else. The razor-sharp blade tears completely through the air, aimed dead straight at Gio. Gio's body takes consecutive, fatal slashes, fresh blood violently spraying across the blood-red background. It hurts so much. Damn it. He's way too fast. He throws his arms up in a desperate attempt to block, fresh blood constantly seeping through his track jacket. I tried to dodge, but he just keeps landing hits. Blood pours from Joe's wounds, pooling heavily on the dirt at the construction site. At this rate, I'm literally going to bleed to death. He grits his teeth and tightly clenches his bloody fist, locking his eyes onto his charging opponent. I have to pin him down first. A sharp, sickening SHHK pierces the dark alley as the razor-sharp sword stabs completely through Joe's bicep, sending blood violently gushing out. Ignoring the blade buried deep in his arm, Gio glares murderously and charges forward, but then twists his body to leap upward. Chai-won raises an eyebrow, staring arrogantly right at the incoming fist. You seriously think a punch can beat my blade? Gio grits his teeth to block the attack, the massive bloodstain on his shoulder emphasizing the heavy pressure. I know exactly how terrifying your swordsmanship is. Chai-won's face suddenly drops in pure shock, his eyes bulging as he looks down in horror. He realizes in absolute terror that the arm he just impaled is rapidly, violently regenerating, locking his blade completely in place. He deliberately healed his arm, just to trap my sword? Taking full advantage of his opponent losing balance, Gio lunges forward and grabs his old friend's arm in a vice grip. Chai-won is yanked completely off his feet, totally helpless against the devastating counterattack. Oh. The swordsman grits his teeth, bracing for impact as he realizes the sheer, absurd difference in their physical strength. What the hell is this monstrous power? Gio channels every ounce of his strength and violently slams Chai-won straight into the dirt, creating a massive, dust-shattering impact. The shockwave from the brutal slam causes a massive crash from the scaffolding at the adjacent construction site. Chai-won struggles to sit up amidst the rubble, flashing a smirk full of genuine amusement. I thought you were still the exact same pathetic loser as before, but you actually put some meat on your bones. You don't look half bad. Chai-won narrows his eyes, glaring at Gio with intense, unadulterated rage. If you were really this strong, why did you run away back then?
Gio completely freezes, totally baffled.
I ran away? Chai-won grinds his teeth, his eye wide open as he recalls the darkest memory of his life. Yeah, that day at the lab, when we were all desperately trying to escape together. The horrific memory surfaces. A squad of heavily armed guards completely surrounding a kid in a hospital gown under blindingly harsh spotlights. The test subjects huddle together in sheer terror amidst blood-stained rubble, staring down the barrels of their enemies' guns. A young Chai-won frantically reaches his hand out and screams, "Gio! I need more metal. Hand me that steel pipe right now." At that moment, Gio, still in his skeletal form, stands completely paralyzed, staring blankly at the metal pipe on the ground, totally unable to react. Chai-won's eyes burn with deep, bitter resentment as he recounts the agonizing past. We were completely surrounded. Every single one of us was right at death's door. And at that exact moment, you abandoned us just to save your own skin. Back in the present, Gio stands frozen, his face filled with shock and a heavy, choking sadness as he hears the brutal accusation. That's... Gio drops into a defensive stance, desperately shouting to explain himself to his friend sitting on the ground. I literally had no other choice. If we stayed there, we all would have died. Chai-won tenses up, violently slamming his palm against a rusted steel pillar of the construction site, his face completely twisted in rage. You absolute, cowardly piece of trash. His ability awakens, and his palm acts like a massive electromagnet, violently pulling and bending the thick steel pillar. The massive steel beams all around the construction site begin completely warping and melting, turning into streams of liquid metal that latch onto his arm. The surging, liquid metal rises all the way up to the top scaffolding, creating an absolutely terrifying, overwhelming spectacle. I know all about your regeneration ability. Chai-won glares down, his voice dripping with absolute murderous intent to seal his old friend's fate. But if I shred you into tiny little pieces, it'll probably take you a good while to grow back, don't you think? What the? From high above, an absolute downpour of razor-sharp blades forged from rusted steel tears through the air, completely surrounding Gio. Go ahead and try to run away one more time. Facing the deadly rain of swords falling from the sky, Gio desperately crosses his bloody arms over his face to block. I have to tank this with my arms to buy time to regenerate. But suddenly, invisible blades violently pierce straight through both his shoulders from behind, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. Nope. The real threat is right freaking here. Chai-won lunges forward like a ghost, delivering a lethal, point-blank horizontal slash straight into Gio. The massive steel beam right next to them is also sliced completely in half, collapsing to the ground with a deafening crash. The massive cloud of dust from the collapse spills out onto the main street, sending civilians running for their lives in pure panic. What the hell is that? Haiji and Taegu watch the horrifying scene from afar, their faces turning completely ghost white. Wait a second. Isn't that the exact direction Gio just went? Call an ambulance right now. Should we go over there and check first? Thick, gray smoke completely engulfs the ruined scaffolding at the desolate construction site.
Kim-yo.
Chai-won is pinned hard underneath a massive concrete block, staring in utter disbelief at his old friend who is tightly gripping his sword. Your regeneration is way faster than it used to be. I can't believe you're completely fine after taking a hit like that. Cha's face hardens, looking dead straight into his opponent's eyes to clear the air. You've got it all totally wrong. I never ran away. He grits his teeth, his eyes full of unwavering resolve as he recalls the pitch-black past. That day at the lab, I fought to the bitter end to protect everyone. The only reason I'm here today is to save the ones who are still trapped. A close-up shows Chai-won's face slightly softening, his eyes shaking as the massive revelation hits him. Wait a minute. Was this really all just a huge misunderstanding? Amidst the chaotic rubble, the two mutants are still deadlocked when the sound of approaching footsteps breaks the silence. Is anyone in there? Is it a mutant? Gio glances toward the noise, his face instantly tensing up. Someone is coming. Chai-won suddenly violently shoves Joe's hand away. He calmly retracts his blade back into his hand and speaks. It's getting way too noisy out here. If you want to keep talking, follow me back to my base. Chai-won pulls his hood up, his side profile revealing a deep, nostalgic expression. A hell of a lot has happened since that day. I bet you've got a ton of stuff to say too, right? Gio stands perfectly still, a dazed look on his face as he watches his old friend walk away. He watches Chai-won stroll away arrogantly with his hands stuffed in his pockets, an overwhelming sense of unfamiliarity washing over him. Chai-won's personality has completely changed. Beautiful childhood memories flood back. The young Chai-won laughing, constantly smiling, and happily sharing his food with his friends in the lab. He used to be so bright and full of energy. Looking at Chai-won's lonely, hooded silhouette now, Gio can't help but feel an aching sadness. Setting up his own base, and getting mixed up with underground brokers. What the hell actually happened to him? A sudden scene change. A sharp shhhk cuts through his thoughts, and a gleaming blade suddenly slices a red onion clean in half. Gio jumps out of his skin, his eyes wide as he breaks into a nervous sweat at the completely unexpected situation. A chaotic mix of food, tomatoes, onions, bacon, and lettuce, flies wildly into the air. A pair of incredibly skilled hands toss perfectly sliced red onions up into the air. Below, the chef is violently chopping veggies at breakneck speed on a wooden cutting board. Right in the middle of a bustling diner, Gio stands completely frozen, his face covered in dirt. The crowd of customers around them whispers excitedly. What the hell is going on? The scene reveals an open kitchen where a chef is putting on an absolute culinary show. People watching from the outside gasp in awe. Wow! This is insane. This is your secret base? They're literally making 3 meals at once. A close-up shot showcases a massive, mouth-watering burger stacked high with fresh ingredients. Beef patties, melted cheese, pickles, tomatoes, and crispy bacon, glistening perfectly under the bright lights. Chai-won's hands firmly press the burger together, quickly finishing the order and prepping it for the customer. He flashes a blindingly bright smile, warmly serving the steaming hot burger to a customer. Please enjoy our brand new signature burger. I guarantee you'll absolutely fall in love with it. The crowd, especially the young girls, cheers wildly, crowding the register. Appa, you're so freaking handsome. Oh my god. Look how cool he is. The guy just laughs it off modestly. Haha. Thank you guys so much. Gio stares up at the ceiling, his brain totally short-circuiting with a million question marks spinning around his head. A shot from the bustling street reveals a massive, beautiful 2-story McDonald's basking in the warm sunset glow, with crowds of people walking by. Is this seriously Chai-won's base? What the absolute hell is going on here? Wearing a red-striped apron uniform, Chai-won drops his arms exhaustedly and slumps down onto the sofa behind the counter. He sighs heavily. This is where I work to make a living. Gio scratches his cheek in pure shock. Work? You actually have a job? Well, actually. Chai-won cuts him off. So basically, you're unemployed. Chai-won glances behind the sofa. Anyway, who the hell are those two hiding behind you? Gio quickly introduces them. Oh, this is Haiji. She's helped me out a ton. And this is Taegu. We just happened to bump into each other. Haiji peeks her head out and waves. Hi.
I'm your friend.
Taegu yells out indignantly. And I'm the guy who just happened to bump into him. Joe Taegu. Chai-won looks them over with a highly sarcastic smirk. A friend, huh? Must be nice. Being totally unemployed but still having buddies to hang out with. Haiji loudly jumps to his defense. It's not like that. Gio has been through absolute hell. Taegu threatens him furiously. You little bastard. You don't know a damn thing. I'll freaking choke you. Gio frantically waves his hands to break up the fight. Haha. Everyone just chill. Chai-won is a good guy. Don't be so tense.
He warns him. Iro.
We'll be right over here. If anything goes down, just scream. Chai-won leans back in his chair and demands, all right, run that by me one more time. What were you trying to say earlier? You claim you didn't run away that day, right? Gio lowers his head sadly and begins his story. That day, there was a bomb. He tightly grips his steaming hot mug, his voice choking up as he recalls the tragic past. Right where we were trying to escape. The pitch-black memory returns, showing the kids totally surrounded. The exact moment they cornered us all. The test subjects tremble, huddling closely together in absolute terror in front of the enemy's guns. The young, skeletal Gio panics. I heard it perfectly clear. The ticking of a time bomb. The image of a time bomb sitting on the floor flashes. They had tested explosives on us so many times, I vividly remember that exact sound and the sizzling of the fuse. A horrifying shot of the lab building exploding violently. Those bastards from the lab surrounded us, and they were going to blow the entire building sky high to bury us all alive under the rubble. The bloodied kids lie completely motionless among the debris. If it exploded, the strongest ones might have survived, but I knew for an absolute fact that the weaker ones would die instantly. The young Gio grabs the bundle of explosives and sprints away for his life. So, I scooped up as many explosives as I could physically carry, and I just ran as fast as I could. And then, the bomb in young Gio's hands erupts with a blinding flash. Gio grips the warm mug tighter. I don't know if the sheer pressure of the explosion blew me away or what, but when I finally woke up, I was deep in the middle of a forest. Gio looks up at his friend with deep sadness. I went straight back there immediately, but there was absolutely no one left. So I just assumed that everyone had managed to escape successfully. Chai-won turns away, falling dead silent as he processes the truth. A bomb. I definitely heard a massive explosion from a distance back then. Chai-won narrows his eyes, looking at Gio with heavy skepticism. Did you seriously carry the bomb away yourself?
Io replies, yeah.
I knew I could survive an explosion, so... Chai-won facepalms, sighing in utter disbelief. Ha! And you actually expect me to believe that? Gio breaks into a sweat, desperately trying to convince his friend. I know it sounds totally insane, but it's the absolute truth. There were so many bombs. I literally had no time to explain anything. Suddenly, one of Chai-won's eyes wells up with deeply moved tears. I believe you. Gio lifts his head, totally shocked and confused by his old friend's reaction. Ha! Chai-won whips his hand out, showing off his insane culinary knife skills by perfectly slicing a red onion clean in half. Ao's jaw drops, staring wide-eyed at the absolute blur of speed-chopping veggies right in front of his face. Slices of tomatoes, onions, lettuce, and bacon fly through the air in a beautiful, mouth-watering arc. Chai-won sets down a plate with a massive, incredibly juicy burger right on the table. I knew it was going to end up exactly like this. Gio rests his hands on the table, drooling over the massive tray loaded with a burger, fries, and soda. What is all this for? Is this literally all for me? Chai-won replies with genuine warmth. I heard you've been having a really rough time, so consider this a gift. Gio aggressively stuffs his face with the burger. Thanks a lot. This is incredibly good. At the next counter, a group of girls chatters excitedly. Manager Appa, can we take a picture together? Me too. Chai-won happily snaps a selfie, throwing up a peace sign with a customer using a goofy dog ear filter. Sure, no problem. In the background, Gio is still intensely focused on his food. A customer's voice echoes from a distance. Ah, thank you so much, Appa. Chai-won crosses his arms and turns back to the table, his expression turning serious. I'm really sorry about earlier, Kim Gio. Chai-won tears up, his eyes full of deep regret. I almost sliced you to pieces without even giving you a chance to explain. Gio looks up blankly, then casually replies, Oh, Don't worry about it. It actually didn't hurt that much. Gio chews his burger, his cheeks stuffed and flushed red from how insanely good it is. Oh my god. This is seriously amazing. Do you actually get to eat this every single day? I'm so incredibly jealous. Chai-won smirks confidently and shrugs. If you're still hungry, just grab some more. He proudly points right at his name tag on his chest. After all, I am the store manager. Gio eats and stares at his old friend in pure awe. That is so cool. You look exactly like a completely normal person. Chai-won waves it off with a laugh. Pfft. It's really not that big of a deal. Chai-won eagerly invites him. It's nothing special. You could totally live a normal life just like this too. Do you want to work here? Ao's jaw drops as he screams in excitement. Really? Chai-won acts all high and mighty, sticking his nose in the air. I'll use my absolute authority to pay you 151 above minimum wage.
Yo gasps in awe.
Whoa. Woo. In the background, Taegu whispers, that guy is a little weird, isn't he? Haiji shushes him instantly. Sure. He's going to hear you. Gio raises a hand to pause the conversation. Wait a minute. He points directly at Chai-won, interrogating him. Now that I'm actually thinking about it, we ran into each other right at the broker's meeting spot. Why the hell are you working as a broker? Gio furiously yells out. Those bastards locked us in that lab and put us through absolute hell. How could you possibly work for them? You piece of trash. Gio grits his teeth in pure rage, while Chai-won replies completely unfazed. If you genuinely thought I was a broker, that was all just an act.
Yo blinks in confusion.
Ha! Chai-won scratches his head and explains. Pretending to be a broker. He rubs his forehead, his face turning dead serious. In my free time, I pose as an underground broker to lure in and catch the scumbags who specifically kidnap mutants. I'm doing this to completely wipe out those filthy pieces of trash. Gio jumps up from his seat, his jaw literally hitting the floor in shock. Really? Chai-won replies calmly. Obviously. Gio lets out a massive sigh of relief, crumbs still stuck to his face. Phew, that is such a huge relief. I was honestly terrified you had actually turned into a real broker. Gio sits back down, thinking it over. So you work here and secretly operate as an undercover broker? Chai-won rests his chin on his hand and clicks his tongue. Well, somebody has to do the dirty work. Gio flashes a bright smile and gives a big thumbs up. Awesome. Gio looks right at him. You're really doing your absolute best. Chai-won rubs his nose, blushing slightly at the completely genuine compliment. I know. You idiot. Gio, cheeks still stuffed with food, mumbles. I'm really glad to hear that. If you ever need help, just say the word. Chai-won looks completely bewildered. Ha! Gio chews loudly, explaining his goal. The whole reason I came looking for you was to find out how our other friends are doing. So if you need backup, just let me know. Chai-won completely freezes, his eyes widening in shock. Exclamation point. He slams his hand on the table and bursts into laughter. Absolutely. Chai-won smirks with total confidence. Actually, I need to take down a specific broker right now. With your raw strength, it'll be an absolute cakewalk. If we corner him, we might be able to squeeze him for the location of the others. Gio, still eating, enthusiastically clenches his fist in agreement. Oh, you got a deal. Chai-won holds out his fist, his eyes full of trust. You're going to be a massive help, Kim Gio. Gio confidently fist bumps him, absolutely hyping up the mood. Yeah, anytime. The McDonald's shines brightly in the sunset. Chai-won gives a heads up. The store is getting insanely busy, so I've got to get back to work. I'll call you later and give you the full plan. Gio replies, got it. The group strolls together down the sidewalk. Gio smiles brightly. Thanks for waiting for me. Thanks to you guys. I finally got to catch up with an old friend. Haiji replies happily. Come on, you hadn't seen him in forever. Thank goodness he wasn't some shady creep. Taegu crosses his arms, looking highly suspicious. Is that guy really your friend? He could totally be playing you. You said it's been 3 whole years, right? That is a massively long time. Haiji turns to chat with Gio. He's right. I was terrified when you said your friend was literally a human trafficker. Are you absolutely sure everything is okay?
Gio flashes a gentle, deeply relieved smile.
Yeah. A memory of the young Chai-won in the lab flashes by, showing his bright, sunny smile and his fist raised high with pure energy. Gio thinks to himself, he hasn't changed a single bit since we were kids. Haiji responds, well, that's a huge relief then. The three of them continue walking down the street. Haiji asks curiously, you said he was going to text you, but how? You don't even own a phone. Gio instantly counters, not true. I totally have a phone. Gio excitedly holds up the phone showing the messaging app. Look right here. Taegu instantly recognizes it in absolute shock. Wait a minute. Isn't that old man Young Chul's phone? A small caption reads, wait, you've been using that this entire time? The scene suddenly shifts to a highly intense chase. A silhouette sprinting desperately for their life down a concrete road.
Top.
A shot from behind the pursuers as they charge toward the massive entrance of a warehouse. A loud roar echoes, do not let him get away. A heavily bruised man sprints blindly down the alleyway. Behind him, a vicious mob is right on his heels. A shout rings out, corner that bastard in the alley. The man in the tracksuit grits his teeth, desperately reaching his hand forward. Damn it! Stop chasing me. His hand violently sprays a thick, pale yellow liquid. The mob chasing him slips and completely wipes out on the slick puddle. They scream in panic. What the hell is this? Oil? Watch out. That's that bastard's mutant ability. The man temporarily escapes, glancing back with a relieved laugh.
I'm alive.
Suddenly, a devastating punch smashes dead into his face before he can even react. A massive thug with bloodshot eyes towers over the man sprawling on the ground. He cracks his knuckles menacingly and growls. Where the hell do you think you're going? The man clutches his head, screaming in agony. The man lies completely flat on the ground, crying and begging pathetically, his nose gushing blood. Please, I'm begging you, my mutant heart. It's literally nothing special. All it can do is squirt out a little oil. One of the goons steps up and violently yanks the man's hair back. He sneers mockingly. Wow. This completely useless, pathetic loser is actually a heart mutant? The boss crosses his arms with a sarcastic smirk, while his lackey continues to yank the man's hair. The boss says, not every mutant is a powerhouse. A piece of trash like him isn't much better than a normal human. The lackey laughs out loud. For real? The guy puffing on a cigarette flashes a totally sleazy grin. Well, he's basically free money for us. They're paying a solid billion for a single mutant life. The heart mutant cries his absolute eyes out, his teeth chattering uncontrollably as he lets out a terrified whimper. The mob of thugs suddenly jolts and turns around when a completely unfamiliar voice rings out. Are they really only offering that much? Ha! Chai-won, wearing a white hoodie under a khaki jacket, casually strolls right up next to the boss. If we're putting our lives on the line like this, they should definitely be paying way more. The entire gang is completely baffled. Who the hell is this guy? The boss, caught off guard, screams. Who the hell are you, you little punk? Chai-won coldly manifests a blade from his palm, his eyes flashing with absolute ruthlessness and a terrifying, murderous smile. The panicked goons draw their knives and rush Chai-won. This freak is a mutant. Kill him. Chai-won calmly analyzes the situation. About 10 of them, huh? Better wrap this up quickly. Chai-won swings his sword, unleashing razor-sharp slashes that completely dice the thugs in the blink of an eye. Blood violently sprays everywhere as agonizing screams echo through the alley. Chai-won moves with terrifying, ghost-like speed, his blade leaving streaks of lethal light as he effortlessly slaughters them one by one. The panicked boss yanks out his gun, aiming it dead ahead and screaming, "Pull out your guns, you idiots!" Chai-won smirks knowingly. Putting your finger on the barrel is an incredibly stupid way to die. Please do not try this at home. You know what? Chai-won dashes in like a hawk, firmly gripping the massive thug's gun barrel and whispering right into his ear with dead cold eyes. Your gun is made of metal too. An image shows a bright red, wildly beating heart suddenly pierced by dozens of metallic blades. The massive thug's finger trembles as he violently squeezes the trigger. A dull click echoes out. The gun is completely jammed. The thug's eyes bug out in absolute, mind-numbing horror at the gun in his hand. What the hell is this? Looking straight down the black barrel, dozens of razor-sharp metal blades suddenly erupt from inside the gun. The massive thug screams in absolute, agonizing terror. The gun in his hand has completely transformed into a spiked metal ball, violently shredding his hand and sending blood gushing out. The huge guy collapses to his knees, clutching his mangled, bloody hand, coughing up blood and groaning. Chai-won stands right behind him, staring down with ice-cold eyes and a totally ruthless smirk. Chai-won stands tall amidst the utter wreckage and the scattered, groaning bodies of the thugs. He drops a cold-blooded warning. Next time, try to pass out somewhere that doesn't have this annoying barbed wire. The olive oil heart mutant lies flat on the ground, looking up at his savior with tear-filled eyes and a deeply grateful smile. Thank you. Thank you so much for saving my life. He keeps crying, overwhelmingly emotional to meet a fellow mutant. You're a heart mutant too, just like me. He sobs out his whole dramatic story. I literally thought I was dead meat when those thugs showed up. Thank you so much. Chai-won brutally cuts him off, looking incredibly annoyed. Shut up. Huh. Chai-won holds his phone to his ear, reporting the status to his boss. Yes, sir. I've completely secured the stolen mutant. The heart mutant collapses at Chai-won's feet, utterly terrified. Chai-won continues his phone call. You can send him straight to the lab. The mutant trembles uncontrollably. What? To the lab? What do you mean? Before he can finish, Chai-won delivers a brutal kick, instantly knocking him out cold. Chai-won holds up his phone, his voice dripping with pure sarcasm. He was getting way too noisy. I'm the broker who's going to sell you. The scene shifts to a pitch-black lab, where kids in hospital gowns lie completely motionless in pools of blood. A hidden figure stands amidst the bodies, holding a phone and smirking with high praise. That's exactly Lee Chai-won's style. The hidden figure on the phone has his face completely cloaked in shadow, revealing only a deeply satisfied smile. He operates on a totally different level compared to these absolutely useless lab rats lying around here. He gets the job done. I knew I could always count on him. Chai-won continues his report. Also, there's one more thing I need to report. A close-up of Chai-won's dead serious face. I finally found Kim Ji-oh. The hidden figure on the other end, his hand soaked in blood, freezes completely.
Kim Ji-oh.
He continues, in that case, Chai-won stands amidst the bloody crime scene, bringing up their deal. You promised to give me literally any reward I wanted if I brought in Kim Ji-oh. That deal is still totally valid, right? The blood-spattered half of the hidden figure's face twists into an incredibly sinister smirk. Absolutely. In that case, Chai-won lowers his head. I'll hand him over to you tomorrow. The scene abruptly changes. A close-up shows a pair of hands flawlessly and rapidly chopping carrots on a wooden cutting board. Chai-won, wearing an apron, cooks in the kitchen, his face completely scrunched up in deep thought.
Kim Ji-oh.
How the hell am I going to capture him? Luring him out should be an absolute piece of cake. He doesn't suspect a damn thing. A flashback of Chai-won impaling Ji-oh at the construction site. The real problem is, he's insanely freaking strong. The image of their brutal clash flashes. He's not the same pathetic skeleton from back then. His regeneration is completely insane. He healed instantly even after I literally sliced him wide open. Chai-won stands in the kitchen, cleaning up while meticulously plotting. Normal methods aren't going to work on him at all. I need to find a place completely loaded with metal. A steaming, delicious-smelling pot of freshly cooked curry is ready. Chai-won announces, the curry is completely done. A little girl in a wheelchair flashes a radiant smile when she sees the curry. Chai-won brings the pot to the table. The little girl cheers, wow, curry, you're the absolute best, big bro. Chai-won smiles incredibly gently at his little sister. I even added extra potatoes just for you, Chai-yun. Little Chai-yun holds her spoon and chopsticks, her eyes crinkling in pure, absolute happiness. Awesome. This is so amazing. Chai-won squats down, warmly patting his little sister's head as she sits in her wheelchair. If you ever want to eat anything else, just tell me. I'll cook absolutely anything you want. Chai-yun obediently replies, okay. Chai-yun eagerly invites her older brother. Come sit down. Let's eat together. Chai-won hangs up his apron, getting ready to head out. I can't make it tonight. I've got some business to take care of. Chai-yun's face drops, her eyes filled with disappointment. Really? Again? The door clicks shut, and Chai-won's voice echoes from outside. Go ahead and eat first. Just save some for me. I'll finish it when I get back. Chae-yoon sits quietly alone in her wheelchair, watching her brother's silhouette disappear. The scene shifts to a high-rise apartment complex glowing brightly under the dead-silent night sky. Cut back to Haiji, who is peeling a tangerine. Her thoughts drift. Jio had a completely exhausting day with Twijum. A hand vigorously stirs food in a sizzling hot pan. With everything that went down, he must be totally burned out. Wearing pink pajamas, Haiji pours soy sauce into the sizzling pan in the kitchen. She mutters to herself, meat and fruit are the absolute best for recovering stamina, right? A close-up of Haiji's sharp, totally determined eyes. In that case, an absolutely god-tier plate of braised short ribs, galbi jim, appears, heavily garnished with a literal sparkling mountain of strawberries and tangerines. Haiji scrolls through her phone, thinking confidently, ChatGPT said this is an absolutely flawless combo, so it's guaranteed to be delicious. The AI's response reads, those ingredients provide the perfect balance of nutrition and flavor. ChatGPT continues, I will calculate the absolute ideal ratio based on your recipe. She stares intently at the AI-generated recipe on her screen, thinking to herself that if it wasn't for ChatGPT, she wouldn't have even dared to try this. It's seriously mind-blowing that it even knows a recipe for short ribs with tangerines and strawberries. She cheerfully and skillfully tosses the food in the pan, smugly thinking that maybe she actually has a natural-born talent for this, and maybe she should seriously consider pursuing a culinary career. The phone sitting next to the stove suddenly lights up with a text notification from her younger sister, checking in to see if Haiji has eaten yet. Haiji immediately texts back asking when her sister is coming home and if she's planning to stay out late again. Her sister replies that she'll be back today, but probably not until the crack of dawn. Haiji eagerly brags about her super unique short ribs combo with tangerines and strawberries to bribe her sister into coming home early, only to get brutally rejected with a vomiting emoji. Furious, she glares at the screen because her sister completely fails to appreciate her hard work. Even though she mutters that her sister is crazy, she still promises herself to save a portion for her anyway. She turns to Jio, who is sitting on the floor hugging the puppy. Hey Jio, my sister said she won't be back until dawn, so you can go ahead and crash early tonight. Jio calmly replies that he's fine, making Haiji, spatula in hand, turn around in confusion to ask what he's doing. Staring intently at his phone, he explains that he's waiting for a call from a friend and isn't sure when they'll actually reach out. A knowing, teasing smile spreads across her face as she presses him on whether he's really looking forward to seeing this friend that much. Jio flashes an incredibly radiant, pure smile as the puppy licks his chin, totally unashamed to admit that he genuinely misses his friend. She looks at Joe's completely relaxed silhouette by the apartment window and gently points out that even though they haven't known each other long, she's never seen him look this comfortable before. Jio smiles in agreement. Jio thinks to himself, Chai-won, he is an incredibly precious friend to me. A flashback to the past. Hey skeleton, what the hell are you doing moping around all by yourself here? Huh? Jio stammers. Well, the thing is, Jio shrinks back, timidly burying his face in the table. I'm just sitting by myself. Chai-won suddenly grabs Jio. What the heck? You're literally missing an arm. Where did it go? Jio panics. Wait, please let go. Jio frantically explains. The wound from the experiments a few days ago. It still hasn't healed yet. It looks completely disgusting. So please don't stare at it. Chai-won smirks totally unfazed and holds out a hand. What are you talking about? Are you seriously sitting here sulking over some garbage like this? Over something this trivial? Chai-won orders. Give me your arm. Let me see. Jio hesitates. My arm? But what for? Chai-won says proudly, check this out. Joe's face contorts in absolute mind-blowing shock. A razor-sharp metal blade is suddenly attached right where his missing arm used to be. O's jaw drops as he screams in pure hype over the unexpected gift. In his skeletal form, Jio stares at his brand-new sword arm, screaming in shock. What the heck is this? Chai-won sits on the ground, looking incredibly smug. Well, pretty freaking cool, right? The ice mutant girl next to them furrows her brows and scolds him strictly. Hey, Lee Chai-won, are you bullying Jio again? Chai-won quickly points at Jio to defend himself. What are you even talking about? I literally just gave him a super sick upgrade. Gio nods enthusiastically beside him. Yeah, exactly. A literal sword instead of an arm. Oa's skeletal cheeks flush bright red, his eye sockets sparkling with absolute admiration as he blurts out, "This is way too cool." The ice mutant girl freezes, surrounded by a dozen question marks, completely baffled by what's going on. Huh? What? Chai One flashes a brilliant smile, holding his fist out to praise him. Oh, you've actually got some great taste. Gio awkwardly lifts his sword, staring at Chai One's fist. What's this? Chai One holds his fist steady and declares boldly, "Real bros fist bump," to prove their trust in each other. Standing behind them, the girl cringes and backs away, thinking, ugh, that is so freaking cheesy. Gio uses his remaining hand to gently bump Chai One's fist. Trust. Just like real friends. This is awesome. Back in the present, Gio hugs his puppy, smiling softly at the memory. Chai One was an incredibly cool friend. I used to follow him everywhere because I desperately wanted to be just like him. Haiji forces an incredibly awkward smile, sweating bullets as she judges the two boys' taste. I see. He actually liked having a sword instead of an arm? But seriously, why? Joe buries his face in the puppy's fur, his voice turning soft. But I'm still really happy. Is he actually this happy just because he got to see his friend again? Haiji stands up, smiling as she calls out, "All right, let's eat." Gio is still sitting on the floor hugging the puppy, looking totally bummed. And yet, I couldn't even help him at all. Haiji comforts him. It's totally fine. Just one person is more than enough for me. Wearing oven mitts, Haiji effortlessly lifts the massive, completely overloaded pan, enthusiastically introducing the dish. Today's special menu, sweet and sour galbi-jim. O's eyes light up, his jaw dropping in absolute awe. What is this? Haiji proudly declares, "My special signature galbi-jim." Gio still can't hide his amazement. Wow! A close-up of the super unique dish, featuring braised short ribs totally mixed with strawberries and tangerines. Gio is mind-blown. With strawberries and tangerines, I've literally never seen anything like this in my life. Gio picks up a piece of meat along with a strawberry, getting ready to dive in. Time to eat. Gio squeezes his eyes shut, totally absorbing the flavor exploding in his mouth. Haiji leans forward, watching his reaction intensely, asking nervously, "Well, is it good?" Gio chews enthusiastically, tears of pure joy streaming down his face. It's absolutely incredible. The massive pile of food vanishes in seconds under Gio's absolute rampage. Eating it with the tangerines is insanely good. It totally looks like Twijim wants a bite too. Can I give him a little bit? The puppy looks up with completely pitiful, begging eyes. No. He'll get super sick if you just feed him whatever. I know you really want some, but you're gonna have to wait. I'll make you your own special meal later. Gio rapidly shovels the food into his mouth. This is literally the best meal I have ever had. Thank you so much for cooking this for me. She smiles back warmly. I'm really glad you love it. I'll make you something even better soon. Awesome. Thank you. The phone sitting on the table suddenly buzzes violently with an incoming call. Is it Chai One? Gio holds the phone to his ear. Hello. The voice on the other end screams in sheer panic. Gio, help me. What's wrong? I was tracking those lab bastards, but everything completely went to hell. O's eyes bulge in shock. The lab. That's the place you were locked up, Gio. The voice on the other end keeps screaming. Can you please get over here and help me? Absolutely. I'm on my way right now. The address is 27 Sotomaro, the abandoned factory, the building all the way in the back. The second he finishes, the call abruptly drops. Gio throws the phone on the table and springs up. Chai One is in serious trouble. I have to go save him right now. A close-up of Joyce Adams' apple bobbing intensely as he swallows the massive mouthful of food. He hands the bowl back to Haiji, speaking at lightning speed. Haiji, everything you made with the strawberries, tangerines, and ribs was absolutely delicious. I'm so sorry I couldn't finish it all, even though you worked so hard to cook it. Haiji takes it awkwardly. Wait, that is definitely not the issue right now. Exactly. That's why I'm running off to save my friend right now. I'm going with you. No, it's way too dangerous. Ji, stay right here. I'll be back in a flash. The scene shows the interior of the massive abandoned factory, cluttered with cranes, shipping containers, and tons of cold steel materials. Gio cautiously peeks his head out to scan the area. Are you in here? Why the hell is it so quiet? Chai-won definitely said it was this exact spot. His eyes suddenly narrow as he senses something completely off. Wait a minute. He touches the wall of a rusted steel shipping container. There's... Ao's gaze drops to the textured steel floor beneath his feet. Metal absolutely everywhere? A barrage of razor-sharp metal blades suddenly erupts, violently tearing through the floor. The ruthless blades completely impale Jo's chest and stomach, sending fresh blood violently spraying into the air. He grits his teeth, swallowing the agonizing pain, his face turning pale with absolute shock. Ao's body is suspended in mid-air, mercilessly pinned and completely skewered by the metal swords. He groans in pure agony. A sword! What the hell is this? Chai-won steps out, staring coldly down at Gio. Thanks for coming, Kim Gio. What the hell are you doing? Didn't you literally just say you got caught? It's exactly what it looks like. Ao's eyes widen in utter disbelief. So that means... It means you got completely played. Seeing Chai-won charge forward to attack, he grits his teeth through the pain, violently yanks the massive sword out of his stomach, and roars in absolute rage. Gio tosses the sword aside, completely ready to dive into a brutal, all-out brawl. Chai-won swings his massive sword straight down, and Gio swiftly rolls backward to dodge the lethal strike. Following through with the swing, Chai-won unleashes a devastating kick, launching Gio flying into the distance. Gio violently coughs up a mouthful of fresh blood in agonizing pain. His body crashes brutally into a pile of scattered wooden planks, completely shattering them into pieces. Chai-won stands completely cold, gripping his sword tight as he stares down at his prey. He tightens his grip on the blood-stained hilt. You know what, Gio? I was genuinely so happy to see you today. For the past 7 years, I've only ever seen a skeleton, so this look is a little unfamiliar, but I instantly knew it was really you from the way you talked, Gio. Gio clutches his chest, struggling to stand up amidst the rubble. We actually laughed together, talked about completely random stuff, and all those old memories just came rushing back. That's exactly why I lied to you. Chai-won stands tall, his eyes devoid of any emotion as he drops the final truth. I really am a broker. I hunt down heart mutants and deliver them straight to the lab. And one more thing. I brought you here to hand you over to them again. What? What the hell are you talking about? Chai-won places his hand on the metal floor, activating his ability. A razor-sharp blade suddenly erupts from the ground right behind Gio, catching him completely off guard. The blade shoots out from his blind spot, but luckily he manages to dodge it by a hair. Chai-won instantly closes the gap the second Gio is distracted. Chai-won lunges, swinging a lethal slash. Gio flips backward to dodge, the sword sparking wildly as it scrapes the steel floor. He is completely different from before. He isn't holding back at all. It's as if he actually wants to kill me. Gio quickly snatches up a heavy steel plate to use as a shield. Lee Chai-won, you son of a bitch. Chai-won violently smashes his sword into the shield, sending sparks flying. Is he seriously planning to sell me out? Gio grits his teeth, screaming from behind the shield. Snap out of it. I have absolutely no idea what the hell is going on right now. Chai-won's eyes are dead and emotionless as he relentlessly pushes forward. But at least freaking talk to me. Gio struggles desperately to hold him off. Suddenly, Chai-won places his hand flat on the steel shield. No need. Just be a good boy and let me capture you. Dozens of pitch-black blades instantly erupt and pierce straight through the steel shield, violently blasting Gio to the ground. Gio coughs up a mouthful of blood, clenching his teeth in pure rage. You bastard! He scrambles backward frantically on his hands and knees. Are you out of your freaking mind? Retreating, Gio grabs a heavy piece of scrap metal to defend himself. Are you still in contact with that damn lab? Those people are literal criminals. He grips the metal bar tight, holding it up like a shield in a desperate attempt to reason with him. Snap the hell out of it. Gio aggressively swings the metal bar right at Chai-won. You absolute idiot. Chai-won's eyes glow a bloodthirsty red, completely unfazed by the incoming strike. Joa's face twists with intense pressure as his opponent effortlessly closes in. Realizing the situation is getting insanely dangerous, Gio agilely backflips through the air to put some distance between them. I absolutely cannot talk some sense into him right now. Chai-won immediately slams his palm onto the steel floor. Running away is totally useless. A massive barrage of razor-sharp swords violently pierces through the steel floor, sprouting up like deadly mushrooms. A razor-thin blade slices right past Joa's neck, drawing a thin line of blood and sending a chill down his spine. This entire place is absolutely loaded with metal, Gio. A colossal steel spear suddenly erupts from beneath, violently launching Gio into the air with a spray of fresh blood. You're not getting away. Gio bites his bleeding lip, his eyes wide in absolute shock. Damn it! Did he seriously plan this whole thing out? Is he really going to sell me out to the lab? Gio retreats while screaming back in sheer frustration. Why the hell are you doing this? Don't you give a damn if I get dragged back to that hellhole? Chai-won suddenly leaps into the air, bringing his massive sword crashing down with an absolutely deadpan expression. I don't give a damn. Gio grits his teeth, channeling every ounce of his power into his fist. Fine then, if that's what you want. He pivots and throws a devastating punch aimed dead at Chai-won's face to counter the slash, but tragically misses the target. Gio takes the ruthless slash head-on, violently coughing up a mouthful of blood in agonizing pain. Just as he finishes his swing, Chai-won flinches slightly, looking down at Joa's fist, veins popping as it vibrates with sheer, unrestrained rage. Chai-won eats a devastating uppercut right to the jaw. His head snaps back, his facial muscles warping from the brutal impact, but he doesn't take a single step back. Chai-won glares back in utter shock at the guy standing in front of him. What? Did that punch seriously not even hurt him? Chai-won smirks, revealing his blood-stained teeth. Of course, all those years of torture built up his insane pain tolerance. An image of the bloody, emaciated skeleton flashes through his mind. Joa's regeneration is on a completely different level now. He literally healed the exact second my blade sliced him, and countered in that exact same split second. Chai-won lunges forward, violently tearing into Joa's shoulder as blood violently sprays. In that case, I'll dice him into pieces before he even has a chance to react. Chai-won moves at an impossible speed, creating afterimages as he unleashes a flurry of slashes from every single direction. You won't be able to attack while your body is too busy regenerating. Chai-won's eyes flash with a cold-blooded glare, wildly swinging his sword to corner his prey without an ounce of mercy. Gio growls, biting his bleeding lip and glaring furiously as he tanks the absolute hurricane of damage. Memories of hell flood back. The skeletal Gio chained pathetically to the floor. What is it? What's the experiment today? A heavy, freezing iron shackle violently slams shut, ruthlessly locking down both his wrists. A cold, robotic voice echoes from the observation room. The resurrection heart. Regeneration response experiment number 225. Commencing now. The skeletal Gio breaks into a terrified cold sweat. It's starting again. Bring the test subject in. The heavy, freezing lab doors slowly grind open. They drag the test subject into the room.
Kim, Gio?
Gio lifts his skeletal face, completely shocked to see a familiar face. Lee Chai-won? The cold voice drones from the observation room. Today's experiment will observe the regeneration process of the resurrection heart, when stimulated by the abilities of the Heart of Swords. Test subject 0824. Use your ability to attack test subject 0001. What? You want me to attack Gio? Chai-won screams, his eyes wide in absolute disbelief. You're telling me to slice him up right now? Are you guys completely insane? He clenches his fists, roaring furiously at the observation room. Cut the bullshit. I'm not doing it. Is this really why you brought me here? I'm out of here. Before he can even finish, the collar around Chai-won's neck violently shocks him, making him scream in pure agony. Gio looks at his friend with deep sorrow, desperately shouting to convince him. Don't hesitate. Just do it. I'll be perfectly fine. The collar relentlessly shocks Chai-won, causing him unbearable pain as he grips it and roars. Are you people absolute psychos? How the hell am I supposed to cut up my own friend? You bastards! Seeing his friend suffering, Gio frantically screams. I literally just told you it doesn't hurt at all. The ruthless electricity tears through his flesh, but he grits his teeth and endures it. Screw off. I'd rather just freaking die. Hey, you weak, pathetic loser. Stop trying to act tough and just do what they say. Chai-won suddenly freezes, the electricity totally cutting off. Huh? Sweating bullets, Gio pushes himself to the limit to convince him. Exactly. So stop wasting time and just get this over with. I'll heal right back up anyway. Chai-won is completely stunned, glaring fiercely at Gio. What?
I'm weak?
Gio stands tall, throwing his arms up and aggressively taunting him. All you can do is cut things with a sword. Compared to getting frozen solid, burned alive, or eaten whole, your ability is totally pathetic. So just do it already. He yanks out his blade, his murderous intent and blue electricity flaring up violently.
I'm weak.
Fine. Let's see just how weak I actually am. Chai-won's razor-sharp eyes lock onto the target, while Gio completely chokes, his empty eye sockets widening in panic as he realizes he totally just provoked his friend. Chai-won violently slashes across Joa's chest, sending fresh blood spraying wildly into the air. Gio throws his head back and screams in pure agony, blood violently gushing from his mouth. Oh God, did I push him way too far? Chai-won charges in, swinging his sword like a maniac and creating a chaotic mess of glowing slashes. Still doesn't hurt. What about now? Or how about this? Covered head to toe in blood, Gio just stands there looking completely dazed. It doesn't hurt at all. Chai-won keeps screaming. How about this move? Chai-won delivers one final, brutal slash, violently launching Gio backward into a massive pool of blood. The emotionless voice from the observation room announces. Experiment number 225. Regeneration response check complete. Chai-won stands panting heavily, his entire body soaked in fresh blood, but his eyes remain incredibly sharp and cold. Gio lies completely flattened in a pool of blood, groaning. It hurts so much. Gao's face suddenly twists in total confusion. Huh? Wait a second. It doesn't hurt as much as I thought? Chai-won's voice drops low. Stay completely still. Chai-won winks with hidden meaning. Just play along. You're completely covered in my blood. Those researchers won't even notice the difference. What the hell did you just do? Those wounds. Did you slice your own arm? Yeah. So shut your mouth before they figure it out. Why the hell would you do that? I'm gonna heal back up anyway. You absolute idiot. I know exactly how incredibly slow your regeneration is. He flashes a bitter, sad smile.
Plus.
I heard those lab bastards won't even give you enough blood because they're terrified of your healing factor. And one more thing. Don't look at me with that totally dramatic look like I'm some kind of martyr. It's super embarrassing when friends do this kind of cheesy stuff. Chai-won suddenly widens his eyes in shock as the nostalgic memory of his old friend totally interrupts his thoughts. You used to be that kind of person, so why the hell are you doing this now? Right as he finishes his sentence, Chai-won delivers a brutal slash, sending Gio crashing backward while violently coughing up blood. Gao's shoe stomps heavily onto the steel floor, bracing for his next massive strike.
Io Svein popping fist rockets forward.
But it abruptly stops dead right under Chai-won's chin, not delivering a single ounce of force. He stopped. Chai-won glares at his opponent in total disbelief. Chai-won stares at Gio in absolute shock, his mind totally chaotic. There's no way. He glares at the guy in front of him, his heart burning with intense envy. After I sliced you up like that, how the hell can you still look at me with those eyes? Chai-won grinds his teeth, describing the agonizing sound of his fury. Why? Without a single second of hesitation, Chai-won swings violently, completely tearing open Joe's chest and sending blood violently spraying. Don't piss me off. Gao's filthy hand scrambles against the slanted steel floor, desperately trying to keep his body from collapsing. Gio clutches his shredded wound, retreating while screaming back with absolute, unyielding resolve. I'm not fighting you. Screw off. Chai-won narrows his eyes with absolute, pure disgust. You are an absolute joke, even after taking all those slashes. Just give up and let me take you in, because one way or another, I'm handing you over to the lab. Or maybe, Chai-won raises his sword high, his eyes glowing with murderous intent. Song Haiji and Jo Taegu. Geo freezes, glaring back at him with extreme wariness. Those friends of yours. Should I take care of them first? Chai-won lunges forward, slashing clean through Jo's right arm, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. The severed arm drops onto the metal floor with a thud, leaving a massive, dark pool of blood spreading everywhere. Taking advantage of the opening, Chai-won closes the distance and drives his blade forward, backing Geo into a corner. Chai-won's lips curl into a sly, triumphant smirk. Finally, you're actually looking me in the eye. He presses the razor-sharp edge against Jo's wrist to pin him down. I guess they're pretty important to you, huh? Tracking down a couple of normal high school kids is child's play. Kim Geo, if you try to run, they're the ones who are gonna pay the price. Chai-won smiles savagely, having finally found his friend's ultimate weakness. Hearing that, Geo instantly shoves his hand straight down Chai-won's throat. A view from inside Chai-won's mouth as Jo's hand jams into his throat. Chai-won chokes. Gah! Geo pins his opponent to the floor, his eyes filled with sheer ferocity. Don't you dare cross that line. Chai-won strains his neck in agony. Geo roars. Haiji and Taegu are my friends too. Geo gains total control, pressing his hand deeper. I wanted to hear your side, because we used to be friends. A view inside the chest shows Jo's heart beginning to beat violently. But now, Jo's eyes blaze with cold-blooded murder. I don't care about the reasons anymore. I'm going to crush you. Chai-won thinks in pure terror. Kim Geo, are you seriously cutting my throat to absorb blood? A close-up of the mutated blood gushing from Jo's hand and flowing straight into Chai-won's mouth. A flood of red blood cells sprays out, instantly fueling the energy inside his body. In an instant, the arm that had just been sliced off regenerates at an insane speed. It restores to its original state in the blink of an eye. Chai-won's eyes widen in absolute awe, breaking into a cold sweat as he realizes Jo's severed arm has fully healed. Geo unleashes a thunderous punch that sends Chai-won flying backward, making him scream in pain. Chai-won's body is pushed back, skidding across the metal floor. Chai-won collapses, clutching his chest and struggling to cough up blood. He realizes with a jolt that at least 3 of his ribs are snapped, even though his body was reinforced with iron to take a beating. Geo lunges forward with glowing red eyes, making Chai-won panic, fearing he'll die if he takes even one more hit. Without missing a beat, Jo's fist smashes dead into Chai-won's face, warping his features. The force of the strike is so massive Chai-won is launched into the air, yelling in agony. He slams hard and skids into a pile of debris, screaming in distress about how insane Jo's speed is. I didn't even have time to react. Jo's thunderous fist connects with Chai-won's face without a single miss. Chai-won goes flying, bouncing violently off the cold steel floor and screaming at the top of his lungs. Chai-won crawls back up, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Damn it! Where the hell did this insane power come from? Is he seriously getting this much stronger just by drinking his own blood? He leaps backward, summoning a barrage of blades that embed themselves jaggedly into the floor. I need to gain some distance and take back control. Geo twists and weaves through the swords sprouting like mushrooms. What the hell? Does he know where my blades are coming from? No. Geo flips through the air, dodging them as if they were nothing. He's dodging these with just his naked eye. Is his reaction time seriously this insane? Wasn't Kim Geo's only ability the resurrection heart? Chai-won's face breaks out in a massive cold sweat. Isn't regeneration his only thing? His strength, speed, reflexes, and stamina, they're totally different from when he was just a skeleton. Every single stat is on a completely different level. He claws his hands into the slick metal floor. At this rate, I'm gonna lose. Damn it, I didn't want to use this move. His hand veins bulge and glow with energy, absorbing iron particles to the limit. This much iron is going to shred my blood vessels and organs, but in exchange, the heart of swords will react violently. Chai-won lowers his head, and jagged blades begin erupting from his collar. And just like an explosion, countless razor-sharp blades tear through his skin, erupting violently from his body in every direction. Chai-won stands up, looking like a massive, menacing iron hedgehog. I'm about to unleash hundreds of blades.
Gimme all.
I don't give a damn how fast you regenerate. You're never going to get past this wall of blades. Chai-won takes a defensive hedgehog-like stance. Gio just calmly clenches his fist. Ready. So what? Ignoring the forest of sharp spikes, Gio swings a thunderous punch straight at his opponent. Who the hell cares? The massive fist plunges into Chai-won's morphing body, ignoring the blades and sending blood flying everywhere. The massive impact of the blow creates an incredibly powerful shockwave. His eyes bulge in terror as he coughs up a liter of fresh, bright red blood. These little tricks, they don't hurt at all. The burning heart inside Gio's chest is frantically regenerating every single cell. Skin being shredded, blades piercing my body. I can endure this all day long. The thing that actually hurts is... Gio's fist lands repeatedly like a sledgehammer, bashing the iron hedgehog from one corner to the other. Chai-won's shredded body smashes through a row of glass panes and steel structures, falling apart with no end in sight. Chai-won's face presses against the thick glass, warping and creating terrifying spiderweb cracks. The glass shatters into a million pieces. Gio delivers one more blow of pure rage. The truth that you, my friend... A steel-reinforced fist slams straight into the center of Chai-won's face without a shred of mercy. The strike carries massive, horrifying power, driving Chai-won deep into the metal floor and leaving a massive crater. The truth that you betrayed me. Chai-won collapses at the epicenter of the impact, completely knocked out on the warped metal floor. Gio stares down at the guy he just absolutely destroyed. It hurts more than any of your blades. A friend I've known for 10 years. Tried to drag me back to that hellhole lab. Gio's face is swallowed in dark sorrow, his eyes looking down silently at his former friend, who is left in ruins on the floor. That is what is literally killing me from the inside. The shattered blade shards are still slowly falling through the air. Why did you do it? I still can't figure it out. What kind of promise did those bastards at the lab even make to you? His blood-soaked hands clench so tight that every vein stands out. You know better than anyone how horrific that place is. You know better than anyone. Chai-won's mangled face drips blood endlessly from his nose and mouth, lying silently on the floor. Bringing all this crap up now. What's the point of it anymore? Chai-won's eyes look resigned and defeated. I was working for the lab, and I was trying to sell you out to them. We can never go back to being friends ever again. Gio grinds his teeth, his burning, explosive rage clearly visible on his lips. Without a second thought, Gio's steel fist slams straight into Chai-won's face again without mercy. What the hell are you mumbling about? Don't you dare decide that all on your own. Another punch lands, sending blood flying. Don't you dare try to run away by saying it's over. Gio grabs Chai-won by the collar and yanks him up, screaming in fury. Tell me what you got in exchange for selling me out. Give me a reason I can actually understand. Gio's eyes burn with blood-red fury. His face inches from the traitors. At least, give me some kind of excuse. At the very least, if you ever actually considered me a friend. Chai-won's swollen eyes slowly look down, unable to meet his gaze. Right. Friends. Memories of the old days suddenly flood his mind. In that cold lab years ago, a young Chai-won hugs his arm and runs away while Gio chases him playfully. In his skeletal form, Gio grabs Chai-won's head and playfully lifts him up to tease him. Despite the harsh conditions, they all hang out and joke around. Young Chai-won puts him in a headlock, flashing a totally carefree smile. We really did have some good times. Back in the brutal reality, Chai-won's shredded body goes limp, leaning his head on Gio's shoulder.
I'm sorry.
I don't have any excuses. A squad of tactical soldiers comes storming in. Gio's face changes, breaking into a massive cold sweat as he suddenly senses something very wrong. Dozens of heavily armed shadows swiftly surround them like ghosts. Gio flinches, using his hand to shield his face from the glaring light. Who is that? He struggles to look up and dozens of pitch-black gun barrels are aimed straight at his face. Guns? A whole army has completely surrounded Gio and Chai-won, leaving absolutely zero room to escape. The cold commander reports over his radio. Target heart mutants identified, requesting backup inside the factory. Gio is stunned, his pupils vibrating wildly. No way. The lab? Dark memories surface of a blood-soaked prisoner being swarmed by guards. Test Subject 0001. Escape caused by containment failure. The blinding floodlights shine straight onto him, creating suffocating pressure. Subdue him immediately. The horrific memory of getting mercilessly riddled with bullets floods back. That's the kid with the resurrection heart. The perimeter of guards aggressively unloads their weapons from every single direction. Keep firing. We have to constantly kill him while we transport him. Gio breaks into a cold sweat, his pupils shrinking as the suffocating presence of the lab guards closes in. He violently throws his traitorous friend over his shoulder, getting ready to make a mad dash for it. I have to get out of here. O's blood-soaked hand desperately snatches up a thick metal bar lying in the way to use as a weapon. His muscles bulge as he channels every ounce of his raw strength, violently swinging the massive metal bar high above his head. He hurls it directly at the barricade of guards, whipping up a massive, blinding dust storm that completely blocks their line of sight. Taking full advantage of the absolute chaos, Gio, carrying the iron hedgehog on his shoulder, flawlessly leaps away like a ghost. The tactical squad panics, gripping their rifles and frantically giving chase. The mutant is making a run for it. Don't let him get away. Gio makes a razor-sharp turn, skidding hard with the heavy dead weight on his back before diving behind a massive row of shipping containers. O's eyes bulge, his pupils shrinking into pinpricks as he realizes just how completely screwed he is. He stops dead in his tracks, completely frozen as dozens of heavily armed tactical soldiers lock their laser sights dead onto him. A cold, lethal perspective straight down the barrel of a gun with 0 blind spots. The target's escape route is completely secured. We have him fully surrounded from both sides. Gio pants heavily, totally exhausted, his chest heaving as he stands trapped in a literal circle of death. He and the unconscious Chaiwan are completely boxed in by dozens of gun barrels pointed directly at them. I'm completely trapped. Imjin UK, the cold-blooded police tactical commander, barks an order over the radio. Stay on high alert. Both suspects are heart mutants. Hold your positions until I report back to headquarters. You are cleared to fire if they resist. Hearing the literal death sentence echoing through the alley makes Gio break out in a massive cold sweat. Team A, lock down every single exit. Team B, load live rounds and prepare to fire. If I get caught right now. The horrifying image of the pitch-black research facility looming like a massive cage flashes in his mind. I'm going to be dragged straight back to that hellhole. The commander holds his radio, his eyes razor-sharp as he prepares to give the execution order. If you are locked and loaded, then, before he can even finish his sentence, a slender, mysterious hand reaches out and violently snatches the radio right out of his grip, making him jump. The commander's eyes bug out in utter disbelief. A stunning, long-legged beauty in a slick black suit casually appears with her bodyguard and effortlessly swipes his radio. The absolute boss lady introduces herself as Song Hai-in, captain of the police mutant task force, dropping a bold declaration. From this moment on, I am taking full control of this scene. Are you, Captain Song Hai-in, from the mutant task force? What the hell is Captain Song doing here? How did she even find this place? Lower your weapons immediately. The second the absolute command is dropped, the commander obediently follows suit. Understood. Cease fire. All units, lower your weapons. The rhythmic clicking of high heels echoes sharply across the steel floor, casually strutting in and completely shattering the suffocating tension. Hai-in steps right up to evaluate the young boy. So, you're Gio? Don't be scared. I'm here to help you. The stunning woman speaks with a genuinely warm tone. My little sister told me absolutely everything about your situation. Gio is completely dumbfounded, his eyes wide in pure shock, totally unable to process this massive plot twist. I am Hai-ji's older sister. Hai-in flashes an incredibly sharp, dangerously charming smirk. I'm Song Hai-in. It's really nice to meet you. Gio breaks out in a cold sweat, his brain totally short-circuiting. Hai-ji's older sister. Hai-in leans in and whispers right into his ear, reassuring him. Don't worry about a thing. I'll completely handle the situation here. She pivots around, crossing her arms and staring down the intimidating squad. You guys were dispatched for a mutant incident, correct? The soldier snaps to attention and barks a reply. Yes, that is correct, ma'am. Restrict all civilian access and call in a medical team immediately. Commander Jin-wook suddenly screams, totally cutting off her orders. Hold on just a damn minute. He glares right into Hyen's face, absolutely furious. Does the mutant task force just completely ignore basic protocol on the scene now? Hyen shoots him a razor-sharp side-eye, not backing down an inch. We received the report first and had this scene completely locked down. Are you seriously totally ignorant of police procedure? Captain Song Hyen, the massive bodyguard standing next to her, immediately jumps in to defend his boss. No. This is an exception. When dealing with wanted mutants, we have absolute priority to take over the scene. He shoves a warrant plastered with Chai-won's mugshot right into the commander's face. This is an official arrest warrant and investigation file for Lee Chai-won. Now back the hell off. Instead of backing down, the commander smirks mockingly, totally challenging them. It seems like there's a massive misunderstanding here. I'm not talking about that guy. The commander aggressively points straight at Gio, looking totally smug. I'm talking about the punk in the black t-shirt. Gio jolts, sweating bullets as he suddenly gets thrown right into the spotlight. After checking the security cameras, it turns out that kid is a mutant too, not just the wanted suspect. In fact, he's a completely unregistered mutant. The commander looks at Hyen, throwing out a direct challenge. Since unregistered mutants are legally classified as civilians, they fall strictly under our jurisdiction. We are taking him in. The tactical squad simultaneously raises their rifles and racks the slides. What the hell do you think you're doing? Stand down immediately. The cold, pitch-black barrels of their guns mercilessly lock dead onto Gio without a single second of hesitation. Arrest that unregistered individual immediately. Gio steps back, fully on guard while trapped in the circle of death. Toa's face is completely tense, his mind racing a mile a minute to find an escape route. What the hell do I do now? Right at the boiling point, a slender hand gracefully snaps its fingers, completely shattering the heavy tension. In the blink of an eye, glowing red energy strings explode outward like lasers, violently wrapping around and crushing all the soldiers' weapons. The soldiers are left completely dumbfounded, having absolutely no idea what just happened. Dozens of rifles are suddenly violently sliced into pieces, hovering mid-air and leaving the squad totally stunned. A soldier stares in utter shock at the destroyed grip left in his hand. Our guns. In the literal blink of an eye, the soldiers sweat bullets, whispering in absolute awe. That's Captain Song Hyen's mutant ability. Hyen shoots the commander a deeply condescending side-eye. You clearly still haven't grasped the situation. Jin-wook screams at the top of his lungs, veins popping on his neck. What the hell do you think you're doing? Did you seriously just use your ability on your own allies? Completely ignoring his annoying yelling, Hyen casually raises her hand and snaps her fingers again with absolute authority. The commander's finger is instantly violently twisted backward by an invisible force, making him scream out in agonizing pain. His finger is bent completely backward, leaving him howling in pain before the boss lady's absolute dominance. This case is a highly classified special investigation involving the Hermes lab. Is there anything more important than that? The commander turns ghost white, stuttering in sheer terror. What? The Hermes lab? Hyen crosses her arms, lifting her chin with absolute authority. Take a look around you. The steel floor is completely shredded, covered in massive slash marks tearing the area around the two boys to pieces. These are the scars from their battle. The commander breaks out in a cold sweat, finally realizing he just completely messed with the wrong crowd. Then those kids are. The horrifying scene of two absolute monsters completely destroying the factory flashes in his mind. They're the highly dangerous mutants that the Hermes lab is researching. He turns to snap at his subordinates, instantly flipping his attitude completely. These guys, if we get tangled up with them, we won't just get in trouble. Our lives will be on the freaking line. You should have told me that way sooner. Hand over full control of the scene. Right now. The tactical squad quickly moves in, twisting Chai-won's arms violently behind his back and subduing him cleanly. Gio panics, desperately reaching out to stop them. Wait, hold on. Where the hell are you taking Chai-won? The suited bodyguard coldly steps forward, completely blocking his path. Lee Chai-won is a highly wanted criminal. Therefore, the investigation will proceed strictly following official arrest protocols. Chai-won obediently drops to his knees to be handcuffed. A wanted criminal. Did Chai-won seriously do something that horrific? The bodyguard turns to Gio to wrap things up. You're Kim Gio, right? We're going to need your statement as well. You'll be having a private one-on-one interview with the captain, so please cooperate fully. The polite but firm reminder makes Gio flinch. An interview? With that utterly terrifying woman? Hye-in watches Jo's back as he walks away, her face showing an incredibly calculating, unpredictable expression. Inside a completely sterile, bright white interrogation room, Hye-in crosses her arms, flashing a highly dangerous smile right at Gio. Gio breaks out in a cold sweat, shivering uncontrollably. There's something. Why does this feel so incredibly terrifying? Why is she staring at me with that exact expression? There's absolutely no need to be nervous, Gio. Hye-in's ice-cold voice echoes through the dead-silent room. I called you in here because I have a few specific questions for you. First, I'll cut right to the chase. We are actively hunting down the Hermes lab. Are you also hunting down the lab? I heard from Haiji that you were locked up in that lab and managed to escape about 3 years ago. Gio nods with a deeply bitter expression. That's right. I escaped with the other kids back then. We all broke out together. It seems like you have absolutely no idea what actually happened. Gio completely freezes, his shocked face turning incredibly dark. The brutal truth is, Gio, every single one of your friends was recaptured by the lab. It's highly likely they didn't even escape, but were intentionally let go by the lab. They let them run, just to hunt them down all over again. Simply to instill a sense of absolute, crushing despair, proving that they could never truly escape. Hye-in coldly stares at the thick file in her hands. After recapturing them, they didn't just lock them up. They violently exploited their weaknesses to force them into absolute submission. Or they lured them in with fake promises to use them for countless other horrific crimes. Gio breaks into a cold sweat, blurting out in pure shock. So Chai-won was doing that too? Your friend currently refuses to say a single word. Chai-won sits silently with his head down, his hands tightly cuffed to a cold steel chair. Everything we know is strictly based on the files. The door abruptly swings open, completely cutting off the conversation. Captain, the witness has arrived. Did she come completely voluntarily? Yes. She agreed to cooperate after I fully explained the situation. Bring her in. We're just going to have a very brief chat. Gio turns to the door, his eyes wide in utter disbelief. You're... A little girl in a wheelchair rolls in extremely timidly. Hello, I'm Lee Chae-yoon, Lee Chae-won's younger sister. They already explained everything to me outside. The suited bodyguard bows politely and quietly shuts the interrogation room door behind him. Hye-in walks over, gently holding the little girl's hands. I have absolutely no intention of forcing you. However, we desperately need to know about the dark side of your brother that you've witnessed. What you say here will not make things any worse for him. But we genuinely need to understand exactly why he made those horrific choices. Chae-yoon lowers her head, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her eyes completely weighed down by unspeakable sorrow. She buries her face, her small shoulders violently shaking. This is all completely my fault. Chae-yoon tightly grips her frail hands on her lap. My older brother. He was never actually that kind of person. Absolutely everything changed because of me. She looks up, crying her absolute eyes out. I'm so incredibly scared. If I talk about this here, I'm going to lose my brother all over again. Hye-in leans in, her razor-sharp gaze piercing straight into the little girl's soul. If you stay completely silent, your brother is going to have to shoulder all the guilt entirely alone. Chae-yoon wipes her tears with her sleeve, completely choked up. Okay. Her eyes suddenly become incredibly resolute. I absolutely cannot let him carry that massive burden all by himself anymore. I will tell you absolutely everything I know. Chae-yoon lowers her head, recalling the utterly tragic fragments of her memories. My brother finally came back 3 years ago. The silhouette of a heavily battered Chae-won in a hospital gown violently throwing the front door open appears. The second he escaped the lab, he ran straight home just to see me, Mom and Dad. But, at home, Mom and Dad had already passed away. The scene of an incredibly dark, trash-filled, completely ruined house flashes before the teenager's eyes. Amidst that absolute chaos, his completely frail little sister sits barely alive in a wheelchair. Big, brother? And I was left entirely alone. Suffering from my disability and severe complications, I was in a massive accident and physically couldn't do a single thing for myself. Chai-won freezes, his face completely pale and utterly dumbfounded. Chae-yoon, what the hell happened? He drops to his knees, pulling his little sister into a tight, agonizing hug. I'm so sorry. I'm way too late, aren't I? Don't worry anymore. Your big brother is going to protect you now, no matter what it takes. The flashback shifts to his grueling days carrying bricks at the construction site, absolutely exhausting himself. Hurry up, you useless punk. My brother worked incredibly hard, day and night. But because he didn't have a legal identity, he was always completely broke. Chae-yoon violently coughs up blood and collapses. And the tiny bit of money he managed to scrape together all went straight to my hospital bills. He sacrificed absolutely everything for me. Until one day, a squad of heavily armed tactical soldiers violently kicks the door in like debt collectors. The people from the lab came looking for him. Chae-won is brutally pinned to the floor, completely unable to move. Get the hell off me! Showing absolutely zero mercy, they violently drag the little girl away. Chae-yoon cries and struggles in sheer desperation. Big brother! Get your filthy hands off my sister! Chae-won's face contorts with blood-red, unadulterated fury. I'll freaking kill every single one of you. A man in a slick suit walks in, flashing a sinister, textbook villain smirk. Lee Chae-won, it's been a while. He places a hand on Chae-won's shoulder, whispering sweet, toxic promises. We're not here to capture you. We won't lock you up anymore. We'll give you a clean identity, a solid job, and plenty of money. In exchange, you just need to do a little work for us. Chae-yoon lowers her head, bitterly continuing her story. The lab provided absolutely everything, my hospital bills, our house, even my school tuition, but in return, they told him he could never, ever breathe a word about his work to anyone. Tears stream endlessly down the little girl's cheeks. He never told me exactly what he was doing, but because of me, I feel so incredibly guilty knowing he was committing crimes. A heavy silence completely swallows the room. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry. Geo clenches his fists and grinds his teeth as the pieces finally click together. Everything was just to get medicine for his little sister. Exactly. That is the complete truth behind this entire situation. But let me make one thing absolutely clear. Hye-in holds up the document, cutting right to the chase. Even if Lee Chae-won's ultimate goal was to save his sister, the cold, hard fact remains that he attempted to hand you over to the lab. If everything had gone exactly according to his plan, Geo, you wouldn't be standing here right now. You'd be dragged straight back to that horrific lab. Geo lowers his eyes in deep sorrow. You're right. Hye-in continues. Aside from this specific case, Lee Chae-won will soon face severe punishment for his direct involvement in several other crimes orchestrated by the lab. Do you want to make one final call before all of this is officially over? Geo freezes, his dark, exhausted eyes staring blankly at the wall-mounted phone. Yes, please. O's fingers tremble slightly as he dials the numbers on the old keypad. He picks up the receiver, pressing it to his ear and waiting in dead silence. You're listening, right? I know you picked up. I heard your entire story. About what happened after you escaped the lab, about your little sister, and exactly why you tried to sell me out. Absolutely everything. Why the hell didn't you just say something to me? Chae-won sighs heavily as he listens to him. Geo presses the receiver tightly against his ear. Why didn't you say a single damn thing to me? On the other end, Chae-won remains completely silent. Say something, damn it. Why the hell did you do it? Geo screams into the phone, his voice cracking with pure, explosive rage. You backstabbing bastard. At least give me some kind of pathetic excuse. Are you seriously too ashamed to even open your mouth? O's veiny hand violently slams down on the phone booth. You tried to sell out your own friend and drag me right back to that living hell. You absolute piece of trash. Geo drops his final, devastating curse, his eyes burning blood red. Spend the rest of your miserable life rotting in regret. Chae-won keeps his head down, silently taking the brutal verbal beating. This is fine. I guess this is only fair. Chae-won drops his hand, slowly hanging up the receiver to completely cut the call. The cops said they'd take good care of my sister. Chaiwon's hand pauses for a split second before firmly placing the receiver back on the hook. You are absolutely a piece of trash. But your sister is completely innocent. So pay the price for your sins and get out. And next time, make me another burger. It was incredibly good. The receiver clicks into place, officially severing all contact between the two former friends. In the nostalgic memories of the lab, the young, skeletal Gio smiles brightly. Alongside a young Chai-won, whose face is covered in bandages, looking at his friend completely bewildered. Thank you.
Kim-oh.
He places the phone down, sinking into deep thought. Hye-in breaks the silence. Is that enough for you? You're way more generous than I thought. If it were me, I would have retaliated 10 times worse and literally buried him alive. But Gio clutches his phone, completely consumed by guilt. I genuinely thought the rest of my friends managed to escape the lab too. I told myself that no matter how hard life was out here for them, at least they'd be way happier than being locked in there. But I was totally wrong. Those bastards. They're still keeping my friends locked up and using them however the hell they want. Hye-in scrolls through her phone, humming thoughtfully. I want to save them. A highly mysterious smirk curls on her lips. Please, let me help you. Hye-in snaps her phone shut, looking genuinely concerned. We'd absolutely love your help, but are you sure you're going to be okay? It won't be a problem at all. His eyes burn with absolute, fiery resolve, thick veins bulging across his arms. I'm not the same pathetic, weak skeleton I used to be. I'm going to rescue my friends, and I'm going to tear that lab to absolute pieces. The dark night slowly blankets the dead silent apartment complex. Hye-in bursts into the house like an absolute tornado. Song Hae-ji. Gio stands awkwardly in the background. I haven't seen you in days. Didn't you miss your big sister? Hae-ji scrunches her face, desperately trying to push her incredibly clingy sister away. Sis, stop it. Look at you, my adorable little sister. Sis, I literally can't breathe. I was supposed to take a shower the second I got home. Our precious, adorable little Hae-ji, you missed me. Didn't you? Gio is completely speechless at the massive personality shift. Hae-ji's older sister. She's a totally different person when she's at home. I totally thought she was the terrifying, cold-blooded type, but she's literally the sweetest person on earth to Hae-ji. Hae-ji peeks over her sister's shoulder. Oh, by the way, Gio, are you okay? I heard some serious trouble went down with your friend. Gio awkwardly scratches his head. About that friend. Everything is totally fine now. She took care of absolutely everything. Hae-ji smiles warmly, hugging her sister. That is such a huge relief. Do you want to finish the rest of the braised short ribs you left earlier? Ao's cheeks flush red, his eyes sparkling as he nods enthusiastically, instantly forgetting all his sorrow. Braised short ribs? Hye-in suddenly remembers her sister's strawberry oyster short ribs text, her face turning pale like she just bit into a lemon. Oh right, sis, you haven't eaten anything yet, have you? You absolutely have to try the sweet and sour braised short ribs I texted you about. Hae-ji proudly brings out a massive pot of meat and fruit stew to the table. Try it. You weren't actually joking about the short ribs? Oysters? Why the hell are there oysters in braised short ribs? Which absolute bastard taught you how to cook this?
Bastard?
My bad. Anyway, who told you to make this?
ChatGPT.
It gave me the exact cooking time and a super detailed recipe. It said this is a dish served in high-end, luxury restaurants.
ChatGPT?
Is that damn AI seriously mocking humanity right now? Common sense dictates that if you throw fruit into braised short ribs, the meat's flavor will be completely overpowered, and the fruit will turn into a soggy, disgusting mess soaked in grease and soy sauce. It's obviously going to turn into literal food waste, without an ounce of freshness. Hae-ji, this is completely inedible. You're going to get a massive stomachache if you eat this. Honestly, I tweaked the recipe just a little bit. ChatGPT said vitamin C is super good for fatigue. I just wanted you to feel totally energized. Her little sister's incredibly sweet, loving words strike Hye-in right in the heart like a critical hit. I am absolutely positive. We're going to get a horrible stomachache. The chopsticks holding a soy sauce-soaked tangerine tremble violently as they slowly approach her mouth. Maybe there are people with literally zero taste buds who actually think, but you'll never know how it tastes until you try it. Hye-in squeezes her eyes shut and shoves the tangerine straight into her mouth. Sis, you really don't have to force yourself. It's freaking delicious. Hye-in swallows her pride, giving a thumbs up with an incredibly forced, awkward smile. Are really? Absolutely. The oysters are great, the strawberries are great, and the meat is great too. It's just the ultimate combination of everything delicious. Hye-in chews with her cheeks completely stuffed, forcing a fake smile to comfort her sister. I'm so incredibly happy. Exactly. This is unbelievably good. Gio chews loudly, tears streaming down his face as he gives a thumbs up in total agreement, leaving Hye-in absolutely dumbfounded. This is so delicious. I could literally eat this every single day. The kid shoves rice and stew into his mouth, crying his eyes out. It's impossible to tell if it's because it's good or because it's pure culinary torture. Really? Yes, seriously. It feels like the meat and fruit are literally having a dance party in my mouth. Hye-in shoots a razor-sharp, highly judgmental glare at the kid across the table. I heard he's a mutant with a healing factor. Is it possible his taste buds are permanently broken and can't regenerate? Thanks for the meal. The bowls are completely spotless. Not a single grain of rice left behind, proving it was a delicacy. So good it made them cry. The second the meal ends, the atmosphere in the room turns dead serious. Now, let's get one thing absolutely straight before we move forward. Get what straight? Hye-in points her chopsticks firmly forward. Joe's living situation. I told you to bring him inside because it was a total emergency, but letting a fully grown, healthy man live under the same roof with two women is a massive issue. This isn't good for your development either. Hye-ji immediately panics, rushing to defend her friend. But Gio is literally being hunted by the lab. Where the hell else is he supposed to go? Gio hugs the puppy tight, sweating nervously. I've already thought about that. I considered letting him stay at our headquarters, but right now, keeping Gio's identity completely under wraps is way safer, so that option is totally off the table. Hye-in whips out her flip phone, typing away at lightning speed. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's me. I urgently need a police safe house. Are there any available rooms right now? The two kids hold their breath, intensely watching the powerful woman's every expression. There are literally no rooms available right now? There will be soon? I understand. All right. Hye-in snaps her phone shut with absolute authority. They said the safe houses are totally booked, so it's going to take some time to get an open room. But they said it won't take long, so that's a huge relief. It doesn't make any sense to go looking for another place in the meantime, since it's strictly temporary. I'll allow you to stay here. Gio is so thrilled his eyes literally sparkle, flashing a massive, joyous grin. Thank you so much. This is so awesome, Gio. You too, Freedy. The little puppy barks happily, totally matching the joyful vibe. Hye-in suddenly grabs a pen and starts scribbling fiercely on a blank sheet of paper. Hold on. I'm not finished talking yet. Gio breaks out in a massive cold sweat, his face completely blanking out in pure panic and confusion. A decisive hand violently slams the rulebook down on the table with a sharp, intimidating smack. In exchange, your only living space is the living room. You are absolutely forbidden from stepping foot inside Hye-ji's room under any circumstances. Even if it's strictly temporary, we need to establish some ground rules. This is a list of 10 commandments. Read them carefully and sign your name at the bottom. If you dare break a single rule, I'll let you imagine exactly what the consequences will be. / and no way. I promise I'll follow every single one of them. The older sister's eyes suddenly darken with an incredibly dangerous, lethal glare. And, especially if I ever catch you sneaking around Hye-ji's room. Gio holds the rule sheet, his hands shaking uncontrollably in absolute terror. You will experience something 1,000,000 times worse than anything you could possibly imagine. Hye-in flashes a sweet smile, instantly clearing the terrifying tension. So let's try our best to get along for now. Gio scratches his head, looking helplessly at the massive list of rules. Yes, ma'am. Hye-ji steps up to check the contract and immediately protests. But there are way too many rules. Hye-in suddenly turns her head, completely cutting her off. Anyway, the living arrangements are officially settled. Gio, step outside with me for a minute. A's face instantly tenses up, sweating bullets in pure panic. And me? Where exactly are we going? I need to accurately test your mutation level. The scene shifts to a desolate, completely empty lot late at night. It's super early in the morning, and there's absolutely no one around, so this spot should be perfect. Hyen stands with her arms crossed, looking completely authoritative. You said it yourself earlier, didn't you? That you want to help us utterly crush the lab. To do that, I need to know exactly what your abilities are. Well, if I get injured, I can completely regenerate my body. Gio looks down at his veiny hands, explaining it in deeper detail. It specifically works by consuming blood. If I absorb enough blood, I can regenerate endlessly. But if I don't have enough blood, my healing factor drops massively. Hyen's eyes narrow into a sharp, highly analytical glare. I highly doubt regeneration is your only power. Looking at the aftermath of your fight with Lee Chai-won earlier, there were massive destruction marks that could only be left by someone with absolutely terrifying superhuman strength. I think I've always had that raw instinct. Maybe it's because of my mutated heart, but my physical stats have always been a bit higher than a normal person's. Hyen's eyes sharpen even further, totally skeptical. What you showed back there went way beyond just being a bit higher. Honestly, back at the lab, I never actually fully regenerated, so I didn't even know myself. I only just realized it after this whole incident, and it seems like my physical abilities get completely supercharged after absorbing blood. So blood acts as both a healing potion and a direct fuel source for your raw power. In that case, Hyen turns and casually walks away, radiating a totally mysterious, boss-like aura, leaving the kids staring blankly at her powerful silhouette. Catch this. A heavy-duty grip strength tester is suddenly tossed straight at Gio. That's a grip strength dynamometer. Squeeze it as hard as you physically can. Gio catches the device, looking super nervous and totally clueless. A grip strength tester? I think I actually saw one of these back at the lab. Do I just hold it? Like this? The kid awkwardly and hesitantly slides his fingers into the grooves of the handle. Focus all my strength into my hand. Gio begins to concentrate intensely, his arm muscles flexing as he prepares to unleash his raw power. Focus the blood directly into my hand. The veins on Gio's hand instantly bulge and start glowing a blazing, fierce red. He grits his teeth, channeling absolutely every ounce of his monstrous strength into his palm for the ultimate squeeze. The grip tester instantly shatters into 100 pieces, sending springs and metal parts flying everywhere. Huh? Hyen's eyes widen in sheer, unadulterated shock. Did you seriously just crush a dynamometer? That thing was built to withstand up to 500 kilograms of force? Her expression turns incredibly serious as she realizes this kid's grip strength is more terrifying than a literal silverback gorilla. Gio panics, waving his hands frantically and freaking out. I am so sorry I broke it. I honestly had no idea I was this insanely strong. It's probably because I literally just absorbed a ton of blood. Hyen rests a hand on her chin, observing him in deep thought. You're way stronger than I originally thought. The exact second she finishes her sentence, the entire atmosphere shifts, and dozens of massive boulders suddenly violently rip themselves out of the ground. Us eyes bug out, sweating buckets because he has absolutely no clue what the hell is going on. The massive, floating boulders suddenly shoot straight at him like deadly missiles. Gio wildly flips and tumbles, dodging the boulders hurtling toward him with absolutely insane, flawless agility. Out of nowhere, a stray rock smacks him dead in the center of his forehead, making him yelp in pain and instantly ruining his cool, badass dodge sequence. Wow, I was literally controlling them to move in totally random, unpredictable trajectories. Just dodging one or two of them is insanely impressive. With raw physical stats at that level, you are definitely a high-ranking heart mutant. /wait, what did you say? Those rocks were literally moving like they had a mind of their own. Is your mutation some kind of actual superpower, sis? Hyen looks at the kid with a deeply calculating gaze, and the atmosphere instantly drops into dead seriousness. Don't be ridiculous. The abilities granted by heart mutations fall strictly within the boundaries of science. I get it. She continues explaining, Obviously, illogical, magical superpowers do not actually exist. Unfortunately, the exact nature of my mutation is classified as a top-secret national asset, so I absolutely cannot reveal it to you. But you also need to keep your abilities totally hidden, Geo. It's best if you never reveal that you're a mutant, and try to keep an extremely low profile as much as humanly possible. Actually, you probably understand that brutal reality better than I do. She's right. His eyes widen in utter shock as he suddenly realizes his massive mistake. Memories of his violently brutal, explosive battles rush back into his mind. Ever since I fully regenerated into a human, I've been using my powers way too recklessly. I need to be a lot more careful. A loud, cheerful footstep suddenly crashes into the frame, completely shattering the heavy, gloomy atmosphere. Are you guys still out here? Haiji beams an incredibly bright smile, carrying a plastic bag full of stuff as she runs over. Let's go. I bought us some drinks. That is so awesome. His eyes instantly light up, literally drooling from his mouth because he's craving a cold drink so badly. Hye-in watches his completely goofy, totally innocent expression and can't help but shake her head in sheer disbelief. He really is just a little kid. Where are you going, sis? I have to take a super quick work call. Make sure you save a drink for me. Haiji happily replies, Will do. Geo tilts his head back and chugs the entire ice-cold soda in one massive gulp. How is it? That's actual Coca-Cola. The stuff you drank before was just a cheap knockoff. The kid's face erupts in absolute peak excitement, like he just discovered the ultimate meaning of life. This drink is absolute god-tier flavor. The second I drank it, it felt like my brain literally exploded with light. It's sweet, it completely tingles on my tongue, and it burns just a tiny bit when I swallow it, but it feels so incredibly good. It's like drinking this literally. How do I even explain it? It's like flipping a switch of pure happiness in my brain. Haiji covers her mouth, giggling happily. Really? I'm so glad. But I genuinely feel like I've actually tasted this exact flavor somewhere before. The incredibly wholesome image of Chai-won wearing a striped apron, smiling as he serves a massive, juicy burger to a customer, flashes vividly in his memory. I literally drank this right alongside the burger Chai-won made for me. Haiji turns to him and asks, Is something wrong? No, it's nothing. Haiji leans in incredibly close, her face a mix of intense curiosity and genuine concern, patiently waiting for his real answer. I was just suddenly thinking about that friend for a second, and all the other friends too. In the dead silent, completely empty lot late at night, the two sit quietly side by side on a wooden bench. We used to be so incredibly close back then. You really, genuinely care about your friends a lot, Gio. I can totally see exactly how much you cherish them. You looked so incredibly relaxed when we were at the burger joint too. To me, they were literally like my family. Just thinking back to my time at the lab is still a total, living nightmare. Horrific, vivid memories of the brutal, agonizing human experiments flash vividly in his mind. But the moments I actually got to spend with them made me completely forget about all that unbearable pain. They were literally the only reason I was able to keep breathing in that total hellhole. I desperately wanted all of us to escape together and live a genuinely happy life, but I never, ever expected that I would be the only one who actually made it out. His fists clench so tightly they tremble with pure, unadulterated fury. My friends are still locked up in the lab's incredibly vicious claws, so I'm going to save every single last one of them. Even if it means declaring all-out war and completely burning that entire rotten lab to the ground. Haiji stays totally silent, her eyes softening with deep, overwhelming empathy for her friend's immense pain and absolutely fierce resolve. I'm not a mutant, so I have absolutely no idea how much I can actually help. But if there is literally anything I can do, just let me know anytime. Gio suddenly freezes, totally mesmerized for a few seconds by the incredibly radiant, sunny smile of the girl sitting next to him. The kid smiles softly, feeling a massive wave of relief. Thank you. A few days later, the scene opens on an incredibly beautiful modern high school campus. What the heck is that? A transfer student? Wow, look at his visuals, he's absolutely top tier. Oh my god. I seriously have to go ask for his Insta right now. Are you serious right now? Alright, everyone quiet down. We have a brand new transfer student joining our class today. Am I actually standing here right now? Am I actually going to be able to fit in? The mutated heart inside Joe's chest starts beating violently, pumping at breakneck speed. My heart is beating so fast I feel like I'm going to lose my freaking mind. Hi in. Amidst the incredibly loud, excited whispers of the students in front of him, he just stands there totally paralyzed. I still have absolutely no idea how the hell things ended up like this. It's super nice to meet all of you. She literally told me that if I just agreed to go to school. My name is Kim Gio. He stands completely awkwardly at the podium, sweating buckets because he's so incredibly nervous. Will I really be able to track down that friend? Am I genuinely inside a real school right now? He sits down awkwardly in the middle of the class, looking around in total awe at the completely unfamiliar, totally normal environment. What the hell do I do now? Joe's mind is a completely tangled, chaotic mess, matching the swirling lines in the background. I am so incredibly nervous I feel like I'm literally going to throw up. The girls sitting behind him immediately start huddling together, whispering excitedly. His name is Kim Gio, right? He's actually super cute. The guys at the next desk turn to look at him with intense, friendly curiosity. What school did you transfer from? Do you know how to play soccer? Every single person in this room is staring dead at me. Gio sits completely frozen like a statue. A flashback to a few days ago in the kitchen. Hyen decisively slams a massive paper bag right onto the table. I am giving you your very first official mission. A mission. Yes. I've been meticulously planning this for days, and this absolutely must be your very first mission. Intensely curious, Gio reaches deep into the paper bag and pulls out a stack of pristine, crisp white fabric. What the hell is this? Wait, isn't that my school uniform? Ji, standing right next to him, drops her jaw in absolute shock, totally refusing to believe her own eyes. No freaking way. Gio stares blankly at the uniform in his hands. Gio, starting tomorrow, you are officially attending the exact same school as Ji. That is your absolute first mission. Back in the present, the bright, ringing sound of the recess bell echoes from the classroom speaker. Ding dong. A totally chaotic stampede of footsteps rushes straight toward the new kid's desk. Even more hurried footsteps rapidly swarm in, completely surrounding his seat. Instantly, the entire class swarms Gio, bombarding him with a chaotic barrage of questions. Hey, new kid. Drop the Insta. Whoa, your shoulders are insanely broad. Do you hit the gym? What games do you play? Valorant? Are you any good at soccer? Leaving the kid totally overwhelmed and panicking. Gio breaks into a massive cold sweat, stuttering and desperately looking for an escape route from the absolute matrix of questions. Where did you transfer from? Well, are you originally from Seoul? How tall are you? What did you do at your old school? What's your MBTI? In the middle of his absolute panic, Hyen's dead serious warning from the night before echoes loudly in his head. Gio, you reek of the lab. A flashback shows Hyen resting her chin on her hand, lecturing the kid. Me? But I took a shower. I mean, you don't act anything like a normal human being. If you want to help my investigation, you absolutely have to learn how to blend in. Her razor-sharp eyes narrow, emphasizing her point with total seriousness. Exactly like a totally normal person. Back in the chaotic classroom, Gio lowers his head under the immense pressure while Hyen's warning continues to ring. No matter what happens, you absolutely cannot get exposed as a heart mutant. Completely ignoring his sheer panic, the girls around him continue to totally simp over him. His skin is literally flawless. Do you have a girlfriend? Don't forget to follow me back. Okay? The overwhelming crowd keeps aggressively firing questions. What are your plans this weekend? Are you thinking of joining any clubs? The kid panics internally. I have absolutely no idea what I'm supposed to do. Hyen. Joe's face is totally stressed out, sweating bullets in sheer desperation under the intense spotlight. Did I already blow my cover? Out of nowhere, a massive hand violently slams onto the desk with a deafening thwack to bail him out. Knock it off! His old buddy Taegu, built like an absolute tank, steps up and roars, completely shutting down the class's aggressive interrogation. You guys are talking way too much and totally freaking him out. Taegu throws an arm around Joe's shoulder, loudly answering on his behalf. Gio just transferred from the next town over. And he totally doesn't use Insta. He used to play Valorant and League, but he quit. He's insanely good at soccer. And he can basically completely dominate any sport. The whole class's jaws drop in shock. What? You actually know Taegu? The students whisper among themselves about the insane contrast between Gio's innocent, nerdy vibe and Taegu's hardcore thug look. Gio happily recognizes his savior. It's Taegu! Taegu lifts his chin proudly, throwing up a thumbs up to confirm their super tight bond. Yeah, Gio and I go way back. We're basically childhood besties. Taegu waves his hand to shoo the crowd away and give them some breathing room. Anyway, come back later. We haven't seen each other in forever, so we have a ton of catching up to do. The disappointed classmates scatter. All right. Tell us more later. Once everyone is gone, Gio flashes a brilliantly radiant smile, sighing in massive relief as he thanks his old buddy. Taegu, thanks a ton. Taegu's eyes suddenly turn dead serious as he leans in close to whisper. I literally heard everything from Haiji. You need to act exactly like a totally normal high schooler, right? Seeing that Taegu is totally on board, Gio feels an overwhelming wave of relief and pure hope. He thinks to himself that he definitely didn't misjudge this friend. Taegu leans on the desk, flashing a totally confident thumbs up to hype Gio up. I know this school inside and out. If there's anything you have absolutely no clue about, just ask me. In the very next class, Taegu is called up to the board, his face turning ghost white and sweating profusely as he takes the heat. I don't know. The teacher stands at the podium, pointing a ruler at the map on the board and sighing in total disappointment. Wow, absolutely brilliant. Exams are right around the corner, and you still haven't memorized this. Taegu scratches his head, grumbling. Come on, sir. Why did you only call on me? The teacher snaps. Quiet. The teacher throws out an incredibly tough question. Which bacteria was the direct cause of the Black Death? Taegu racks his brain, holding his head and laughing incredibly awkwardly. Well, you're seriously underestimating me, sir. Taking a totally blind, overly confident guess, Taegu screams his answer. COVID. The teacher is so pissed he violently smacks Taegu right on the head with the ruler. COVID? Stop spouting absolute nonsense. The entire class erupts into uncontrollable laughter, totally dying at his impossibly stupid answer. Sitting in the back, Gio can't hold it back either, covering his mouth and giggling quietly at Taegu's absolute cluelessness. The teacher turns around, pointing his ruler dead at the new kid. You, the transfer student, why don't you give it a shot? Gio is completely caught off guard and freezes. Hearing that, Taegu panics and whips his head around, his face turning pale with absolute dread for his friend. Huh! He called on Gio. Gio might be insanely strong, but he is an absolute idiot when it comes to studying. There's literally no way he knows this. Faced with the completely unexpected question, Gio confidently raises his hand and loudly declares, It's the Yersinia pestis bacteria. The flawlessly accurate answer from the new kid makes the entire class turn their heads, staring in total awe. Whoa! He is absolutely nothing like Taegu. Ha ha ha. The teacher is totally caught off guard by the new kid's brainpower, flipping through his book to throw a harder challenge. Oh, so you actually studied? Then what is the Indian social stratification system called dash? Without hesitating for even a single second, Gio instantly replies with a bright smile. That's the caste system. What about the Holy Land that ignited the Crusades? Jerusalem. The emperor who split the Roman Empire into East and West? Diocletian. The three words that perfectly represent the French Revolution? Liberty, equality, fraternity. The specific event that sparked World War I? The assassination in Sarajevo. The teacher stands completely frozen for a few seconds, pushing his glasses up in utter shock at the kid's rapid-fire, flawless answers. This is absolutely unbelievable. The teacher showers the brilliant student with high praise. In all my years of teaching, I have never, ever seen a kid answer that fast. Class, give him a massive round of applause. Thunderous clapping echoes throughout the entire room. The students around him start gossiping excitedly, their eyes filled with absolute admiration. That's freaking insane. He's an absolute genius. He must have been top of his class at his old school, right? Ao's cheeks flush bright red, totally embarrassed as he scratches his head with an awkward smile. Meanwhile, witnessing this absolute god-tier performance, Taegu's jaw hits the floor, his face turning ghost white as he screams internally. Is he seriously not an idiot? The scene transitions to a wide shot of the stunning, modern high school beneath a crystal-clear blue sky, wrapping up Joe's incredibly surprising morning. During the break, Taegu frantically sprints over to Gio, who is packing his uniform into a paper bag, to interrogate him. He screams in absolute disbelief, "Gio, how the hell did you know all of that?"
Io looks totally clueless. Huh?
Taegu's face is a mask of pure, unadulterated confusion, his eyes bugging out as he rapidly fires questions. Sarah, what now? What kind of freaking event even is that? Gio tilts his head, looking at his friend with a completely deadpan expression. Oh, the Sarajevo incident. Gio zips up his track jacket, flashing an incredibly bright smile as he explains. Honestly, I have absolutely no clue what it actually is either. Hearing the totally clueless answer, Taegu completely blue screens, his head filled with a million question marks. Huh? Refusing to believe his ears, his friend keeps pressing. Wait, you don't know? Then how on earth did you get every single question perfectly right? Gio replies, well, the thing is, vivid memories of his time at the lab flood back. The young, skeletal Gio sits completely isolated in a soundproof cell, totally surrounded by textbooks ranging from math and science to English and Korean. The lab let us borrow the actual textbooks they use for the study sessions. The little skeleton's face flushes with pure joy as he recalls. I just read them over and over again, countless times. Just imagining making real friends while reading those books made me so incredibly happy. Back in the present, Taegu stares silently at Gio, his eyes overflowing with deep, crushing sympathy. A tear of pure emotion rolls down his cheek as Taegu chokes up. Did you seriously memorize all those textbooks just because you had literally nothing else to do? Taegu grabs his head and wails in absolute agony. Damn it! What kind of totally messed up life did you even live? Taegu flashes a sly, totally mischievous grin, throwing his jacket over his shoulder. Next period is P. I'm going to show you something a million times more fun than reading textbooks. A wide shot shows the students completely gathered inside the massive gymnasium. The PE teacher holds a ball, announcing strictly, today's class is dodgeball. Since it's a joint period, we're splitting up into Class 1 versus Class 2. A Class 2 student points provocatively at Class 1. Ugh, Class 1 is full of absolute weaklings. Taegu refuses to back down, firing back. Class 2 is dead meat. Let's absolutely crush them. Gio asks his friend, totally lost. Taegu, what exactly is dodgeball? Taegu panics. Oh, right. You literally have no idea what dodgeball is. Taegu explains the rules using a quick visual sketch. You throw the ball from your side, and just dodge the balls the enemy throws at you. That's literally the entire game. Gio looks nervous. Throw and dodge? Am I actually going to be able to do this? Taegu gives a reassuring thumbs up. Don't sweat it. I've got your back. Just trust me on this. The exact second he finishes his sentence, a ball flies at lightning speed and smashes dead into Taegu's face. The teacher calls it, Class 1, Taegu Joe, out. Class 2 bursts into mocking laughter, while Gio watches in total panic. Taegu, are you okay? Taegu snorts, desperately trying to act tough even though 2 streams of blood are heavily gushing from his nose. Just a totally minor scratch. It's absolutely nothing. Gio stands beside him, extremely worried for his best buddy. Taegu, your nose is totally bleeding. Taegu waves it off, urging Gio to focus on the game. Now is definitely not the time to worry about me. Gio is completely clueless. Huh. A wide shot of the dodgeball court from the enemy team's perspective. Every single other member of Class 1 has been completely wiped out, leaving Gio standing entirely alone in the middle of the court. You're literally the only one left standing. A close-up of Taegu's rugged face as he wipes his bloody nose, justifying himself to his friend. My bad. Dodgeball isn't exactly my strongest suit. Gio sweats bullets in utter helplessness as he listens to Taegu's totally useless advice. But it's really not that hard. Just dodge and throw. Gio thinks to himself, how the hell is that any different from what you just said? Taegu casually shoves his hands in his pockets and heads to the sidelines, not forgetting to whisper a super secret strategy. If you're terrified of exposing your abilities, just try moving at only half your actual physical strength. At the exact same time, The PE teacher yells impatiently, Taegu Joe, you're out. Get off the court right now, kid. Taegu's advice, remember, exactly half echoes in his mind, paired with a metaphorical image of his friend's resigned face taking a punch. Gio nervously tells himself, all right, I'll give it a shot. On the sidelines, the teacher is still screaming, Taegu, I told you to get out. Yes, sir. Taegu scratches his head and laughs awkwardly as he walks off. My bad. Haha. Leaving Gio standing alone on the court, intensely focusing and repeating to himself, just use exactly half. Gio stares down at his monstrously strong hands in total confusion. Behind him, a massive, confused gorilla is also scratching its head with a giant question mark. But how the hell am I supposed to know how to only use exactly half my strength? While Gio is completely lost in thought, a massive dude from the enemy team winds up, ready to hurl an absolutely devastating throw straight at him. Hey, transfer student! There's no time to just stand there spacing out. The opponent aggressively hurls the ball with terrifying force straight at Gio. You're getting benched too. Joe's face turns to pure panic, sweating profusely as the ball rockets dead at him. It's coming right at me. What the hell do I do? Gio instantly dials in, his eyes locking dead onto the ball's trajectory, preparing to evade. The kid agilely leans his body to dodge, his mind still totally chaotic trying to figure out his friend's advice. Half? How the hell do I only use half my strength? Completely misinterpreting, use half your strength. Gio unleashes his monstrous power to move only his upper body so insanely fast it creates a blur of afterimages. Half of my body strength? Wait a second. Is this what he meant? The crowd of students watching is completely paralyzed, their jaws hitting the floor in sheer awe of his god-tier skills. Did he seriously dodge all of that? What the absolute hell is this? He is a literal pro. Joe's eyes become razor-sharp and intensely focused. The entire class is absolutely mind-blown by his legendary performance. Wow, the new kid is insanely cracked? The next ball tears through the air, but Gio casually and flexibly sways his upper body to dodge without moving his feet a single inch. He's literally not moving his legs at all. He's solely using his upper body to dodge. On the court, Gio's upper body moves fluidly at lightning speed, creating a matrix of afterimages that leaves Class 2 completely helpless. He's making an absolute mockery of Class 2. How is that even physically possible? That is insane. Taegu, with tissues shoved up both nostrils, panics, throwing his arms up in an X and screaming to stop his friend. Stop! Stop immediately! Who the hell told you to literally split your body in half, only using his upper half? That is absolutely not what I meant. Gio is utterly confused, realizing he completely misunderstood his friend again. This isn't it? Should I dodge side to side instead? Wham! A dodgeball from the enemy team rockets at breakneck speed, smashing dead into the absolute center of Gio's face. The Class 2 student who threw it holds his aggressive follow-through, while the surrounding students start to genuinely worry. A wide shot of the court shows Gio completely spread eagle, knocked flat on his back in the middle of the gym. The students murmur, Did you throw that a little too hard? Hey, new kid, are you okay? Gio covers his nose, looking totally clueless as he hears his classmates panicking. Your nose is bleeding? Hey, are you seriously okay? Instead of crying, Gio suddenly bursts into totally refreshing, joyful laughter. Ha 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 ha! Leaving the entire crowd staring at each other in confusion. Never mind. I guess he's totally fine. In the stands, a girl excitedly taps Haiji's shoulder and points at the court. Haiji, look at the new kid from Class 2. He's super handsome and insanely good at sports. It's actually amazing. Haiji turns slightly. Huh. Haiji rests her chin on her hand, looking down at the court with a totally knowing, secretive smile. Yeah, I guess so. She thinks to herself, he's actually adapting incredibly well. The brilliantly glowing sunset signals the end of the school day. Students chatter as they leave. See you tomorrow? Ugh, we have a test tomorrow. Want to hit the PC bang before cram school? Walking home across the crosswalk, Taegu casually rests his hands behind his head, smiling as he asks Gio and Haiji. So, how was your very first day of school? Taegu walks with his hands behind his head, flashing a mischievous, totally knowing smile at Gio. Keeping your secret completely hidden isn't exactly a walk in the park, is it? His best buddy thumps his chest confidently, throwing up a totally arrogant thumbs up. If you ever need backup, just let me know. I am literally the only person you can trust in that entire school. Gio smiles softly, his eyes filled with immense relief and the pure warmth of friendship. Yeah, this place is definitely worlds apart from the lab. Gao's mind drifts through the incredibly beautiful moments of the day. First, an image of Taegu skillfully dribbling a soccer ball while he runs happily behind him. Absolutely no one is trying to control me. Next, an image of the guys in class huddling excitedly around Taegu to watch him play his Nintendo Switch. Everyone talks so incredibly freely. The scene of the group happily eating together in the cafeteria. Joe's cheeks are fully stuffed as he shoves bread into his mouth. Taegu laughs brightly across from him, and Haiji chills beside them. And in the cafeteria, you can buy literally anything as long as you have money. Gio looks down, his face slightly shy but totally overflowing with pure happiness. Honestly, the whole thing still feels a little awkward. But strangely enough, Haiji, wearing cute pink bunny headphones around her neck, turns back with an incredibly radiant, gentle smile under the sunset glow. I had a really great time today. Taegu's eyes go wide in shock, totally moved by his two friends' heartfelt confessions. I literally never would have experienced any of this if I hadn't met you guys.
Your flashes are genuinely grateful, Smiller.
Thanks a ton. Taegu gently nudges Gio under the stunning sunset sky. Hey, don't get all emotional on me now. I still have a whole mountain of stuff to teach you, kid. Haiji stands beside them, smiling warmly at the two. The scene suddenly shifts to an incredibly high-angle shot looking down at a heavily fortified 3-story building, looking like a literal secret base or warehouse totally isolated right next to the highway. 3 men in pitch-black suits stride forward with absolute authority. Clack, clack. The guy in the middle asks, "Any updates from the lab?" The guy next to him replies, "They still have absolutely no idea we've been secretly skimming off the cargo." The leader acts totally arrogant and smug. Excellent. Just play the good boy for a few more days and this job is completely wrapped up. Make absolutely sure they don't suspect a single thing until... The leader suddenly freezes dead in his tracks, his face tightening with sheer vigilance. Wait a second. The shadows of the 3 men stretch long and dark ahead. In the corner of the warehouse, a guy with long hair tied in a man bun, wearing sunglasses, is sitting cross-legged casually eating a cup of instant noodles. The leader mutters, "Who the hell is that?" A close-up of the man bun guy happily loudly slurping his noodles. Slurp slurp. Oh, you guys are super early. I haven't even finished eating. The leader aggressively orders his lackey with pure disgust. A freaking hobo? Throw him out right now. The lackey immediately steps up. Yes, boss. Suddenly, the noodle-slurping guy throws his arms out, landing a decisive strike that violently sends the 2 bodyguards flying. Ah, my soup. I haven't even finished drinking the broth yet. The leader in the black suit is absolutely furious, roaring to assert his dominance. What the hell is wrong with this psycho? Screw your freaking soup. Do you want me to absolutely crush your skull? The man bun guy in sunglasses casually chews on a sausage skewer, leaning in super close to inspect the leader's face incredibly provocatively. Let's see here. Is this the face? The man bun guy squints and mutters totally cluelessly while looking through dark shades in the dead of night. Why is it so freaking hard to see? He suddenly realizes, pushes his sunglasses up onto his head, and laughs awkwardly like an idiot. Oh, turns out I was literally still wearing my sunglasses. Haha, I can see way better now. Bam! Sunglasses and sausage skewers fly everywhere. A lightning-fast, ridiculously powerful attack smashes dead into the guy's face. The leader furiously charges forward to counterattack with absolute murderous intent. Get the hell out while I'm still being nice. Before I actually kill you. Before he can even launch an attack, his lackey behind him screams in absolute terror. B-boss? Your hand. The leader stares in sheer horror at his outstretched hand. Too late. An incredibly mysterious ability causes the guy's body to start cracking and turning into dull gray stone, rapidly spreading from his hand straight up to his face. The guy screams in excruciating agony, "My hand!" while the man bun guy just coldly mocks him. Don't act like such a literal baby. The man bun guy casually stands straight up, totally ignoring the leader who is completely collapsing at his feet in unimaginable agony. He holds up his hand, casually interrogating the crew. You guys just got back from the lab carrying an insane amount of cash, didn't you? Exactly how much money is it? A close-up of a mutated heart completely made of gray stone texture, with bright red blood vessels pulsing wildly around it. It's called the Heart of Stone. The long-haired man with the bun, identified as Do Hyong Kong, is revealed. He stares at his petrified hand and coldly declares, "I'll take that as payment. Consider the tab officially closed." Scene transition to a high-angle shot of an incredibly fiery high school boys soccer match on the turf field, with loud, echoing cheers. "Pass it! Block him!" The soccer match goes down under a breathtakingly bright sunset next to the apartment buildings. It's been a whole week since I officially started school, followed by a classmate's shout on the field, "Get out of the way!" The very first mission Hye-in gave me. Act exactly like a completely normal person and adapt to a simple, everyday life. A flashback of Gio sweating bullets while completely swarmed and interrogated by the girls in class. At first, I was insanely anxious that my true identity might actually get exposed, or that I might act totally weird. Because of all those constant worries, I wasn't really enjoying it at all. A super heartwarming image of the three friends happily eating and chatting together in the cafeteria appears. But after studying alongside friends my own age, eating together, and just living a normal daily life, I realized something incredibly important. Back in the present, Gio is aggressively chasing the ball with a massive, radiant smile, completely overflowing with totally positive energy. School is honestly way more fun than I could have ever imagined. Taegu violently kicks a powerful, wind-tearing shot forward, screaming to pass the ball. "Gio, shoot it!" The soccer ball is rocketing dead straight toward Gio. I still can't freaking believe that I can actually run and play this freely ever again. Gio desperately tries to chest the incoming ball, but his facial expression looks a little too rigid and insanely tense. Us legs are desperately winding up, getting ready to boot the ball away. His legs close in on the ball incredibly fast. Thud! Gio accidentally completely whiffs the kick and takes a totally epic, unforgettable tumble. His legs flying straight up into the air while he looks utterly baffled by his own fail. The guys in class burst into uncontrollable, triumphant laughter, pointing and totally roasting the new kid. "Haha, look at him. Kim Gio is actually so insanely clumsy at soccer. I'm dying. Wait, is he actually athletic or is he just totally terrible?" Gio sits flat on the ground, his cheeks bright red from pure embarrassment, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly, "Ha ha ha ha," while secretly hyping himself up internally. But honestly, looking like this just makes me seem like a totally normal person, right? Haiji radiantly skips down the steps, happily waving to call her friends. "Hey guys, cleaning duty is officially done. Let's go home." Gio watches her, thinking to himself, "I'm so incredibly happy that I've almost completely forgotten about my life constantly on the run. This is absolutely all thanks to Haiji and Taegu." The trio, Taegu, Gio, and Haiji stroll together out of the school gates, heading toward the high-rise buildings basking in the warm sunset glow. The second they step out of school, Gio is completely hypnotized by a grilled meat skewer, his cheeks flushing red, eyes sparkling, and literally drooling from pure cravings. Oh my god, those chicken skewers smell absolutely insane. The rich, sweet, and savory scent is literally wrapping around my face. The layer of grease on the meat is sparkling so brightly, it looks freaking legendary. Taegu, happily eating ice cream, totally roasts his friend. "This kid acts exactly like this every single time we buy him stuff." Haiji complains beside him. "Gio, how long are you going to just stand there intensely staring at it?" Gio hugs the grilled chicken skewer, dramatically sobbing. "Just smelling it is honestly satisfying enough." Taegu playfully lunges to snatch the meat skewer. "If you're just gonna stare at it like an idiot, I'm snatching it right now." Gio frantically dodges backward to defend his precious food. "No freaking way! I'm going to eat it together with the fries." Haiji casually turns to tease him. "Puppies definitely shouldn't eat heavily seasoned food like that." Us eyes go wide in absolute shock at her joke. "Wait, what? Are you actually serious?" An incredibly agonizing, exhausted groan suddenly echoes from a hidden corner far away. All three instantly freeze, frantically looking around to find the source. Taegu asks in confusion, "What the hell was that?" Haiji looks toward the corner of the wall. "It sounds like a weird noise coming from that direction, right?" Gio goes on high alert. "It sounds exactly like a human voice." Behind the corner, Do Hyung Kong is crawling on the ground, his entire body shaking violently from pure exhaustion. He groans pathetically, "I'm so freaking hungry. I burned way too much energy." Memories of the absolutely chaotic brawl from last night rush back, when he was completely swarmed by dozens of aggressive lackeys. Those bastards, there were way more of them than I initially thought. He continues his exhausted internal monologue. "Fighting literally all night long left me without a single ounce of strength to even walk." His eyes lock dead onto the white chrysanthemum flower bed on the side of the road, his mind desperately hunting for a way to survive. "I absolutely have to eat something right now." The pristine white chrysanthemums are blooming beautifully in the sandy soil of the public roadside planter. His trembling hand violently plunges into the muddy dirt. "That's right. If it's soil, I can literally use the heart of stone to absorb the raw energy." He grits his teeth, channeling his power. "First things first, let's just have this heart suck up some dirt." Gio instantly dashes forward and firmly grabs Do Hyung Kang's hand. "You absolutely cannot eat dirt." "Huh? No, I'm not planning to eat dirt. I'm just... absolutely not." Us eyes bug out, screaming with total seriousness from his own totally brutal past experience. "I actually tried it before because I was starving too, but eating dirt will just give you a massive stomachache." Gio squats down, enthusiastically pointing at the flower bed and giving a highly detailed tutorial, completely ignoring the utterly speechless Do Hyung Kong. "You're honestly way better off eating the plants. Dandelion leaves and four-leaf clovers here are actually totally edible." Haiji watches helplessly from a distance and finally speaks up. "Gio, you definitely shouldn't be eating those either." "Oh really?" Do Hyung Kong frantically waves his hands, desperately trying to clear his name. No, you guys are completely misunderstanding the whole situation. I am absolutely not a homeless person." The three just stare in total silence with eyes overflowing with deep sympathy, making Do Hyung Kong agonizingly realize they definitely think he's a literal hobo. The eyes behind the sunglasses suddenly widen as he catches a whiff of an incredibly irresistible scent nearby. "Wait a minute. This smell?" Do Hyung Kang's hand shoots out like lightning, pointing dead at the target, making Gio frantically jump back on high alert. That. Can you please give me a little bit of that?" "Wait, what?" The perfectly intact, incredibly juicy grilled meat skewer, paired with Joe's absolutely heartbreaking internal thoughts, because he hadn't even taken a single bite yet. Gio looks at Do Hyung Kong with deep empathy, telling himself the guy looks exactly like his own pathetic, starving self from the past. Just like how Haiji once totally saved him, he decides he absolutely has to pass this kindness on to someone else. Gio squats down, reluctantly holding out the incredibly precious grilled meat skewer. Here. You can have a quick bite of this." Do Hyung Kang's eyes instantly light up, his jaw dropping as he completely devours the grilled meat skewer. "This is absolutely god tier." Do Hyung Kong aggressively inhales the entire meal at breakneck speed. Gio screams in sheer horror as he watches his beloved skewer completely vanish into thin air. Do Hyung Kong casually holds the totally empty bamboo stick in his mouth, letting out a totally satisfied hiccup. Do Hyung Kong sprawls out spread eagle on the ground, totally soaking in the feeling of his energy reviving. "Phew, I literally feel like I just came back from the dead." Do Hyung endlessly praises the absolutely flawless combination of chicken and green onions. Gio cries an absolute river because he lost everything before even taking a bite, forcing a totally helpless Haiji to step in and promise to buy him a brand new skewer as compensation. Do Hyung Kong abruptly sits up, decisively digging his hand into the massive black duffel bag he brought with him. "I am absolutely going to pay you back in full for this." The wide-open bag is completely stuffed with massive stacks of 50,000 won bills, radiating an incredibly blinding aura of pure, filthy wealth. The trio's faces completely freeze, their eyes practically popping out of their skulls in absolute shock at the massive fortune belonging to the guy they literally just treated like a homeless bum. Do Hyung Kong casually pulls out a thick stack of 50,000 won bills and holds it right out in front of them. "Take this. A reward like this should definitely be enough, right?" The three friends stare at the massive bills, their eyes wide in complete disbelief. "Wait, so he really isn't a homeless guy at all?" Do Hyung Kong aggressively shoves the cash into the kids' totally hesitant hands. "Just take it. It's a thank you gift."
Yo replies super awkwardly.
"This is honestly way too much. Are you absolutely sure I can take this?" Do-hyung Kong signals the kid to quiet down. Shoo, just take it. This is enough to buy literally 30 grilled chicken skewers. Out of nowhere, a hand violently snatches the bag of cash right from under their noses, leaving the entire group completely stunned. Two thieves on a motorcycle speed off at lightning speed, sending a few bills fluttering wildly through the air while the group watches in total shock. Pedestrians along the sidewalk scatter in pure chaos, screaming loudly.
Thief! No!
My textbook money. Somebody please stop those two. Haiji rapidly whips out her phone, looking incredibly serious. It's a mugging. We have to call the cops right this second. Wait a minute? She looks around completely bewildered at the totally empty sidewalk. Hello? Where the hell did everyone go? Gio and Do-hyung Kong are already sprinting at full speed, aggressively chasing down the motorcycle, leaving a panicking Taegu trying to catch up from behind. Do-hyung Kong screams out, completely devastated over his money. Aren't you going to help me snatch that bag back? Taegu also yells desperately for his friend. Wait up for me, Gio. The two thieves check their rearview mirrors and burst into mocking laughter when they see the three guys trying to chase them on foot. Are there seriously 3 idiots chasing us? What a bunch of absolute morons. Hey, you freaking idiots. Do you seriously think you can outrun a motorcycle on foot? Gio bursts into an explosive sprint forward.
Taegu.
I'm going to chase them down myself. Taegu is left totally bewildered, blurting out, "Huh." Taegu suddenly realizes the massive issue and turns pale with intense worry. Damn it. It's going to be incredibly hard for Gio to use his powers if there are actual witnesses around. Do-hyung Kong loses his balance and lunges forward, feeling someone pull him back, while Taegu intentionally fakes a totally clumsy slip, blindly grabbing the back of his shirt.
Whoa, I'm fallen.
Someone actually caught me. Do-hyung whips around furiously, yelling loudly when he sees his pant leg completely ripped, while Taegu drops to his knees on the ground, scratching his head and laughing awkwardly to explain himself. Hey kid, what the hell do you think you're doing? So sorry, mister. I literally almost just slipped. Taegu's cheering from a distance helps Gio completely focus and break away now that no one is watching. Don't sweat it. Gio is absolutely going to get that bag back. Perfect. Now absolutely no one is watching. The resurrection heart inside Joe's chest violently pumps, its glowing red energy core radiating an incredibly overwhelming, powerful light. Gio channels absolutely all his monstrous power into his legs, dropping his stance and launching himself forward at a completely terrifying speed. Pushing way past human limits, Joe's body moves so fast it creates streaks of blurred afterimages tearing down the street. The thief sitting on the back of the motorcycle instinctively looks back, his eyes totally filled with panic through the visor of his helmet. The raw instinct of the lab monster allows Gio to close the gap on the motorcycle in a literal split second, leaving the two thieves completely and utterly horrified. The thief on the back stares in sheer, absolute disbelief. Damn it! What the hell is that? How is this guy literally keeping up with us? Hurry up. Lose him right now. Gio leaps to strike, but the thieves manage to swerve decisively just in time to dodge his brutal attack. He crashes heavily straight onto the ground, skidding violently for a long distance. The two thieves start totally panicking. What the absolute hell is wrong with this guy? What kind of insane physical strength does he even have? Did we finally manage to shake him? The thief driving quickly glances through his helmet visor. Gio is still relentlessly, aggressively chasing right on their tail. The gap isn't widening even a single inch. This bastard is definitely not normal. Is he an actual mutant? A mutant. The guy on the back suddenly looks up at the massive construction site right by the road. There it is. Bring that whole thing crashing down. The thief violently smashes his weapon into the scaffolding, trying to trigger a massive collapse of heavy materials to completely block the road. I honestly don't give a damn if he's a mutant or what the hell he is. Eat this and screw off. The massive pile of concrete rubble from the construction scaffolding collapses entirely onto the street. Gio is absolutely stunned, his eyes wide as he watches the massive pile of debris crash straight down toward him. The kid grits his teeth, his eyes bulging as he intensely focuses on dealing with the deadly trap right in front of him. We totally got him. The two thieves look back triumphantly at the thick cloud of dust and rubble covering the street. See you never, loser. The thief on the back throws up a totally cocky, incredibly provoking hand sign. The crash site is completely buried in a massive pile of rubble, thick dust rapidly filling the air. Ugh! My head hurts so freaking much. Gio groans, holding his head as he struggles to climb out of the jagged debris. I absolutely have to catch up to them. He suddenly freezes when he notices something totally wrong with his surroundings. What the hell was that? Is that guy actually okay? People on the street start turning around, looking at him with deep concern. Should we call an ambulance? He seriously looks like he's badly hurt. Gio stands helplessly in the alley as a massive, curious crowd quickly surrounds him. Damn it! A huge crowd is already gathering. The motorcycle speeds into a completely deserted, empty lot. The guy on the back double-checks with his partner. There's literally no one chasing us anymore, right? The driver replies with absolute confidence. Yeah, we're totally in the clear. Anyway, we absolutely hit the jackpot this time. Before they can even celebrate, the guy on the back panics, frantically pointing ahead. Wait! Look ahead! Look straight ahead, you idiot! The two thieves stare in pure horror at the man standing completely still, blocking their path. It's that bastard from earlier. Do-hyung throws a devastatingly powerful, straight punch directly into the speeding motorcycle, his ripped pants clearly visible. The thieves' eyes widen in absolute, mind-numbing terror behind their helmet visors. The motorcycle and the two thugs are violently launched high into the air by the terrifying force of the impact. Both guys crash violently onto the hard, flat ground. Do-hyung casually strolls over to the guy who snatched his bag. Why the hell were you guys running away so desperately? Do-hyung shoves a hand into his pocket and slightly lowers his sunglasses, revealing a totally cold-blooded, partially petrified face. As long as you're touching the ground, I can literally sense absolutely everything. The thief rips off his helmet, staring up at his opponent in sheer panic. Is this bastard a mutant too? Damn it! Do-hyung's half-stone face stares down with absolute, freezing indifference. That money definitely doesn't belong to you. He holds out his hand, demanding his cash back. Hand it over right now. The thief struggles to his feet, thoroughly pissed off. Cut the absolute crap. He aggressively steps in close to apply pressure. So what if you're a heart mutant? Do you seriously think you have steel armor in your stomach or something? Out of nowhere, the thief's crew arrives on motorcycles to back him up. Dozens of heavy motorcycles roar onto the scene, completely swarming the area. The entire biker gang forms a massive circle, blindingly bright headlights shining dead into the center. This is our turf, you son of a bitch. The thief flashes a deeply sinister smirk, leaning in incredibly close to threaten him. Perfect timing. We'll just capture you and sell you along with it. Do-hyung casually shoves his hands into his pockets, completely unfazed. Oh really? Do-hyung crouches and coldly presses his hand completely flat against the ground. You honestly don't have nearly enough men to pull that off. The mutated stone heart inside his chest starts beating wildly, radiating an incredibly intense, glowing red light. His ability completely awakens, sending a massive, devastating shockwave straight from his palm deep into the earth. The gang leader panics and screams at the top of his lungs, ordering his crew. Pin him down so he can't use his freaking ability. The biker gang revs their engines to charge, but the ground suddenly violently cracks and shatters, throwing the leader completely off balance. A massive tremor violently shakes the entire warehouse, sending the gang into sheer panic. What the absolute hell is this? The ground is literally shaking? Is this an actual earthquake? Massive, pitch-black stone pillars abruptly violently erupt from the ground, effortlessly launching the men and their bikes into the air. Damn it, what the hell is this? Is stone literally growing straight out of the ground? How the hell is this even physically possible? This guy, he's definitely not a normal mutant. Do-hyung squats dead in the center, totally surrounded by towering, razor-sharp stone spikes completely trapping the entire gang. I will literally bury this entire base right along with you. The colossal stone towers violently collapse inward, creating an absolutely terrifying, earth-shattering crash in the middle of the warehouse. The scene shifts to an incredibly luxurious office, where a sharply dressed man respectfully bows and hands over a thick file. Team leader. Hye-in takes the folder from her subordinate and pushes it forward. Here is the exact information on the target you requested earlier. She schemes through the personal details on the paper. Kong Dong-wook, a construction company suspected of having deep ties with the research lab. The chief technical officer of Homan Construction? The photo attached to the file shows a close-up of Do Hyung's sharp, totally intense face. He looks surprisingly young. Hyun stares intently at the resume, decisively making her call. I definitely need to call Gio right now. The suited man standing across from her slightly questions her choice. Is there any actual guarantee he's connected to that kid? Hyun's eyes narrow intensely, full of pure, calculating confidence. Who knows? He could definitely be the exact friend Gio is desperately looking for. Or he might not be. A highly suggestive, knowing smirk curls on Hyun's lips. But she places a hand firmly on the table, her eyes flashing with absolute certainty. My intuition is telling me he is absolutely Joe's friend. Us voice booms loudly, totally exploding with excitement. Did you seriously just say you found my friend? Hyun taps her finger on the desk, totally checking the kid's massive hype. Don't get totally ahead of yourself. Nothing is completely confirmed yet, so calm down. Gio scratches his head, laughing super awkwardly while looking at the file. Oh, right. Hyun casually picks up her phone, flashing a soft smile. That uniform actually looks really great on you. How's school going? Gio rubs the back of his neck, flashing an incredibly radiant, truly happy smile. Everything is absolutely amazing, but being at school just makes me miss my friends even more. He leans forward, intensely focused on the table, his eyes full of burning curiosity. Anyway, what exactly did you mean when you said you found my friend? Hyun casually places a finger on the thick folder and slides it gently forward. We're currently investigating a target right around your age. A portrait of a young man with a man bun, looking down, is clearly visible under the glass. Take a look and see if this is the friend you've been desperately searching for. Gio instantly snatches up the photo, his eyes bugging out in absolute, mind-blowing shock. Wait a second? This face. Hyun looks up, pressing for an answer.
Yo?
Is it really him? Gio literally jumps out of his seat in total shock, violently pointing at the photo and screaming so loud Hyun flinches. This is literally the homeless guy I just ran into earlier. Homeless guy? Gio frantically explains at lightning speed, while Hyun just rests her chin on her hand, listening in total disbelief. Yeah, he literally scarfed down my entire grilled chicken skewer earlier. A chicken skewer? He was even about to literally eat dirt. Eat dirt? What the actual hell? Hyun slightly furrows her brows, glaring and throwing a highly skeptical question at the other end, while Gio instantly denies it. His name is Dong-wook Kong. Does that ring any bells at all? No. Gio holds the two photos up closely, slightly shaking his head with a heavy sigh. I totally don't recognize him. Back at the lab, my eyesight was absolute garbage because my eyes wouldn't fully regenerate, but if I meet him face to face, I'll definitely know for sure. I have never seen this name or this face in my entire life. Gio suddenly completely freezes as he looks deeper into the portrait. Wait a minute. His eyes nearly pop out of his skull, leaning in super close as he screams in absolute, earth-shattering realization. Wait a minute. The photo taken from behind Do Hyung at the ruined warehouse is brought right up to his face. Hold on a second. He zeroes in on Do Hyung's dull, gray petrified hand in the investigation file. This petrification ability, the incredibly vivid memory of little Do Hyung, curled up in a hospital gown in the freezing lab, violently rushes back. It's Do Hyung Kong. That's not Dong-wook. It's literally Do Hyung Kong. Gio slams his hands on the table and shoots up, screaming wildly at Hyun. With an ability like this, it's absolutely 100% Do Hyung. Is it absolutely confirmed that this guy uses stone-type superpowers? Hyun rests her chin on her hand, casually nodding to confirm his suspicion. Exactly, the heart of stone. Hyun's incredibly sharp eyes stay perfectly calm amidst Joe's totally frantic, desperate screaming. Where the hell is he right now? Exactly like Chai-won Lee, Do Hyung is also actively working for the lab. That's highly likely how he managed to climb straight to the CEO seat of a multi-million-dollar construction conglomerate. Right now, it's strictly circumstantial evidence, but I am absolutely positive there's a connection. That is exactly why he is a massive target for us. Gio breaks into a cold sweat, totally devastated by the news about his old friend, as Hyun's voice continues to echo. Do Hyung too. Just like Chai-won. That is exactly why I have a brand new mission specifically for you, Gio. Hyun rests a hand on her temple, flashing a highly challenging, dangerous smile over the phone. So what do you think? Are you completely in? Her lips curl up slightly into a totally confident, unstoppable smirk. Gio decisively slams his hands onto the table, his eyes burning with an intense, fiery resolve to fight. I am absolutely in. There is a massive construction staffing agency, literally called Hadun Construction. A bright yellow excavator aggressively digs into dirt and rubble in the middle of a totally dusty construction site. Do Hyung is the literal CEO of that exact company. Workers are busting their backs carrying incredibly heavy sacks and running heavy drills amidst the absolutely chaotic construction zone. You are going to go completely undercover and infiltrate the exact construction site where Do Hyung is currently operating. Go meet him right there. Gio, fully dressed in heavy-duty construction gear, breaks his back working on the site. Then you need to find out exactly what kind of shady deals he's making with the lab. Gio slightly lowers his head under his hard hat, his face looking totally deep in thought as Hyun's totally cold-blooded warning echoes. But you need to burn this into your mind. Your friends are absolutely not the exact same people you used to know. Do Hyung's ties to the lab are insanely deep, way deeper than Chai-won's ever were. You absolutely have to stay on high alert at all times. Gio grunts, carrying a totally massive stack of bricks on his shoulder at the construction site. If you can manage to completely convince Do Hyung, or even better, completely manipulate him to your advantage, then the lab, the exact place currently hiding and brutally exploiting your friends, that damn lab, Do's eyes burn with absolute, unstoppable determination, can finally be dragged completely out into the light. Taegu strains to carry a heavy load, his face completely scrunched up in agony as he curses the heavens. Why the hell do I have to do this? He trudges heavily forward, totally regretting all his life choices. I literally said I'd help Gio find his friend, but I never freaking signed up for this back-breaking manual labor. Gio looks incredibly guilty watching his friend completely drenched in sweat. Taegu, are you okay? I'm insanely grateful for your help, but you really didn't have to go this far. Taegu turns around, throwing up a thumbs up to look totally badass. What the hell are you talking about? This tiny bit of work is an absolute piece of cake. Don't worry about me. Worry about yourself. Anyway, we are totally infiltrating your friend's company right now, right? This feels exactly like a real-life, super-secret spy mission. Taegu confidently assures his friend to keep him from worrying. Just leave it totally up to me. Gio smiles, deeply moved by his bro. Thanks so much, man.
Taegu pants heavily, aggressively complaining.
Gio, when exactly are we actually going to get to see your friend? Gio totally blankly scratches his head. Huh? Do Hyung? Honestly, I have absolutely no clue where he is right now. Hearing that, Taegu totally loses his mind, his eyes bugging out as he screams. What? You don't even know where the hell that old guy is? Are you seriously planning to aimlessly wander this massive construction site literally all day just to find him? Gio timidly asks back. Is that really not going to work? Taegu furiously lectures him. Of course it won't. Do you have any idea how insanely huge and packed this site is? Plus, your friend is the literal CEO. Standing all the way down here, there's absolutely zero chance we'll ever bump into him. Taegu jerks his chin towards some workers in the distance. Let's go over there and ask those guys. Gio looks over, thinking to himself. Should I go ask that older guy over there? Taegu proudly thumps his chest, acting totally arrogant.
I'm Taegu.
All it takes is a little smooth talking, and they'll be completely eating out of the palm of my hand. A totally terrifying, rugged foreman suddenly appears, furiously crushing a milk carton in his bare hand. Where the hell did you little punks come from? You literally just started the job and you're already trying to slack off? You little bastards. Learning to be lazy pieces of trash at such a young age. The foreman relentlessly yells at the top of his lungs, making everyone around totally flinch in fear. You little runts trying to sneak away from work. Huh? Can't you see we are literally drowning in work right now? The foreman puts his hands on his hips, totally going off on a never-ending rant while the two kids just stand there helplessly taking the heat. If you have time to stand around asking totally useless questions, Use your freaking eyes and get back to work. Kids these days completely panic like lost puppies the second things get a little hard. It pisses me off. The second it gets tough, they completely bail. They are absolutely rotten to the core. No wonder the younger generation is completely useless. This country is totally doomed. He points his finger dead at Gio, absolutely tearing into him while the kid just meekly apologizes. And you too, you pale-faced punk. Who the hell gave you permission to run around like a maniac while carrying heavy loads? If you slip and seriously injure someone else, can you even begin to take responsibility for it? I am so sorry, sir. He points aggressively at a massive, mountain-like pile of sacks, totally dropping an impossible ultimatum. Completely clear this entire pile in exactly 1 hour. If you can't do it, pack your bags and get the hell out of here, you useless trash. All of this? In literally 1 hour, sir? I said if you can't do it, get the hell out right now. The foreman screams an absolute, non-negotiable order, forcing them to move immediately, leaving the two kids with absolutely no choice but to obediently comply. As the foreman walks away, he grumbles furiously to himself, totally annoyed that he specifically told them not to hire these useless kids. Taegu is totally helpless since the foreman didn't even give them a single second to ask questions. Gio sighs in agreement, realizing they absolutely have to finish the job before they can even try talking to him. Looking up at the massive, mountain-like pile of heavy sacks, Taegu grimaces in pure panic, having absolutely no idea how they're going to clear all of this in just 1 incredibly short hour. Gio falls into deep thought, recalling the harsh scolding he got earlier for running around while carrying heavy loads. He secretly calculates a plan if he's strictly forbidden from running. Then I'll just carry way more at once and walk normally. Gio channels his monstrous strength, effortlessly hoisting an insanely massive stack of heavy sacks onto his shoulder with a completely carefree smile. Taegu completely panics and screams, totally horrified as he warns his friend that 8 sacks literally weigh 160 kilograms. Gio innocently asks if normal people seriously can't lift this much, leaving his buddy absolutely speechless, and decides to just move them right away. The two workers nearby are completely thunderstruck, violently turning their heads and staring in pure, unadulterated disbelief at the physically impossible scene unfolding before their eyes. The workers panic and scream, aggressively pointing as they see him sprinting at full speed. Gio immediately and firmly denies it, claiming he absolutely wasn't running this time. His legs stride at absolute breakneck speed, moving so fast they leave blurred afterimages across the dirt. He confidently insists he's strictly just speed walking. Taegu is completely out of breath, desperately trying to keep up from behind and screaming for Gio to wait up. The totally stunned workers ask each other in sheer disbelief if that kid is seriously carrying 8 bags of cement at the exact same time, completely mind-blown trying to figure out where that insane, monstrous strength came from. Taegu proudly points at the massive, perfectly stacked wall of sacks, loudly and triumphantly announcing that the entire pile of cement has been successfully completely relocated. Wiping his sweat, Taegu arrogantly brags that they effortlessly cleared absolutely everything in less than an hour, then eagerly asks what the next task is. The older worker looks at the two of them with utter exasperation, complaining that these kids have way too much energy and absolutely zero actual technique. Before the older worker can even ask how they plan to move the rest of the cement on the other side, Gio literally turns into a blurred afterimage, dashing past him at lightning speed, leaving the man in sheer, absolute shock. The kid repeatedly sprints like a bullet tearing through the construction site, constantly shouting for people to clear the way and politely thanking everyone as he flies past. The surrounding workers simultaneously bug their eyes out, dropping their jaws and screaming in pure terror and total shock at the newcomer's horrifying, unnatural work speed. Gio beams a bright smile, happily reporting that he has entirely cleared out all the cement on the other side, totally ignoring Taegu, who is completely collapsed from sheer exhaustion next to the massive pile of sacks. Gio's eyes literally sparkle, radiating an intense, highly motivated aura as he eagerly asks if there's absolutely anything else he can help with. The surrounding workers turn completely pale in sheer terror upon realizing the kid still has a totally insane amount of energy left. Two workers exchange bewildered, deeply suspicious glances, totally blown away by Gio's incredibly tireless, totally relentless offer to keep working. Gio focuses intensely, expertly dumping bags of cement into the mixer with flawless precision, while Taegu perfectly coordinates from behind, hauling the sacks to completely maximize their speed. Taegu flashes a totally triumphant smile, proudly showing off a fully loaded toolbox packed with heavy pliers and hammers to flex their absolute hard work. Gio casually carries two massive wooden beams on his shoulder, effortlessly striding forward and leaving the struggling workers totally in the dust, making the guy next to him stare in pure, wide-eyed disbelief. One guy is completely amazed, loudly praising the kid's insane stamina, while the other totally agrees they're incredibly hardworking and agile, completely unlike the lazy, totally useless youth of today. The older guy on the ladder loudly declares that if every young person worked with this kind of absolutely insane efficiency, he would welcome them with totally open arms, while the two kids continue working their absolute hardest down below. Two workers desperately struggle to maneuver a massive, incredibly heavy spool of electrical cable, but suddenly freeze in sheer panic as the heavy wire violently slips completely out of their control. The thick, pitch-black cable violently snaps off the spinning spool, violently whipping through the air in an incredibly dangerous, unpredictable arc. Desperate, blood-curdling screams from above urge everyone to back the hell up immediately, causing the confused worker down below to look up in total shock. The crowd panics, screaming frantically to warn Mr. Song to get out of the way immediately, as the violently sparking, highly lethal cable hurtles straight toward him, leaving the terrified worker completely paralyzed in fear. Risking his own life, Gio lunges forward and aggressively grabs the violently sparking cable with his bare hands to save the man. Intense, dark blue electricity instantly surges through his entire body, leaving the worker behind him in absolute, mind-numbing horror. Mr. Song panics, desperately reaching his hand forward, completely drenched in a cold sweat as he screams at the top of his lungs, "Hey, you crazy kid!" The terrifyingly powerful, high-voltage current rips through Gio, violently exposing his glowing white skeleton from the inside out as he grits his teeth to endure the catastrophic, highly destructive shock. "Cut the power. Do it right now." Another worker instantly dashes over, using every single ounce of his strength to violently throw the main power switch. The thick cable powers down, smoking heavily. Gio drops his hands and collapses onto the floor, his hard hat tumbling away, causing Taegu to panic and scream Do's name at the top of his lungs. A massive crowd of panicking workers instantly rushes over from all directions, completely swarming Gio and frantically asking if he's okay and if he just took a direct, highly lethal shock. Gio sits on the floor, his face completely covered in black soot, yet still flashing a totally bright, totally unbothered smile. He reassures everyone that he's perfectly fine and totally didn't get shocked, while secretly telling himself that was an incredibly close, highly dangerous call. He laughs awkwardly, thinking to himself that the current wasn't actually that strong so he didn't get severely burned, but he also feels highly anxious because he was insanely close to accidentally exposing his heart mutant identity. Mr. Song laughs in massive relief, admitting things almost ended in absolute disaster and openly declaring he owes the kid big time. The surrounding crowd continues to totally marvel at the kid's incredibly insane, superhuman reflexes. The whole gang of workers gathers around gossiping. Someone asks how such a scrawny kid has so much insane strength. Another claims he could easily totally overpower a raging bull single-handedly, and another compares his speed to a wild cat. Gio just awkwardly scratches his head and laughs it off, totally playing it down. Gio gently touches the back of his head, totally relieved that everything worked out fine, but instantly realizes construction sites are incredibly more lethal and highly dangerous than he initially thought. Looking at the furious, totally murderous expression of the older guy violently crushing a milk carton nearby, he instantly understands exactly why they're constantly on edge, even though they're actually totally good, decent people deep down. Taegu sneaks up and whispers directly into Joe's ear, pointing out that it looks like they've actually totally earned the crew's respect. He suggests they immediately seize the opportunity to ask about the true identity of Hadun Construction's CEO. Gio quickly reminds him of Hyun's strict warning that asking way too openly will instantly raise major red flags. Taegu immediately pivots the plan to ask indirectly, since rumor has it the company is famous for having an incredibly young workforce. Taegu confidently steps forward, smoothly asking the workers if there's any place around here packed with people right around their totally young age, while Gio simply stands back and smiles, waiting for the answer. The worker casually shoots back a response that makes Taegu literally shake with absolute fury. The guy totally deadpans that there are plenty of 40-year-olds right around his age, leaving the high school boss totally and utterly shell-shocked. The surrounding workers burst into totally uncontrollable laughter, telling Mr. Kim his joke was way too brutal. Mr. Kim quickly backpedals, admitting the kid honestly looks 30 at the absolute most, acknowledging he definitely went way too far. Taegu is about to totally lose his mind and scream that he's literally only 17, but Gio instantly claps a hand over his mouth to shut him up. He chuckles awkwardly, desperately doing damage control by explaining they're just looking for a company with a ton of guys in their 20s. An older worker looks up, thinking intensely for a split second, before decisively pointing out that Hodan construction right over there is exactly where a massive ton of young kids around that exact age are gathered. Joa's face lights up with absolute joy. While tightly suffocating Taegu's mouth to keep him from talking, he eagerly asks exactly where they can find this highly anticipated Hodan construction. The older worker continues, his voice totally filled with deep concern, warning that the place is absolutely incredibly brutal. They make an absolute ton of cash, but getting in is nearly impossible, and the workload is literally twice as agonizing. Taegu completely loses his patience, aggressively pressing him. So where exactly are they? Just tell me where the hell they are. The worker suddenly raises a finger, pointing straight ahead. Oh, look right there. Hey, they're literally walking in right this exact second. A massive, bright white van slowly rolls into the construction site, pulling to a complete stop right next to the massive row of half-finished high-rise buildings. The vehicle door slides open, and a foot wearing incredibly expensive, totally luxurious designer shoes decisively steps down onto the heavily dust-covered dirt floor. Taegu's eyes bug out of his skull, his jaw hitting the floor in absolute, mind-numbing shock as he stares ahead. What the hell is that? What kind of insane outfits are those? An entire squad of guys steps out, completely radiating an overwhelmingly intimidating, high-roller aura, leaving everyone totally baffled as to how literal construction workers have the cash to afford such insanely expensive luxury brands. Taegu stares in pure disbelief at the massive wave of Gucci, Louis Vuitton, and Burberry. They're fully decked out in absolutely insane luxury gear. He frantically asks himself exactly how much freaking money these guys actually make. Staring closely at the squad that just pulled up, his buddy suddenly totally freaks out and screams, "Wait a damn minute!" From a totally different vehicle door, another foot wearing a much more simple, totally modest canvas shoe firmly steps straight down onto the pavement. Gio and Taegu stand totally frozen, staring intently as a man with a highly stylish man bun steps out of the van. That guy is? Do Hyung slightly lowers his perfectly round sunglasses, staring dead straight at the young teenager across from him with a highly suspicious, totally confused look. Huh? The young CEO suddenly aggressively closes the gap on Gio. Lifting his sunglasses, he eagerly interrogates him. Wait a second, aren't you the kid who totally gave me those grilled chicken skewers? Do Hyung leans his face incredibly close to his opponent, relentlessly pressing to get an absolute confirmation. I'm totally right, aren't I? His eyes lock dead onto the teenager, continuing to confidently assert his totally firm belief. Isn't that right? We definitely bumped into each other before. A close-up of a highly confident, totally knowing smile gently forming on the lips of the teenager in work gear. Gio calmly replies, Of course we have, Kang Do Hyung. A frame flashes back to the incredibly beautiful childhood memory of the two mutant kids tightly hugging the stone block in their holding cell. I absolutely know you better than anyone else. Do's face beams with genuine joy, looking softly at his old friend after an incredibly long separation. I freaking knew it. We definitely ran into each other. It's been over 10 years. Do Hyung whips his head to the side, laughing brightly with total, absolute satisfaction. Totally convinced he guessed right. That's exactly it. You're the kid who shared those grilled chicken skewers with me, right? It truly is an incredibly small world. Gio looks dead straight into his old friend's eyes, completely shattering his delusion with an absolutely definitive declaration. It definitely wasn't a coincidence. I specifically tracked you down because I knew exactly where you were working. Do Hyung lifts his sunglasses slightly, totally stunned, and asks, Wait a minute. What? You actually came all the way here specifically looking for me? Gio internally declares, Kang Do Hyung, starting today, I am absolutely joining your company.
Yo casually replies, Yeah.
His face hardens with total unwavering resolve. I am going to completely expose absolutely everything about the incredibly shady relationship between you and that lab. I honestly don't give a damn if you're willingly working with them or if you're being totally blackmailed. An image of the young Do Hyung running his hand through his hair in a hospital gown flashes alongside Jo's ultimate resolve. We are absolutely going to be friends again, exactly like the old days, and I am going to permanently sever that totally toxic connection forever. Do Hyung leans all the way back, totally man-spreading on the black leather sofa in the middle of a massive storage room packed with supplies, muttering, "So let me get this totally straight." The young CEO raises an eyebrow, staring at the two kids sitting completely stiff and awkward across from him. "You honestly went through all this totally insane trouble just to join my company?" Gio calmly replies, "Yes, exactly." Do-hyung flashes a completely arrogant smirk, decisively and brutally shutting him down. "Listen closely. I totally appreciate the effort, but things are definitely nowhere near that simple. It's going to be incredibly tough. Just go home." The corner of Gio's mouth curls up into an incredibly confident, totally unshakable smile. "You're absolutely right, Do-hyung. I totally knew you were going to say that. You've always been a guy with strict principles. But sooner or later, you're going to have absolutely no choice but to let me stay." He stares dead into his old friend's eyes with an incredibly intense, highly pressured gaze. "You're going to realize exactly how desperately you actually need me soon enough. I know way too much about you." Do-hyung suddenly shoots up from the sofa, looking back with an incredibly arrogant, totally condescending sneer. "You? I actually need you." O's eyes turn razor-sharp and totally dark, coldly delivering his absolutely final answer. "Let me show you exactly what I mean." A wide overhead shot of the entire storage room shows the totally furious lackeys aggressively and repeatedly questioning him with pure disgust. "What the absolute hell is this? And what exactly are you showing us? Why the hell would we ever need a little punk like you?" An incredibly pissed-off lackey violently slams a paper cup onto the table to aggressively chase him out. "Stop totally wasting our time and get the hell out." O's hand casually reaches out, decisively snatching up the thick, heavy-duty leather folder resting on the table. Do-hyung intensely glares through his dark sunglasses, highly suspicious of the teenager's incredibly bizarre, totally calm demeanor. O's completely absurd, monstrous strength triggers an absolute tornado of cleaning, causing all the heavy desks and massive bookshelves to violently shift at breakneck speed, leaving the entire gang in pure, unadulterated horror. Taegu breaks into a massive cold sweat, frantically throwing his hands up to stop him, terrified his friend is about to cause an absolute disaster. "Gio? What the absolute hell are you doing? You absolutely cannot just waltz in here and start touching absolutely everything. Bro!" Two lackeys turn totally pale, sweating bullets as they roar. "What the hell do you think you're doing? Why the hell are you moving that? Who the hell gave you permission to completely mess up our setup?" The thug in the back screams at the top of his lungs in absolute terror as he witnesses the kid's totally monstrous strength. "Hey, you absolute psycho! Why the hell are you moving that massive steel cabinet too?" He totally casually turns back to look at the CEO, calmly announcing, "I'm totally done. Absolutely everything is perfectly finished." Standing dead in the center of the completely flawlessly rearranged storage room, Gio boldly declares to the utterly stunned gang, "This is the absolutely most efficient, totally optimal workflow for this entire space." Do-hyung's lackeys totally lose their minds with explosive rage, veins popping as they furiously scream. "What kind of absolute, total nonsense is this? Somebody drag this little punk out right now." Do-hyung raises a hand, signaling his crew to shut the hell up. He stares dead straight at Gio through his sunglasses with an incredibly intensely curious expression. "Tell me exactly why. Why the hell is this considered more efficient?" Gio totally casually points at the paper cup sitting on the blue desk to kick off his incredibly highly logical analysis. "You're clearly right-handed, so your coffee absolutely belongs on the right side." He points directly at the stack of thick leather files and continues to explain with absolutely flawless, totally crystal clear precision. "Documents absolutely must be perfectly organized strictly by the exact date received." Looking straight at the plastic tube totally packed with pens on the corner of the desk, Gio drops an incredibly highly practical observation. The absolute best place for a pen holder is completely out of the way, yet still totally within arm's reach. Do-hyung leans way back on the sofa, slightly flicking his thumb over his shoulder to aggressively interrogate him. "And what the hell about that massive cabinet?" Gio turns his head to look directly at the totally sunlit glass window, calmly explaining. "It was completely blocking the view from the window. The window gives you a totally unobstructed, panoramic view of the entire construction site. The incredibly chaotic, highly busy construction site, packed with heavy excavators and massive piles of rubble, is perfectly, completely visible through the spotless glass window. For a CEO who absolutely has to actively manage and totally oversee everything, This exact line of sight is completely mandatory. Hearing this, the lackeys instantly turned bright red with absolute, pure rage, completely opening their mouths to furiously scream. This is absolute bullshit. Do you honestly think we didn't totally know that? We specifically arranged absolutely everything our own way for a very specific reason. Gio slightly turns his head, glaring back at the furious lackeys with incredibly razor-sharp, totally ice-cold eyes. If you genuinely knew that massive, completely preventable accident definitely wouldn't have happened today. Gio firmly explained the safety lesson. Efficiency isn't just about making things fast and easy. It's about creating a workflow anyone can grasp in a heartbeat, so we can react instantly the second danger strikes. That's what true efficiency looks like. And that's the only way to make sure a freak accident like earlier never happens again, he added. Hearing this, Do Hyung's tone dropped as he grilled his crew. An accident? There was an accident. One of the guys stammered. Well, the thing is, Do Hyung's face darkened, glaring dead-eyed at his subordinates. Did you idiots seriously not even realize something was wrong? Pointing a sharp finger straight at the foreman, he interrogated him. Tell me, foreman, did you or did you not know about this accident? Shaking like a leaf, the foreman tried to explain that I haven't seen the official report yet, so. Do Hyung brutally cut him off, roaring, You need a piece of paper to see what's right in front of your damn eyes? His fury kept raining down on the sweating crew. Just look at the scattered materials over there. And the missing workers. You should have known how far behind schedule we are just by opening your eyes. His biting words echoed through the warehouse. No wonder things are going straight to hell. You're not even keeping a close eye on your own damn site. Suddenly shifting gears, Do Hyung pointed his finger right at the site's savior. And you? Gio just stood there in silence, taking the pointing finger from his old friend without a single flinch. A wicked, calculating smirk slowly crept up Do Hyung's face from behind his pitch-black shades. He burst into a hearty laugh, praising the kid for pointing out a massive blind spot that even he had missed. The boss mused that it was high time to reevaluate everything from scratch, while Gio quietly stared at his old friend, thinking to himself, You're the one who taught me all of this. Flashing back to the old days, a young Do Hyung was pushing a desk, explaining that arranging things this way would widen the walkway and boost efficiency. A tiny, skeletal Gio stood by, curiously asking what the big deal about efficiency was. The boy firmly replied that it wasn't just convenient, it kept people from getting hurt when they walked past. Absolutely amazed, his eyes lit up with excitement knowing Do Hyung genuinely cared for everyone. He eagerly said that having efficiency sounded awesome and that he wanted to learn it too. Little Do Hyung blushed slightly, shyly offering to guide him and show him just how crucial efficiency really was. Snapping back to reality, Do Hyung pointed straight ahead, declaring that Gio would start working at the company today, though for now, he'd strictly be an intern. Do Hyung casually turned to leave, tossing a glance over his shoulder to say he had business to handle and would head out first. He told them to let the guys show him the ropes, and he'd sign the paperwork when he got back. Gio and Taegu both bowed at a perfect 90-degree angle to thank him. Immediately after, Taegu whispered in pure awe, hyping Gio up for actually managing to sweet-talk the CEO himself. Gio quietly watched his old friend's back fade away, calculating in his head. He knew Do Hyung far better than the guy realized. Now, he just needed to dig up what kind of shady deal he had going on with that lab. A close-up of Taegu's heavily sweating, tense face signaled a bad omen. This definitely wasn't going to be a walk in the park. One of the cronies standing in the warehouse looked annoyed, taking a drag from his cigarette and clicking his tongue in sheer frustration. Son of AB*TCH. The red-haired, tattooed thug scowled, glaring fiercely at the corner of the room. That cocky little punk. Do Hyung's subordinates were grouped around the room, absolute malice written all over their faces. These guys, they looked totally pissed off. An hour later, down at the messy, deep-trenched construction site where massive metal pipes were being laid out, Taegu and Gio hunched over, carrying heavy pipe sections across the site. Taegu grunted as he walked, back to the grunt work until the boss returns. But hey, at least you're one step closer to Do Hyung now. I call that a massive win. Suddenly, a manager stormed over, standing on the pipeline and furiously pointing down as he barked, Hey! Who the hell told you to lay this down like this? Eyes bulging and veins popping on his face, the manager rained down insults. It's supposed to go the opposite way. You absolute brats. Sweating bullets, Gio dumbfoundedly explained that they did exactly what he asked, only for the arrogant jerk to scream back, demanding to know when he ever said such a thing. Jerking his thumb backward, the manager kept shouting his unreasonable demands. Stop talking back and flip it over right this second. Another hour dragged by. Taegu collapsed onto the dirt, completely drained and out of breath, looking at their redone work. Everything's laid down. Again. But the furious manager kicked a pipe section into the air, screaming at them for placing the drainage pipes already. Taegu's face fell, absolutely bewildered by the manager's insane behavior. The manager pointed and screamed until he was blue in the face, raging that they hadn't even leveled the slope yet. He demanded to know who told them to lay the pipes first, asking if their heads were just full of air. Scowling, Taegu argued back that the guy explicitly told them to lay it down now, and they were just following orders. The manager violently lunged forward, grabbing Taegu by the collar. He glared menacingly, asking if he was seriously talking back, and told them to get lost if they had a problem. Shoving the two boys away roughly, he ordered them to stop whining and drag everything back out within the hour. Taegu gritted his teeth, boiling with rage at the utter humiliation. As the manager turned away, his devious true colors showed. Taegu caught him flashing a sly, mocking smirk. It clicked for Taegu instantly. These bastards were intentionally playing them for fools. His anger exploded like a raging inferno, the phantom image of a massive, roaring bear looming behind him. Taegu clenched his fists, screaming in pure fury at these scumbags for treating them like easy targets. Taegu made up an excuse to slip away. Gio, I gotta hit the restroom. Worried, Gio asked, Taegu, are you really that mad? Waving his hands frantically, Taegu replied, No, I actually just really need to go. Deep down, though, his buddy made a silent vow. Just you wait, Gio. Your bro is gonna handle this mess himself. Taegu tracked them down to a room, thinking to himself that those jerks had definitely gone in there. Suddenly, a smug, roaring laughter echoed from inside. Oh, you should have seen the look on their stupid faces. Taegu peered through the crack in the door, fuming as the thug inside continued trash-talking them. Efficiency? What a load of crap. Just some snot-nosed punk acting like he runs the place. The group sat around the table, scheming together. We've already got enough mouths to feed. Why should we share our cut with a brat like that? We'll just keep bullying them until they quit on their own. The guy smoking a cigarette casually pitched a dirty tactic. The foreman's on our side anyway. Let's just pin every single mistake on the new kids. Unable to stomach their shameless garbage for another second, Taegu violently kicked the door open and roared, Bullsh *T. Eyes blazing, he completely lost it, screaming right in the faces of the selfish crew. Did you seriously think we'd just sit back and take this? I'm gonna teach every last one of you a lesson. The three thugs jumped in shock, immediately shouting back, When the hell did this brat get here? Did he seriously not make a sound? Are you insane? You asking for a death wish? Taegu charged in, grabbing the guy opposite him by the collar. You've been playing us since the second we got here. Did you think I wouldn't notice? The guy just tilted his chin up, daring him. So what? What are you gonna do about it? As the guy raised his fist to threaten him, Taegu gritted his teeth, holding back his boiling rage. I want to deck him so bad, but I can't be the one to throw the first punch. Taegu screamed furiously. You guys are the ones who started this. The thug just held up his fist in defiance. Come on, hit me. You think you're the only one who knows how to throw a punch? Hold up, hey, chill out. Why are you picking a fight with a kid? And you little punk. You don't know the first thing about this job. If you only got hired because of your buddy, keep your mouth shut and get back to work. Taegu ground his teeth, infuriated by the surrounding insults. At least your friend has a brain. What use are you to the company? His eyes went wide as he snapped back. What?
I'm useless?
Standing in the middle of the storage room, Taegu threw his arms wide and declared war on the whole gang. You think you're the only ones who can pull your weight? I'm stronger than all of you combined. One of the tattooed thugs in the crew smirked with pure contempt. Oh, really? You think you're that tough? He slammed his elbow onto the wooden table, getting into a ready stance. Then how about we settle this with an arm wrestle? The muscular thug stared confidently into his opponent's eyes, laying out the stakes. If you win, We'll respect you and cut the crap. Taegu raised an eyebrow, completely caught off guard by the challenge. An arm wrestle? Geez, resorting to kids' games out of nowhere. The former school boss's face suddenly lit up with a wildly smug grin. But man, you picked the wrong guy to challenge.
I'm Yota Egeu.
I never lost a single match back in my school days. The beefy thug gave a sleazy smile as he clamped down on his opponent's hand. That cocky look on your face. I'm gonna turn it into pure regret real soon. A decisive slam crashed down with terrifying force, making the wooden table violently shake. Taegu grimaced, violently flexing and bracing himself as his hand was agonizingly pinned flat against the table. Trembling, he stared at his hand anchored to the wood. What the hell is this? Damn it, is he really this strong? The musclehead looked down triumphantly, while Taegu panicked in his head. This guy is no joke. If we actually threw hands, I'd be dead meat. The opponent declared loudly. You lost, didn't you? Now both of you quit and get the hell out of here. Taegu yelled back in outrage. What? I never agreed to quit if I lost? The man in the safety vest smirked, dealing another psychological blow. Listen here, kid. Did you think the rules only worked in your favor? It's obvious. If you lose, you pack your bags and bounce. Taegu gritted his teeth, feeling totally helpless and bitter as the realization hit. Damn it, that was his plan all along. He looked down at his violently shaking hand. He only slammed my hand down once, but it hurts like hell. My capillaries burst. It's already turning purple. The buff guy brutally squeezed Taegu's bruised hand, smiling wickedly as he asked, but it'd be a real shame to tap out now, don't you think? Ramping up the pressure, the thug aggressively twisted Taegu's wrist. Let's go another round. The pain was so blinding that Taegu clenched his teeth and let out an agonizing scream. Defenseless, Taegu threw his free hand out in surrender, screaming, I'm sorry, I'll leave. Wincing, he tried to create some distance and salvage the situation. But, it's fine for me, but I don't think my friend is going to be okay with this. The musclehead nonchalantly suggested, don't you think your buddy should try an arm wrestle too, just to get a feel for the situation? The underling standing nearby chimed in with a mocking laugh. Oh, you mean that pale-faced kid? With an absolutely defiant and cold face, the thug stated. You can go and convince him yourself. Taegu's eyes bulged in panic as he screamed his lungs out, refusing. No. It's no use. Thinking of Joe's terrifying, monstrous strength, Taegu sweat buckets as he yelled. I'll never be able to break that guy's stubbornness. He's too hard-headed. Internally, he knew that if Gio showed up, every single one of these guys would be floored in one hit. Faking a desperate expression, he shamelessly screamed out a total lie. Please, guys. You gotta help me break his stubbornness. Pitch-black words appeared completely isolated in the dark void. Why should I do that? The beefy thug gritted his teeth, driving Taegu's bruised hand hard into the table as he coldly answered. It doesn't mean a thing if you guys don't leave voluntarily. He let out a sinister, threatening laugh. Because you'll be packing your bags right after I snap your arm. Channeling all his strength, he slammed the kid's hand onto the table. Clench your fist. Taegu's hand was repeatedly crushed against the wooden table in total, helpless defeat. Otherwise, I'm gonna break it right now. Taegu bawled miserably, screaming for his parents in agony. Mom! Dad! Drained and desperate, he shrieked for the savior of his life.
Saveme yi-o.
Suddenly, Joe's hand shot out, gripping the musclehead's arm tightly and completely blocking the ruthless slam. The entire gang froze in shock at the intern's abrupt entrance. The cronies stood completely paralyzed, their eyes wide as they exchanged panicked, bewildered glances. I don't know what this guy's name is. Let's just skip it. The muscular thug ground his teeth, completely stunned as his slam was halted out of nowhere. Crying tears of joy, Taegu threw his head back and screamed his savior's name, Gio! Gio stared down with ice-cold eyes, his grip still locked onto the thug. The arm wrestling rules here are a little different now. The kid's face hardened with absolute resolve. Fight me instead. The three lackeys looked at each other in dumbfounded silence, unable to process the absurd situation that just unfolded. The thugs clutched their stomachs, busting into a fit of laughter at the insane challenge. He wants to fight? What a bored psychopath. O's face was dead calm. his dark eyes showing absolutely zero emotion despite the mocking laughter. Furiously pointing at the swollen, purple bruise on his hand, Taegu yelled his accusation. These bastards are just a bunch of cowardly scum playing dirty. Look at my hand. The thug challenged his opponent with massive arrogance. Our rules are a bit different. You think you can handle it? Of course, if you get injured, you're paying your own hospital bills. I was gonna go easy on you since I felt bad for your buddy, but that's off the table now. Don't go crying when it hurts later. Because your arm could snap in half at any second. Their hands locked together, muscles bulging and veins popping as they geared up for the ultimate showdown. The musclehead gloated in his head. This cocky little brat doesn't know his place. How dare he sit across from me without an ounce of fear? Taegu stood to the side, flashing a knowing smirk, while the brute kept scheming. I'm gonna snap this kid's arm to teach him a lesson, and then I'll deal with that grinning idiot over there. Flexing with everything he had, he prepared for the finishing blow. I'm ending this in 1 second. Get ready. Go. But the moment the word dropped, it was immediately game over for his hand. A terrifying backlash of raw power from Gio instantly shattered the brute's muscles and bones under absolute pressure. The buff guy's jaw dropped as he shrieked in absolute agony, the bone-deep pain hitting him like a truck. My arm. My arm. The crew and the foreman stared in shock, the blood draining from their faces at the unbelievable scene unfolding right in front of them. Gio looked down, his eyes dark and ice-cold as he commanded, "Put it back where it was." He ruthlessly pinned his opponent's hand straight down. Because we aren't done here. The sheer, monstrous pressure from Gio crushed the solid wooden desk into splinters. The musclehead collapsed onto the floor, clutching his completely mangled arm and howling in pure torture. The rest of the lackeys sweat bullets, panicking at the horrifying sight as they frantically called out, "F. Foreman Joe?" The three thugs lost their minds, grabbing wooden pipes and charging at Gio all at once. "You bastard! What the hell did you just do? You little piece of sh*T. Gio just stood there, his face completely deadpan. Moving like lightning, he delivered a brutal straight punch to the pipe-wielding thug's face, sending him flying backward with blood spurting from his nose. The second guy ate a god-tier slap straight to the cheek, his face caving in as he powerlessly spat out blood. He threw his punches so incredibly fast that the two thugs didn't even have time to react. Out of nowhere, the last guy rushed in from behind, smashing his weapon right over Joe's head. "You crazy psycho!" Even after taking a direct hit, his expression remained completely blank, like absolutely nothing happened. Without missing a beat, an instant counterpunch connected right with the attacker's face, completely warping his features. He tumbled hard onto the ground, a trail of blood spraying everywhere. The guys in the back immediately rushed to catch him. The red-haired thug, sweating profusely, pointed a trembling finger in terror to warn his crew. "This kid is not normal." Hearing that, the rest of the gang riled each other up and swarmed him. "Everyone get in there. Grab him now." Suddenly, a commanding roar from behind echoed through the room. "Stop right there, you idiots." The mob instantly froze in shock, turning their heads toward the door in total confusion. The whole gang just stood there, exchanging looks and silently praying for their lives. Others dropped their jaws, totally bewildered as to why the one person who shouldn't be here right now had just shown up. Us eyes slightly shifted toward the person who just spoke. The CEO, Do Hyung, stepped into the room, cold as ice, and demanded an answer in a truly terrifying tone. "What do you think you're doing?" One of the underlings sweated in panic, stuttering as he tried to explain. Do Hyung suddenly lunged forward at terrifying speed, grabbing the guy's face and slamming him brutally into the floor with a massive crash. Gripping his subordinate's entire face tightly, he issued a chilling threat. "I told you to train them, not to bully them." Taegu frantically threw his hands up to stop him, sweating buckets. "Oh no! If this blows up anymore, Gio could get fired." The best friend screamed desperately in the middle of the chaotic storage room. "Wait! This is a misunderstanding. We were just arm wrestling. It's nothing." Gio casually pointed his finger to clarify, while Taegu panicked beside him. "No, that bastard bullied my friend first. Kim Gio, you idiot. You're gonna get fired." Do Hyung viciously slammed the lackey's head against the cracked wall. "I know that without you telling me." This isn't the first time these useless scumbags have bullied the newbies. He casually added a cold warning. But you went completely overboard. A wide shot of the trashed room with subordinates knocked out cold on the floor. Look at the mess you made. A broken arm and a completely shattered nose. Poor Taegu looked at his own swollen, discolored, bruised hand to defend his friend. My buddy got the same treatment. His hand is so swollen he can't even hold anything anymore. Gio faced his old friend straight on, his gaze unwavering. I had to return the favor fairly, so they'd never dare mess with us again. Do-hyung sternly glared at the stubborn intern. Look at you, talking back till the bitter end. Veins popping on his forehead. He closed in and growled a threat. I went easy on you and this is how you repay me? Are you asking for a beating? Gio stood firm against the suffocating pressure. His face set with fierce resolve. I'm not asking for a beating. I'm speaking up because if I just stay quiet, nothing will ever change. A close-up of Do-hyung's eyes narrowing in pure shock. What? Memories of their old holding cell flooded back, showing young Do-hyung hugging his knees in despair. If you speak up, what is that going to change? These horrifying experiments are just going to keep happening anyway. The tiny skeleton Gio from back then immediately pointed his finger with fierce determination. Nothing will change if you just choose to stay quiet. What? Young Gio's eyes burned with unwavering will behind his bone mask. I can endure whatever happens to me, but I'll never just stand by and watch my friends get hurt. Snapping back to reality, Do-hyung loomed over the lackey groaning in pain on the floor. This kid. He really reminds me of the past. Taegu bowed his head in worry, whispering softly to his partner.
Yo?
I think we're about to get canned. Do-hyung slightly turned his head, raising an eyebrow from behind his shades. Who said anything about firing you? Did you think you could just easily wash your hands and run after causing this massive mess? Both boys turned to the young CEO in total confusion. What? We're not fired? Turning his back, Do-hyung calmly laid out a practical new arrangement. The guy whose arm you snapped is going to be stuck in the hospital for a long time. I need someone to take over that useless idiot's job. The frantic cronies nearby tried to reclaim their turf. B-boss? That important supervisory job Foreman Joe was doing. We can take over that. Shut your mouths. I'm holding back a tremendous amount of rage right now. Gio looked up, asking nonchalantly. So I just need to do that job instead of him, right? What kind of work is it? Do-hyung leisurely turned away, dropping a decisive instruction. Don't sweat the details. Just be here at 5 a.m. tomorrow. I'll personally train you myself. The next day, 5 a.m. A wide shot of the silent construction site sitting still under the dead of night. Gio stood alone in the empty lot, forming a highly suspicious deduction in his mind. Calling me out this early is definitely top secret stuff. It might even be tied to that lab. Do-hyung leaned against the chain-link fence, casually puffing on a cigarette. What kind of job is Do-hyung planning to hand me? The young CEO glanced through his shades upon seeing a familiar silhouette. You're here. Do-hyung immediately started walking, taking the lead. Stick close. We're heading somewhere pretty deep.
Yo obediently trailed behind.
Yes, sir. A finger firmly pressed the red control button on an old electronic panel. Pretty deep? The caged freight elevator slowly cranked into motion, taking them far below the surface. We're going down? This site has an underground level. Gio stood still, observing. This rusty old freight elevator is descending insanely deep underground, so deep I can't even see the bottom. What the hell are you guys hiding down here? Do-hyung tilted his head slightly, asking, What's wrong? Getting nervous. Gio awkwardly replied, just a bit. Yesterday you didn't give a damn if I was the boss or not, running your mouth however you pleased. Now you're scared? Do you always speak your mind like that? Gio slightly turned his face away. I just can't stand seeing my friend get bullied. Do-hyung retorted. So you decided to settle the score? Do-hyung stared straight ahead, cold as ice. But that's still way better than the guys who are all bark and no bite. I don't hate that. Suddenly whipping around, Do-hyung pointed straight at Joe's face with a fierce warning. But listen here. Don't pull any more of those wild stunts like you did earlier. If you cause any trouble down here, I will kill you. The freight elevator ground to a definitive halt with a harsh mechanical clank. Do-hyung stepped out first, coldly commanding, "We're here. Get out." Geo followed, looking around in bewilderment. Joe's eyes widened in sheer shock at the massive spectacle hidden beneath the construction site. A gigantic, pitch-black mechanical tunnel stretched out endlessly before him, lined with countless stacked steel drums. Geo furrowed his brows, consumed by anxious thoughts. Just what is Do-hyung planning with that lab? Do-hyung announced loudly, "Just to be perfectly clear, everything you see down here is classified company info." Geo obediently nodded. "Yes, boss." Do-hyung continued, "The job is dead simple. Move all of these steel drums to their designated spots." Geo curiously eyed the pile of barrels. "Steel drums? What's inside them?" Do-hyung shot it down instantly. No questions asked. Do-hyung issued a cold order. "Have them all moved by the end of the day. You're the one who knocked out my guy, so don't complain. I'm paying you top dollar, so don't sweat the cash." Do-hyung casually turned and walked back into the elevator. "I'm out. Get to work." Geo replied softly, "Yes, boss." Geo watched his old friend's back fade away, a faint smile touching his lips as he thought to himself, "It's so good to see him again after all this time. I almost blew my cover." His gaze hardened with dead serious resolve. "I need to figure out exactly what Do-hyung and that lab are plotting, and fast. Only then can I finally reveal who I really am." Geo stepped closer, carefully inspecting the mysterious stockpile. "Anyway, these drums? What the heck is actually inside them?" The kid crouched down, lightly tapping the metal shell. "They're sealed airtight, absolutely no intention of ever being opened. But..." Geo dug his fingers deep into the metal rim, flexing his inhuman strength. "I'm popping this open by force." The heavy metal lid flew straight into the air from the kid's vicious yank. "Got it." Geo stared in absolute shock deep into the freshly opened drum. A glowing green, heavily fuming liquid revealed itself right before his eyes. "Hold up. The smell. I've definitely smelled this before. Could this be the chemical from the lab?" He decisively plunged his bare hand straight into the toxic sludge. "Let's find out for sure." The mottled green poison slowly seeped through his flesh. "If I absorb it into my bloodstream, I'll know exactly what this is." Do's eyes blew wide in pure terror as a torrent of agonizing memories suddenly rushed back. The image of his tiny, bloodied skeletal body writhing under test tubes of neon green chemicals flashed vividly in his mind. Geo frantically yanked his hand out of the liquid, his face turning pale with absolute dread. Trembling, the kid stared at his corroding hand, exposing the stark white bone and blackened veins underneath. "There's no mistaking it. This is the exact same toxin they used to experiment on my body." "Kong Do-hyung, just what the hell are you really plotting?" He shot up to his feet with total conviction. "First things first, I need to contact Hye-in. This is hard proof of their connection to the lab." The security camera monitor clearly displayed Geo's every move, capturing him ripping open the steel drum from a bird's eye view. Do-hyung tightly intertwined his hands. His heart swelled with smug satisfaction. "I knew it. I figured he wasn't a normal guy, but..." He looked up, his expression ice cold. "He's a mutant heart." Do-hyung's eyes narrowed calculation through his dark shades. The fact that he forcefully opened the drum to check, is he a cop? Or a member of another syndicate gunning for the lab's chemicals? A stone-encased mutant heart within Do-hyung began to pulse. "All right, we'll find out soon enough once we capture him." A massive mob of armed thugs holding pipes and daggers gathered under his command. "His ability is regeneration. Don't hold back. Stab him. Crush him. Do whatever the hell you want." Looming in the shadows with his face entirely obscured, Do-hyung delivered his chilling final order. Just push his regenerative limits to the absolute brink. His face hardened into a cold, deadly stare. "I will be the one to finish him off." Through the surveillance screen, he watched Geo holding his cell phone high in the air. Geo stared at the screen, totally bewildered. "What? Why is there no signal down here?" Behind the camera, Do-hyung mused, "Just what is his ultimate goal here?" The CEO crossed his arms, glaring sharply. "He knew everything from the very beginning, and deliberately approached me." Geo made a decisive motion in the underground tunnel. Do-hyung evaluated him in his mind. "And here I thought he was just a naive idiot. But I was wrong. It feels like he understands me better than I understand myself. He manipulated my emotions far too easily, hitting the bullseye dead on. O's calm demeanor flashed in his memory. He orchestrated everything down to the smallest detail. Looking down from above, Do Hyung stood perfectly still, watching his massive mob of thugs stomp down the stairs. To analyze me this thoroughly, it means he deliberately infiltrated this place. Gio stood with his back turned, catching the dark silhouettes of an army of thugs closing in behind the chain-link gate. Even if I don't know what his endgame is. The metal gate slammed open, revealing a horde of heavily armed, terrifying thugs wielding knives and baseball bats, completely surrounding the kid. With the mob closing in, Do Hyung confidently thought to himself, "You picked the wrong opponent, kid." An aggressive thug aggressively waving a knife charged forward, screaming, "Come here, you little bastard." He smugly declared that he already knew everything. Gio stared blankly at his phone with 0 bars. Surrounded by the mob, the kid confusedly asked what was going on, only for the leader to bark at him not to play dumb because everything was caught on camera. Gritting his teeth, the thug fiercely glared and cursed him out as a freakish mutant bastard. Deafening roars erupted, rallying the gang to rush in and capture him alive. Gio unleashed a lightning-fast sweep kick, sending the lead thug flying away while coughing up blood. The entire squad of cronies hit the dirt, groaning miserably in a heap on the ground. Watching through the camera, Do Hyung raised an eyebrow, muttering in suspicion, "A body-enhancing mutant?" Gio gently cracked his completely healed wrist, calmly replying, "Really? Then I guess there's no other way. If my path is blocked, I just have to smash right through it." Joe's punch was so ridiculously overpowered that it sent a thug tumbling multiple times through the air. The 2 thugs standing behind watched in sheer panic as their buddy was blasted away, bleeding from his nose. He continued to charge forward, throwing another lightning-fast punch. The punches landed dead center on every single thug's face. 3 thugs suddenly ambushed him from behind, using all their strength to tackle and lock down Joe's arms. A blonde thug gripping a baseball bat sneered wickedly as he approached. "Look at this, you little brat." He swung the bat wildly at Joe's head while the 3 thugs desperately held him down. "Stand still, why don't you?" Gio took the painful blow, getting so dizzy that blood spat from both sides of his mouth. The blonde thug maniacally rained down blows. "Your power is regeneration, right? My bat breaks bones too, you freakish mutant." In the middle of his blood-crazed frenzy, the blonde thug ate a devastating straight punch right to the face from Joe's monstrous strength. He was blasted so far away that he left a long blur trailing across the ground. Through the monitor, Do Hyung calmly analyzed that the power was massive enough to blast a grown man away, but it seemed his opponent still hadn't gone all out. Do Hyung glared fiercely through his shades, challenging him. "Come on, show me your true strength." Another aggressive thug surged forward, roaring the command, "Everyone jump him at once." The entire remaining squad swarmed him simultaneously, using all their weight to pin Gio down. They wrapped a heavy iron chain tightly around his neck and body, bellowing, "Hold him down tight." The thugs forcefully pinned both of Gio's arms straight to the concrete floor. "Let's see if he can even lift a finger now." Despite the crushing weight of the entire mob, Gio shakily began to stand up, causing the panicked thugs to scream that he was still moving and urge everyone to hold tighter. An infuriated brown-haired thug behind him yanked out a dagger and roared, "We have the green light to chop off your arms if you keep resisting. Hold him steady." The thug ruthlessly plunged the dagger straight down. "Sever his tendons so he can't move at all." The blade repeatedly sank deep into Joe's flesh, sending fresh blood splattering everywhere. The dagger-wielding thug suddenly froze, his hands trembling in sheer terror at his prey's unnatural reaction. His eyes bulged out, face pale with horror. What the hell is this? I've stabbed him dozens of times already?" Pa's face remained utterly impassive. His dark eyes stared straight ahead without a single flinch or expression of pain. The thug completely lost his mind in fear, sweating buckets. He's not human anymore." Pa's blood-soaked hand suddenly dug decisively into the concrete floor. The mutant heart buried deep within his chest emitted a blinding red aura, violently pulsating to trigger its ultimate energy. All the black blood and poison surged fiercely toward Gio, covering the entire construction floor while the gang watched in utter disbelief. Watching the feed, Do Hyung's eyes widened in massive shock, stuttering as he muttered, He is. The blood flowed in reverse streams right back into Gio. Do Hyung watched the screen in horror, absorbing the blood, and along with it, the mangled muscles on Gio's arm instantly reknitted together, healing rapidly under the slashing blades. His body is regenerating? The healing speed was absurdly fast. Even faster than the speed he's taking damage. Do Hyung's eyes narrowed, a wildly excited grin spreading across his face at the massive jackpot. That regeneration speed is unbelievable. This level is insanely rare. Not to mention, the more blood he absorbs, the stronger he gets. Gio violently shattered the chains, blowing the entire squad away like a hurricane sweeping through. He's like a runaway freight train. The terrified thugs scrambled back from the kids' suffocating pressure. What kind of demonic heart does he actually possess? Sharp, dark eyes glared straight ahead. The intern suddenly launched himself forward at terrifying speed. A thug tumbled backward, his face frozen in shock as he took a devastating counterattack from Gio. Moving fast as lightning, Gio rapidly launched every single thug into the air one by one. A subordinate backed away, sweating profusely in panic. Damn it, he's too fast. Before he could even swing his wooden bat, Gio closed the distance and delivered a brutal uppercut. A straight punch to the gut with terrifying force. The thug took the kick head-on, choking and spewing blood in immense pain. He flew back into the mob, causing the entire squad to collapse on top of each other in a complete rout. A furious thug tried to smash his baseball bat down from above, but Gio quickly performed a split to dodge the blow. He crouched low, his hands digging in so hard they cracked the solid concrete floor as he gathered his power. Sinking his fingers into the cracks, Gio channeled his monstrous strength to rip a massive chunk of concrete right out from under his feet to turn the tide. The frantic mob scattered as they felt the ground violently shake beneath them. The thugs screamed in terror at the kid's freakish strength. This is insane. He just lifted a whole block of concrete. Flexing every ounce of his monstrous power, Gio hurled the massive concrete block straight ahead. The giant boulder hurtled directly toward the terrified crew. Pale as ghosts, they threw their hands up to shield their heads in a desperate, futile attempt to dodge. The concrete block crashed down violently, shattering into countless flying debris upon impact. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, completely blinding the entire construction site. Several cronies fell back onto the ground, trembling and totally drained of color after the massive impact. The rest of the gang looked around frantically through the thick gray smoke, trying to locate their opponent. Sharp eyes loomed menacingly right behind the dense cloud of white dust. Suddenly, a cracked, gray stone hand shot up from the rubble. Do Hyung stepped out imposing, to the bewilderment and relief of his subordinates. The CEO lowered his hand, questioning coldly from behind his sunglasses. What the hell? Gio stood dead still, glaring sharply at his opponent. What kind of heart do you possess? Do Hyung muttered, surveying the wrecked site. I've met my fair share of mutant hearts, but completely healing an injury in under a second, I've never seen anyone regenerate this fast. Stuffing his hands into his pockets, he smirked in evaluation. Just based on this ability alone, you're top tier. On top of that, you've got body-enhancing capabilities. Just what kind of mutant heart are you? Do Hyung squinted deeply through his pitch-black shades, while Gio silently glared back. When it comes to regeneration abilities, only one guy comes to mind, but that kid's power was incredibly weak. Plus, he wasn't nearly this strong. The horrifying image of the explosion from years ago flashed in his mind. And most importantly, that kid died in a bombing. Gio silently fell into a fighting stance, mentally preparing for the direct clash. Do Hyung clenched his stone-covered fists, cracking his knuckles. So, your silence is my answer. In that case, I'll teach you some manners. Gio smoothly leaned back, dodging the strike with absolute finesse. Joe's eyes narrowed with calculating intent. It's still too early to blow my cover. I haven't figured out his connection to the lab yet. Do Hyung unleashed a heavy, devastating punch straight ahead. Gio moved agilely, effortlessly sidestepping his old friend's attack. A punch grazed right past Joe's face, carrying a dark gust of wind that tore through the air.
Instant régénération?
Is that what you're banking on? Then you're dead wrong. If I go all out, you won't just walk away with a simple scratch. Do Hyung slammed one hand onto the ground, his body emitting a suffocating, monstrous pressure. There won't even be an intact corpse left to regenerate. Massive boulders suddenly erupted from the ground. The jagged rocks completely boxed Geo in. Geo flinched, glancing at the sudden obstacles. Do Hyung focused his power into his fist. This is your last chance. Dark, jagged rocks tightly coiled around the CEO's fist. Do Hyung's entire arm transformed into a massive, razor-sharp stone weapon. Who sent you? A stone spike shot up, clamping down on Geo's leg and locking him in place. Geo gritted his teeth, his expression faltering. Not just the walls, but my leg too. Do Hyung glared coldly through his shades. Since you've decided to stay silent to the bitter end. Do Hyung delivered an earth-shattering punch accompanied by a spine-chilling roar. Die! The force of the stone fist slammed directly into its target, shattering the ground and kicking up a massive cloud of dust. The observing thugs trembled, sweating bullets at the sheer brutality of the strike. The lackeys dropped their jaws in absolute horror as they stared at the wrecked battlefield. Do Hyung casually pulled his fist back after the brutal finishing blow. A completely severed head flew through the air. The decapitated head hit the ground, dragging a long, gruesome trail of fresh blood. Yet, his headless body remained standing tall. The thugs were completely dumbstruck, drained of all color at the terrifyingly gory scene. Rolling on the dirt, the severed head suddenly snapped open its glowing, ominously red eyes. A torrential stream of fresh blood flowed in reverse, entirely wrapping around Joe's severed head. The head instantly reattached itself to his neck at godlike speed, leaving Do Hyung utterly astounded. Even with his head blown clean off, Geo abruptly launched a vicious counterpunch straight into his opponent's chest. The massive shockwave from their clashing power ripped through the surrounding air. Taking the hit head-on, Do Hyung was blasted into the air. He skidded backward across the ground, violently digging his feet into the floor to break. Standing firm at a distance, Do Hyung stared in disbelief as Joe's blood-soaked chest regenerated. Do Hyung casually remarked, "Not a bad strike." Smirking arrogantly, Do Hyung pulled back his shirt to reveal a solid layer of gray stone skin underneath. But human flesh and bone can never shatter this armor of mine. You only managed to break your own arm. I said that, but even as I speak, his broken arm is already regenerating. What an unbelievable recovery rate. Do Hyung tilted his head in thought, his face filled with deep contemplation amidst the chaotic backdrop. Strange.
Kimio.
Why does that kid's face keep popping into my head? Back then, it took him hours just to grow back a single arm. Meanwhile, this bastard can regenerate even after getting decapitated. A guy with the ultimate healing factor. Do Hyung's eyes narrowed coldly behind his shades. I shouldn't mix up that kid with this freak. He glared at his distant opponent on high alert. With skills like that, this mutant definitely belongs to some syndicate. His target must be the lab's intel. Do Hyung slammed his hand down again, triggering a force that uprooted jagged stone pillars. I don't care who he is. Cops, a rival gang, or even the government. Because he's not laying a single finger on that lab. A violent earthquake erupted, crushing Geo perfectly between two massive stone walls that just shot up. The sharp boulders brutally clamped down on the kid's body. Do Hyung suddenly froze, his eyes widening in surprise. Geo unpredictably broke free, throwing a punch that completely shattered the CEO's sunglasses. The stone armor covering Do Hyung's face chipped away, piece by piece. It's useless. Just give up. He glared at his opponent while issuing a threat. Either way, once I hand you over to the lab, they'll figure out exactly who you are in no time. Geo silently stared at his bloody hand as the joints cracked and snapped back into place. Just as I thought. He clenched his fully healed hand into a sharp fist. So you've been supplying mutants to the lab too? Us eyes hardened, glaring daggers at the traitor. Don't even think you're walking away from this. Do Hyung was taken aback by his opponent's attitude. Supplying? What the hell are you talking about? Geo lunged forward at blinding speed. He darted in, delivering a monstrous pinpoint punch right into his old friend's chest. Us eyes burned with fury. I'm telling you to take a good look at the atrocities you've committed. Do Hyung smirked with cold disdain. Atrocities? What does that even mean nowadays? Sooner or later, I'll be sitting on billions of one. A ruthless, greedy glint flashed in his eyes. I'm going to sell you to the highest bidder. Geo glared directly at the traitor, radiating killing intent. In that case, I'm going to beat some sense into you right now. He crouched low, pressing a hand to the ground as the highly toxic black blood began violently siphoning back into his palm. Is he absorbing even more blood? All the fresh blood from the unconscious thugs scattered on the ground was completely drained. This much? Don't tell me. Is he trying to boost his attack power? Gio swung his terrifyingly powerful fist directly at Do Hyung. Do Hyung glared back, the stone covered half of his face twitching into an arrogant smirk. Too bad for you. You're too stupid to properly use a power like that. Do's fist slammed dead center into the rock-solid armor on the CEO's chest. Do Hyung stated casually, "Human flesh and bone can't shatter my stone." The fierce strike didn't even leave a dent in Do Hyung's stiff, stone-coated body. He mocked coldly, "Pathetic resistance." Unfazed, Gio unleashed hundreds of lightning-fast punches, creating an overwhelming barrage of afterimages. Do Hyung took the raining blows with a totally unfazed face. He calmly stated, "Whether you punch 100 or 1,000 times, the result won't change. The only thing breaking," the image showed Gio's bloody hand already starting to deform, "is your own damn arm." Despite the threat, Gio raised his sharp, cold eyes, continuing to pool raw power into his next punch. Gio suddenly threw a devastating straight punch, generating a shockwave that cracked wide open the opponent's defensive stone layer. What the hell? Are his attacks actually piercing through? Gio's flesh and bone punches tore through the air at supersonic speeds. He landed another crushing uppercut square on his old friend's jaw. Charging relentlessly, Gio firmly declared, "You don't need to worry about me. I can throw 1,000 punches." The blow made Do Hyung grit his teeth and glare in pain. He choked out a roar, "Ugh, you bastard." Gio's overwhelming combo kept Do Hyung completely on the defensive, unable to do anything but block. He doesn't care at all that his body is falling apart. So that's why he kept charging straight in. The outer stone armor crumbled away under the ruthless barrage. He bitterly realized, just to analyze my weak points? No. Once a crack appears, it's only going to keep spreading. A massive, stone-clad fist suddenly plummeted down, aiming dead center at Gio's head. Do Hyung drove his stone fist straight into the ground, shattering concrete slabs and triggering a violent tremor. He suddenly froze, his pupils trembling in pure shock as he realized something was wrong. No way! His speed. Closing in at a terrifying pace, Gio instantly buried a strike right into Do Hyung's chest. Knocked completely airborne and totally helpless, Do Hyung panicked. "I can't keep up with him." The young CEO freefell and skidded hard across the industrial site's floor. Falling to his knees, Do Hyung propped himself up with one hand while clutching his pounding head, groaning unsteadily as he stared at Gio's solid stance in the distance. Do Hyung's face paled in panic as the jagged cracks began to bleed. "My stone skin is actually cracking. This guy is totally insane." Do Hyung stared in utter terror as Gio casually snapped his mangled arm back into place, red blood wrapping around the rapidly regenerating muscle fibers. Does he seriously not feel any pain? Gripping the shattered debris tightly, Do Hyung cursed himself. I totally underestimated him. Trying to capture him alive was way too naive. Going completely berserk, Do Hyung grabbed handfuls of crushed rocks and swallowed them down. I can't hold anything back against a monster like this. Gio narrowed his eyes, watching the bizarre move in total disbelief. Is he eating rocks? As Do Hyung swallowed the rubble, his torn, bleeding throat violently spasmed. At the same time, the stone heart inside his chest began to glow and pulse frantically. With his eyes framed by jagged cracks, Do Hyung roared a deadly serious command. "Everyone, get the hell out of here right now." The thugs froze, all the color draining from their faces at his chilling follow-up. "If you want to live." They instantly scrambled, tripping over each other as they sprinted for their lives. "Why yes, sir. Run." Do Hyung's quartz heart rapidly analyzed and absorbed the mineral composition. Silicon dioxide 62%, clay minerals 18%, moisture content 9.3%. He stomped his foot hard into the ground, his body erupting with a crushingly heavy energy. Density 1.87. Seismic vibration frequency 7.2 Hz. Channeling every last ounce of his power, his glowing, stone-armored fist gathered immense force. "I'm going to forge The hardest, most massive boulder. The earth shook violently as colossal, razor-sharp stone pillars erupted, trapping Geo completely. He can actually control something this massive? Geo looked up, pure anxiety setting in. If that thing hits me, there won't be a single trace of me left. He desperately looked for an out before getting crushed to paste. First things first, I need to get out of here. Do Hyung slammed his petrified hands together, triggering his ultimate finishing move. This is really bad. Geo gritted his teeth, bracing himself against the suffocating pressure of the closing walls. Panic set in as he was squeezed tight amidst falling debris, realizing the two gigantic stone monoliths were about to smash into each other. The two stone walls collided head-on, triggering a devastating, earth-shattering explosion. Steel drums and shrapnel were blasted high into the air from the sheer force of the terrifying impact. Unbelievable. To think a mutant could actually push me this far. The horrific pressure from the crushing walls completely obliterated the center of the battlefield. Do Hyung dropped to one knee, his stone-clad hands pressed together as he panted heavily, totally drained. Coughing violently, he spat a mouthful of dark, viscous blood onto the concrete floor. With the stone armor on his face jaggedly cracked, he muttered in regret. If I had handed him over to the lab alive, I would have made an absolute fortune, but I couldn't afford to hold back. Suddenly, Do Hyung's eyes widened, staring into the thick white dust slowly clearing in the distance. Amidst the sprawling wreckage, a dark, skeletal silhouette slowly rose to its feet, leaving Do Hyung paralyzed with shock. No way, he actually survived that hit. Joe's blood-soaked skeleton began oozing toxic black flesh to bind his body back together, making Do Hyung scream in panic. Is he regenerating again? No. Do Hyung quickly deduced that his opponent's power had finally hit its absolute limit. Looking at the motionless remains, the CEO smirked smugly. Gave me goosebumps for a second there. Almost thought he was going to walk it off. Well, this works out even better. Do Hyung glared calculatingly at the corpse. Since there's at least something left of him, the lab will. Before he could even finish, he froze. One of Jue's bony arms eerily shot straight up into the air. The bloody skeleton pushed off the ground with one hand to force itself up. Do Hyung gasped in horror. He can still move? Do Hyung's eyes practically bulged out of his head, sweating buckets as he refused to believe his own eyes.
Impossible.
All the fresh blood from the fallen thugs scattered around was violently siphoned up, creating a raging river of blood flowing straight toward Geo. The thick crimson blood coiled tightly, seeping deep into the dry bones of his hand. Even in that state, he's still absorbing blood? Fueled by the massive blood intake, Geo erupted with monstrous power, shooting forward like a lightning bolt. Glowing red muscles rapidly wove together, covering the mutated skeleton. Do Hyung's mental state completely shattered. No freaking way. An immortal mutant. I've never even heard of such a thing. Do Hyung was terrified as he realized this wasn't standard regeneration. Pulpy red flesh violently stitched itself around the skeleton. He realized it then. His opponent's power was literally rejecting death itself. This was true resurrection. With his raw muscles exposed, Geo unleashed a devastating punch dead center into his opponent. The fist smashed through the quartz armor, making Do Hyung hack up blood in blinding pain. An insane shockwave blasted Do Hyung, sending him tumbling violently into the distance. Do Hyung was launched straight into a nearby shipping container. Gagging, he spewed out another massive mouthful of blood. His body slammed so hard it caved in the metal wall of the container before he slumped to the dirt. Staggering, Do Hyung dropped to his knees, clutching his chest and hacking violently in sheer agony. He looked up in dread as heavy, imposing footsteps closed in. Standing right in front of him were Jue's blood-soaked, muscle-exposed legs. Covered in sweat and gashes, Do Hyung gritted his teeth in terror. Just what the hell is this power? Osbear, blood-drenched feet stepped right up to his kneeling old friend. Joe's looming shadow cast over him. Trembling, Do Hyung looked up and rasped, "Who the hell are you?" Do Hyung's eyes widened to their absolute limits as he blurted out in horror, "What the?" Sweat poured down his face as the terrifying truth finally began to dawn on him. Joe's face was still regenerating. Half of it was still a bare human skull and raw red muscle. Do Hyung couldn't believe his eyes. The memory of a skeletal Geo smiling during those old horrific experiments flashed back. That skeleton! The image of him hugging the ticking bomb flashed through his mind. So you didn't die back then? Us face slowly finished reforming, skin covering the muscle. His cold eyes staring dead at the traitor. Is it really you? The familiar face finally completely formed through the streaks of fresh blood. Do-hyung called out his name in sheer shock. Kim Ji-oh? Do-hyung angrily interrogated him. Wait, why did you hide your identity? And why the hell did you try to join this company? Us hand suddenly pressed hard into the thick pool of blood on the floor, his veins bulging aggressively. Do-hyung froze, his eyes widening in pure panic. You're gathering your strength again?
Io es murderous face narrowed.
This time, Do-hyung was paralyzed with fear as he saw his opponent charging in. He's going to kill me. A lightning-fast punch closed in, ready to smash right into his face. I can't tank this hit. He screamed out in total panic. Kim Ji-oh, are you really going to kill your own friend? Go's fist stopped mere inches from Do-hyung's face. Stop hitting me, you bastard. I knew it was you. The dawn sky slowly began to break. Do-hyung stood casually stirring a cup of coffee, calling out his old friend's name with his back turned.
Kim Ji-oh.
I brought you to the office so we could talk this out calmly, but memories of the brutal life-or-death struggle replayed in his mind. Do-hyung realized, he's not the Kim Ji-oh I used to know. His personality, and his abilities too. He shuddered, remembering the moment his impenetrable stone armor was shattered. His regeneration. He completely resurrected even after his body was blown to bits. He smashed through my stone, something no human flesh could ever pierce. This isn't just a matter of regeneration anymore. Do-hyung's eyes narrowed calculation. Is Kim Ji's heart different from the one I knew? Do-hyung gently set a hot cup of coffee on the table for Ji-oh, speaking in a soothing tone. Here, drink up. Internally, he schemed. Whatever the case, I can figure it out piece by piece while we're together. This setup is a massive win for me. Kim Ji-oh is incredibly naive and soft-hearted. If I keep him on a leash, he'll be a monumental asset. A sly, treacherous look washed over Do-hyung's face as he thought, Kim Ji-oh, I know you just as well as you know me. He casually picked up his own coffee, smiling. You really blew my mind, Kim Ji-oh. I was absolutely certain you were dead. Taking a sip, Do-hyung probed Ji-oh with his eyes. Anyway, why did you hide who you were to join my company? With your skills, you even played the part of some bottom-tier grunt. I'm actually a little hurt. Ji-oh coldly held his hand out. Give me your hand before we talk. Do-hyung paused, looking at him in confusion. My hand?
Io grabbed Do-hyung's hand tight, veins pulsing.
I got hurt a bit earlier from those scratches. I know. That's exactly why I'm asking for this. He closed his eyes and began to feel the connection. Flashing back to the past, Ji-oh lay spaced out on the grass at night. Looks like you've got a lot on your mind. Is it about Lee Chai-won? Hye-in stood tall over him as Ji-oh whispered back, Yeah, what should I do if a situation like Chai-won's happens all over again? Hye-in replied coldly, her gaze unwavering. You have to fight. Ji-oh lay there and sighed, his eyes heavy with sorrow. The thought of having to fight a friend hurts so much. I missed them for years, and we finally reunite, only for this. Lying in the grass, sweating and desperate, Ji-oh asked, Isn't there any way I can just talk some sense into them? Hye-in flicked him hard on the forehead, making him wince and yell. Wake up! Standing with her arms crossed, she stared down at him with ice-cold eyes. Kim Ji-oh, what is it you actually want? Rubbing his head, his eyes heavy with pain, he answered. I want to save all my friends who are chained to the lab. She cut him off bluntly. No, you mean the friends who are actively helping the lab. Ji-oh was stunned as Hye-in laid out the brutal truth. Don't get it twisted. They aren't in a position where some sweet words are going to save them. Besides, all your friends are high-level mutant subjects. They're likely holding major positions of power because they chose to help the lab. She gripped his shoulder tightly, hammering home the gravity of it. They're in positions where they can murder someone without a second thought. They might already be mass murderers for all you know. Leaning in close, her sharp eyes pierced right through his naivety. Do you seriously think people like that are going to get soft over your teary-eyed pleas? With a cold, razor-sharp glare, she dropped the final blow. With the mindset you have now, you won't save any of them. In the end, your friends will just use you. Getting right in his face, she laid out the cruel reality. Coldly and ruthlessly, they'll throw you straight into the fire if it serves their goals. They'll abandon you, maybe even sacrifice you. Staring down at him without a shred of pity, she emphasized her point. Exactly like what happened with Lee Chai-won. Gio gulped, his eyes wavering intensely as Hai-in finished her thought. Your friends might be the ones you need to save, but they are also the exact same people who will push you right into your grave. A close-up of Joe's sorrowful, broken eyes. The friends I once trusted. He hung his head, sinking into despair and self-torment. Actually pushed me toward my death. Gio sat dumbfounded under the silent night sky. She was right, they aren't the friends I knew back when we were kids anymore. Under the dim, silent night clouds, Joe's thoughts echoed. If I keep going like this, I'll end up losing the rest of the friends I have left. Gio stared intently at his hands, his face filled with turmoil. How do I need to change? What do I have to do to save them? Hai-in's lips curled into a mysterious smirk. I like your determination, but Gio was stunned, bewildered by her final verdict. You're wrong. What? Hai-in stood with her arms crossed, looking authoritative and cold. Change your mindset from the very start. Stop seeing them as friends. If you really want to save them. She looked down at Gio sitting on the ground, her gaze decisive. You have to stand above them. The cruel advice left Gio speechless, with no way to argue back. Hai-in suddenly bit her finger, drawing blood. How could I possibly do that? Hai-in stepped forward, holding her bleeding hand out in front of him. Try absorbing my blood. Back in the office, Gio replied to Do Hyung. Thanks. I'm done. Do Hyung smirked. You really have changed a lot. Gio looked up, his gaze sharp and cautionary. Don't lie to me from now on. He hit his old friend with the truth. Heart rate, 80 beats per minute. Do Hyung raised an eyebrow in confusion. As Gio spoke, the image of Do Hyung's quartz heart pulsing appeared. Because now, I can hear your heartbeat perfectly. Do Hyung was stunned, cold sweat breaking out. No way. You can feel my heartbeat just by absorbing my blood. Does Kim Gio have an ability like that? Flashback to the past. Joe's eyes widened in amazement, lifting his hands in excitement. I absorbed the blood, and I can actually hear it. Sister Hai-in's heartbeat. Hai-in stood with her arms crossed, calmly explaining. According to my investigator's report, I heard that some people in the blood mutant class can perceive heartbeats. Joe's face was still confused. Hai-in's instructions continued. If you can read their intentions through their heartbeats, you'll have the upper hand in every conversation. Back in the present, Gio glared at Do Hyung. Why are you working with the lab? They're the ones who tortured us for 10 long years. He leaned forward, his sharp gaze putting heavy pressure on his old friend. Answer me. Do Hyung took a sip of coffee, his eyes darting around cautiously. Can you really detect lies through my heartbeat? Sipping and sweating bullets, he was terrified inside. You've come back as a complete monster. What the hell happened to you? Do Hyung set his coffee down, his expression turning calm and serious. Fine. Then I'll ask you one thing. What is your goal? Gio looked him dead in the eyes and declared, I'm going to tear that lab down. His unwavering reply left Do Hyung completely stunned. Do Hyung choked, his hand trembling as he held his coffee. What? You're going to destroy the lab? Gio replied with a deadpan face. That's right. How deeply involved are you with them? Do Hyung frowned, hurriedly warning his friend. Kim Gio, don't be reckless. That's not a place you can just decide to tear down. Sweating on his forehead, he kept trying to talk him out of it. Besides, all our friends are tied to that lab now. Do you plan on taking them all on by yourself? Gio replied with unwavering resolve. That's right. I'm going to destroy the lab, and I'm going to get all our friends out of there. Do Hyung immediately threw his hands up in surrender, backing away. Then count me out. I don't want to go up against the lab. Fine. Then I'll just take the info you have on the lab. He continued with a threat. I don't need your permission. I'll tear this place apart to find it. Do Hyung's eyes bulged in panic, breaking into a cold sweat at the blatant threat. Do Hyung's face was tense and annoyed. He frowned and clicked his tongue in frustration. Finally, he gave in and slid a thick folder of documents across the table toward Gio. Here. These are the files I've secretly gathered from inside the lab. Gio picked up the stack, scanning the important data. A partial blueprint of the research facility, code names for the heart mutant subjects, and a list of the missing persons. Do Hyung explained sternly. Photos of the kidnapped children, part of the experimental logs, that's not everything. But except for top-secret level 1 files, most of it is there. I've given you what you need. Just cross my name off your attack plan. Gio turned back to look at Do Hyung, noticing something off. Something isn't right. Do Hyung was surprised. What? He stared at his old friend, exposing him. You have too much internal info on the lab. OS eyes became sharp and penetrating. If you really didn't want to be an enemy of the lab, you'd have no reason to collect all of this. The locations of the labs, the names of the CEOs, the rankings of the facilities. And your heartbeat, too. The moment I said I was going to attack the lab, your heart started racing. Do Hyung was stunned, his pupils twitching. OS words were steel cold. It's as if you've always been waiting to hear those exact words. Gio questioned him point blank. In reality, don't you also want to tear the lab down? Memories of Do Hyung screaming in pain while chained up by dozens of heavy iron shackles flashed by in rhythm with his pounding heart. Through my heartbeat. Can he see through all of that? Do Hyung exhaled and leaned back in his chair. I guess I can't hide anything from you with that heartbeat sensing ability. He grabbed his forehead, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Ha! Alright, you win. Do Hyung's eyes narrowed, admitting, I want to destroy the lab too. But honestly speaking, it's impossible. It's a suicide mission. Do Hyung explained seriously, while Gio kept reviewing the docs. The lab is much bigger than you think. They're connected to everything, politics, business, and even the criminal underworld. The core facilities are buried deep underground, where normal people can't touch them. They're hidden in places you can't even imagine. Do Hyung's finger pointed to the classified photos in the file, and the foundation of that insane influence. Dark silhouette portraits appeared. Was built on the sacrifices of our friends. Images of mysterious men in black suits appeared. They're controlling the country as they please by using top-tier heart mutants. They use our friends' weaknesses and rewards as bait. Back in the present, Do Hyung concluded with helplessness. So, I don't know either. Knowing all of this, do you still plan on attacking the lab? Gio gave a faint, unshakable smile. I'm going to rescue our friends who are being held captive in the lab. I'll make sure they can never be used again. Gio smiled with confidence and resolve. No matter how big the lab is, I'm not changing my mind. He concluded. But, he leaned forward, his gaze sincere. I need your help, Kong Do Hyung. Do Hyung let out a heavy, weary sigh, clutching his head. I've tried it before too. No matter how strong you are, with just the two of us. However, Gio cut him off. I'm not alone. Do Hyung was surprised, dropping his hands. What? Do you know the name Song Hai-in? Hearing that name, Do Hyung's face changed completely. Song Hai-in, Captain Song Hai-in of the Mutant Task Force? Hai-in's silhouette appeared looming in the center of a ruined city, displaying overwhelming power. Do Hyung remembered with a shudder. The person even the lab avoids clashing with, the strongest heart mutant in history. Gio sat still on the sofa, looking straight at his old friend who couldn't believe his ears. Why would the name of that monster come out of Kim Jo's mouth? Do Hyung sprang up from his chair, extremely tense. Don't tell me, Song Hai-in is the one backing you. Gio replied nonchalantly. That's right. If you cooperate, you can meet her right now. A close-up of Do Hyung's eyes filled with confusion, but also a glimmer of hope. He thought to himself, if Song Hai-in is the backer and Kim Gio is the negotiator, maybe we can actually convince our friends? Memories of the children in the lab rushed back. Because Kim Gio was once very close to all of them. No matter how I look at it, this is insane. Can I really trust him? Gio seemed to read Do Hyung's mind, smiling and saying, Kong Do Hyung, if you can't trust yourself, He flashed a relieved smile, his gaze sincere. Then trust me. Do Hyung exhaled, his eyes looking complex as he closed them shut. Ha! You show up out of nowhere and turn everything upside down. Their hands clasped together, the handshake of an unexpected and insane partnership. Do Hyung yanked Geo up, deciding to take the gamble. Fine, let's do it. The scene switched to a dark hallway. A man in a long coat stood with his back to a slightly ajar metal door, from which a pink-purple light spilled out. The man had messy, tangled hair, his shirt unbuttoned and covered in blood. He muttered, Subject 0032, Lim Narin. Regenerative subject designed to replace him, Lim Narin. Lim Narin hung her head limply on the floor, her hands tied tight and suspended high by iron chains. The man's voice rang out with a cruel verdict. No one is coming to save you.